The first volume of the hot-blooded novelist debuts Chapter 1, the debt-laden novelist. At 3 in the morning, an ordinary apartment building in Shinjuku, Tokyo. In room 505 on the 5th floor, the living room was still lit, and Li Yan sat at the table facing the computer for 3 full hours. At present, the computer screen is densely packed with thousands of first drafts. Although these words are not many, it cost him a lot of modifications, settings, ideas, and finally completed the proud results. However, even if he was inspired, Li Yan was still nervous and took a deep breath. "Edit system, turn it on," Li Yan said calmly. In an instant, a certain external force was activated in Li Yan's consciousness. In an instant, lines of text in the computer were continuously absorbed, analyzed, and processed, and the content of the words was finally reported in an instant. Value. Work, Volume 4 of Super Academy War. Rating, B+. Suggestion: the lack of sufficient plot enthusiasm may lead to a decline in the enthusiasm of the work, and it is recommended to modify it. In an instant, Li Yan's consciousness received the feedback from the editing system. "What? It still doesn't work, isn't it interesting enough?" Li Yan scratched his hair, thinking hard with a melancholy expression. Select all and delete key, 3 hours of work, all wasted, start over. Although B+'s evaluation is considered good quality, it is still not enough. Li Yan exhaled and took out the tea box from his drawer, intending to make some tea to relieve fatigue, but found that he had drunk 150 yen of bitter tea, which made him feel sad. "Life is bitter, do you have no money to drink tea? A poor life." Li Yan looked helplessly at the box with only some tea stems, and put it back. It should be said that his original life shouldn't be sitting in front of this computer, thinking hard about how to write a light novel that fits the contemporary era, but, unfortunately, his fate is such a coincidence. Because Li Yan is a real traveler, 2 months ago, Li Yan, a college student who originally liked anime and had serial works at the starting point, was blown up on the spot because of an explosion in the laboratory. As a result, when he regained consciousness, he was already in this apartment. Surprisingly, he actually crossed to another self in the parallel world. Although it resembles the world he lives in, according to the theory of space, parallel space does exist. People change the development of different world lines according to different choices. At the same time, they will make the same soul of the two worlds according to certain opportunities. Replace each other. As a result, when he entered the body of this Li Yan, his physical memory told him this. Suddenly, his family situation fell into disarray, and his parents owed tens of millions of debts, and Li Yan in this parallel world Yan couldn't spend his days, so he swallowed a box of sleeping pills. In the end, his traversal situation is, the negative second generation who owes tens of millions in arrears, a down-and-out student who is studying in Japan preparing for the university entrance examination, is a genuine super negative second generation. I don't know if this luck is good or bad. However, Li Yan's only chance to rely on a comeback is the mysterious power he himself named editing system. Perhaps it was destined to be destined. Li Yan's writing skills are very solid, and he is also a well-known person at the starting point. Writer. Therefore, Li Yan, who has a deep understanding of the theory of traversal, picked up the keyboard again and took advantage of his super editing system. Although it was not very useful, he started his life of writing light novels to make money and pay off debts. Nearly harsh novel conception and improvement E and D and were judged again and again in the editing system, and gradually upgraded to B+. In the end, Li Yan wrote this excellent light novel with A+. After 2 months of serialization, Li Yan, whose pen name is Yusujian, is the 4th-ranked novelist by the Japanese light novel publishing house Sanhei Bunko. In the first half of the comprehensive statistics of major libraries, Li Yan's Super Academy War published a 3-volume novel, directly sold 430,000 copies in a few months of sales, exceeding the original 2 years in one fell swoop. The fourth novel work, Love Metronome, replaced the position of love novel master Xiaoxizi. Now sales are also a direct threat to the third best-selling novel named Yamada Ilfu. Because of such a blockbuster, he was officially regarded as a novel genius and was given the title of master. However, such a master is also a real poor man who cannot afford 200 yen a caddy of tea. Almost all of the money was sent back to the country to repay the debt to the parents. No way, Cavan, can't think of a more interesting plot. He leaned on the office chair and took a short break, but after thinking about it, he took his little book of living expenses and budgeted the expenditure plan for the next month. Send a deposit of 900,000 yuan to my home, as well as my own living expenses, examination fees, and a little for the utilities and living expenses next month. I originally planned to do some other things to relax when I couldn't keep writing, but when I saw my financial book, I became even more distressed. No matter how I calculate it, the money is not enough. If this continues, sooner or later, I have to find an aunt for assistance. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, the phone on the computer desk rang. Who else will call me at this time? Li Yan was taken aback for a moment, then picked up the phone and looked at it. The screen impressively showed, Kagurazaka Calamus. Suddenly, Li Yan's face turned blue, and he put the phone directly on the table and stepped back 2 steps. Kagurazaka Ayam, 22 years old, a professional beauty who looks like a college student, is also the direct editor of his novel publication library Sanhei Bunku. These days almost every day, he calls on time at 7 o'clock in the morning to remind him of the draft. Once a week, he would personally come to the door to guard him to finish a chapter well. It was like a demon. The most important thing is that when we first met, the editing system had told him that Kagurazaka Ayam was a character from the light novel My Sister is Teacher Huang Man. From then on, he really understood that he was where he was. In the parallel world, he lives in the fictitious light novel characters he knows. Moreover, Ms. Kagurazaka Ayam is this world version of Huang Stong. Whatever she says will work. And she doesn't want to get close at all. Stop it, Kagurazaka-san, it's already 3 o'clock in the evening, go to bed. Li Yan covered his forehead and said in annoyance. But it rang again and again, and Li Yan understood that the editor's perseverance was enough to chase him to the end of the world, and finally let him get through the call. Hey, Lord Goddess, it's me, Xiao Li. Li Yan coughed a few times and said in a happy tone. Oh, you really haven't slept yet? A young woman's words came over the phone. Yes, yes, didn't you also sleep up? Li Yangqiang smiled. After all, in business, it is impossible not to laugh out. Well, after all, there will be a half-day rest tomorrow. By the way, you are already an adult, aren't you? Freshman candidate sang, next time your sister will bring you out for a good drink, will it be enough? No, in addition to preparing for the exam, I have to rush the manuscript and go to the cram school. I can't make it. Li Yan said troubledly. He heard that this female editor is especially good at drinking, and he also has to drink. The bad habits of others. So, what are you doing now? I guess, seeing you still awake so late, can't you write it? Chapter 2. On the phone, the voice of I can't write it out seemed to pierce his heart deeply like a spear. Li Yan covered his heart, vaguely feeling uncomfortable. Li Yan had already planned to end the topic, and said annoyedly, please don't say that, Calvin, it's just a little Calvin, which author is not Calvin? Well, although I know that you have always been busy, and you also know that Li Jun owes a lot of money in your family, it seems that if you work harder, it is not impossible to pay off this money. It's just that you're in such a state, and it makes me very worried. Recently, the enthusiasm of the plot has dropped. Kagurazaka Calamus said exuberantly. This is true. The plot of Li Yan's recently updated novel has been criticized as a dog by fans from all over Japan and even from other countries. After all, on the internet, Some people have called him the reputation of old thief Fujian, shameless Yusuji, and some even announced that they would kidnap him and lock him in a small dark room and personally force him to write all the rest of the story. A crime declaration, I really have to guard against it. Hey, but this book has already exerted its highest potential. It is already quite popular to sell hot-blooded light novels. Do you not plan to write a pure youth campus novel next? Isn't this type of novels really popular recently? Over the phone, the editor lady asked with a smile. This, although I know it is really hot, but I still don't want to write this kind of story. Didn't Kagurazaka know that I have always disliked love stories? Li Yan said with an annoyed sigh. Okay, don't force you to do it, so please send me the manuscript before the deadline. Remember, I don't care what your reason is, just write it out to me. The chill revealed by Kagurazaka Ayam's tone directly caused Li Yan's ears to freeze a little. As soon as the conversation changed, Kagurazaka Ayam continued, Saturday of this week, the company is going to host a banquet in the hotel to entertain this year's outstanding author, Mr. Yusujian. You are the current star, even if you were hit by a car, I have to crawl over to participate. After all, I also promised a writer. It seems that she is quite interested in your novel, you know? Who is it? Li Yan asked in a daze. But the telephone over there has been turned off. Get hit by a car, you are such a venomous tongue, Miss Kagurazaka. Li Yan thought helplessly. Chapter 2 Neighbor is the 18 Forbidden Painter. Early in the morning, on the balcony on the 6th floor of the apartment building. A beautiful girl with blonde hair and ponytails, wearing a sports suit and thick spectacles framed her clothes, but found that her underwear seemed to be missing again. Amount. The girl's face became melancholy. It should be said that she was not worried about the underwear being stolen by the underwear thief, but thinking that the underwear should have fallen to number 505, on the balcony of the otaku. It's really troublesome. I obviously plan to buy a new clothespin every time I go out, but I'm busy and forget it again. The girl stared blankly at the clothespin that had fallen off, thinking. Clothespins made of plastic will be easily cracked by the sun, while clips made of metal are easily corroded by moisture. If they are hung in a place where the sun is exposed to the sun, the clothes will be easily damaged all year round. The southerly wind blows to the balcony downstairs. Since she moved here for a month, her underwear will probably fall to house 505 once a week. There's really no way. The girl sighed complicatedly. She went back to her room, collected the drawings that had been in the night, and was about to go out. Sawamura Spencer Arari, a well-known fan painter, a student of Class G in the first grade of the private Toyosaki Academy, and one of the two most beautiful girls in the legendary level of Toyosaki Academy. Although she is in the first grade, he is the trump card of the Academy's art department and has been a super popular 18 forbidden manga writer who has always made his debut under the name of Kashiwagi Hydri. During the summer vacation of school, I was invited by Sanhei Library to work as an illustrator for Super Academy War. Aiming at the fame of this series of light novels, Yingrai paid special attention to this opportunity to practice. As a result, she left home under the pretext of traveling and came to Shinjuku to rent a room on the 6th floor. The location is closest to Sanwa Bunko Company. The headquarters, the environment is relatively comfortable, the apartment security system is comprehensive. Living here can also let go of her hands and feet to complete the work of illustration and fan comics. Speaking of it, although she lost her underwear, she is not worried that the Chinese otaku who is also a high school student downstairs will be interested in her underwear. Although she can't tell the specific truth, she will have it after knowing her for a month. For this experience, this person is a kind of single-celled organism paramecium. Boom boom boom. Ying Lily knocked on the door and said sternly, "Open the door, Otako Lee, I know you are at home, don't play on the computer, open the door for me." That one. Suddenly, a female office worker in room 504 was awakened, and she opened the door with a sleepy expression and said, That high school student just went out. Really? Ying Lily asked in surprise. She also painted all night last night, knowing that the guy downstairs should not rest until 3 o'clock in the evening. He was not sleeping and went out. Well, although I rarely go out, it seems that I went out early in the morning because I was going to a cram school, said the female resident wearing glasses. Ying Riri said in surprise, is that right? This guy is so serious about studying, I didn't see it. But when she recovered, Iri immediately realized her gaffe, bowed to this female neighbor, and said apologetically, I am Iri Kashiwagi in room 605. I am sorry to disturb you. It's okay, after all, I should get up at this time, but I had a hangover with my colleague last night. Just call me Kobayashi. Please give me some advice in the future, Miss Kashiwagi. She smiled and said. She still looks like a very gentle woman. Ying Lily thinks the neighbor of the Otako Lee is really good. But the moment Xiaolin closed the door, a little girl with long white hair appeared in the room again. She glanced at Ying Lily with a dull look, and the door closed properly. The little girl just now is so cute, but white hair is rare. Did you make a mistake just now? I always think there are dragon horns. Are you playing cosplay? Ying Lily thought. Ms. Kimura, the total cost this time is 10,000 yen, thank you for your patronage. Downstairs in the apartment, Li Yan wore a white shirt and black trousers, looking like an office worker. His fairly handsome face with a gentle smile said to a charming middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman nodded with a smile, took out her wallet, and gave a stack of 1,000 yen to Li Yan. She smiled and said, Where, I have been taken care of by you. These hours are really hard for you, like you. Excellent high school students, it must be very hard to live like this. Li Yan smiled embarrassedly and said, Nothing. After all, I am in urgent need of living expenses. It is also a fate to be able to serve you. I still hope to be able to contact frequently in the future and the phone will be available on call. Yes, please give me your advice in the future. Ms. Kimura nodded, turned around and got into a Lexus car with the highest configuration. She drove away, looking like she was driving Li Yan back. Out of courtesy, Li Yan stopped to look. After seeing Ms. Kimura out of sight, he breathed a sigh of relief. He looked tired and felt a lot of weight loss. I went to bed at 3 o'clock last night, got up at 7:30 to go to a 2-hour cram school, and ended up working part-time for 2 hours. This kind of life is indeed a bit tiring. What? Suddenly, Li Yan heard someone making a hoarse sigh of emotion. He turned around and looked at the girl with golden double ponytails and thick spectacles, looking at him secretly at the door of the apartment. Complex. This is a girl character from How to Raise a Passerby heroine. When he first met this otaku who knocked on the door, the editing system reported that she was also a girl from the world of light novels. Hidri Kashiwagi was a neighbor who moved to his upstairs in the second week after he crossed. A typical housemaid, this outfit has an indescribable sense of decadence and casualness. By the way, Li Yan got to know this neighbor because of the printed on the balcony with a brown bear. With a drop of cold sweat on her forehead, Ying Lily asked with disappointment and sorrow for the society, Otako Lee, have you finally started to have a compensated dating because you are too poor? What? Li Yan was startled, his eyes widened, and angrily said, What kind of compensated dating? Do you think I am going for compensated dating? Chapter 3. Like, it should be said that it is. Ying Lily shrugged and answered naturally. He looks very clean, and has a pretty and stubborn face, and a slender figure. He always deals with middle-aged women enthusiastically and always talks about lack of money. How can such a high school student not look like this? Come out to comfort middle-aged and elderly women's aided dating teenagers. Ying Lily continued, and the price is 10,000 yen per hour, which is a standard price for a compensated dating girl. Didn't you just serve that beauty for an hour? Don't talk nonsense, this money is what I paid for Miss Kimura's 2 hours of tutoring her son who went to elementary school, and I must let her child enter the top 10 next time, otherwise half of the money will be refunded." As Li Yan was talking, he was taken aback and asked, "How do you know the price of postponement? What are you talking about? Being a cartoonist, how can I not know such information that is well known in society?" Ying Lily said with an arrogant smile. "I'm not complimenting you." Li Yan breathed a sigh of relief and thought in silence. Although it was clear that this young girl named Hydri Kashiwagi was a fan painter and became such an acquaintance after knowing him for a while, he has always had an inexplicable resentment towards her calling him Otaku Li. At this moment, Ying Lily noticed that he was holding a book in his hand. Love Metronome Volume 4. "Do you also read Xia Shi's book?" Ying Lily asked coldly. This one." Li Yan glanced at the book he had just bought. This was for a meeting. The authors gave gifts when they signed each other as a convention to show that they had read and respected each other's work. But he hates watching romance works. "Yes, I'm going to take a look," Li Yan said with a melancholy expression. "Why, it feels so painful?" Ying Lily thought in confusion. Sure enough, this guy is indeed a weird person. I advise you to lose it. What's so good about something like that, Otaku Li? One day, I will show you what a real work of art is." Ying Lily said coldly, turning around and planning to leave. Li Yan was startled. He always felt that this arrogant double ponytail particularly disliked this author, and his words seemed to make people shiver like the Siberian Korean wave. "Wait a minute, I almost forgot, my underwear is still in your house, give it back to me as soon as possible." Ying Lily remembered something and immediately turned around and said. People passing by looked at them with complicated expressions. Li Yan looked at Ying Lily with a bewildered expression. Who can understand the bitterness in his heart? Chapter 3 Encountering Miss Angel Halfway. Sanwa Library is currently one of the fastest growing light novel library companies in Tokyo. In the 15 years since the establishment of the company, it has successively launched several hot-selling light novels, which have gradually become known to readers across the country. Especially among the top 10 popular light novel writers, 3 are all contracted authors of this company. In particular, the first fantasy light novel writer Qinshao Qinzheng, the fourth hot-blooded light novel writer Yu Sujian, and the fifth love novel master Xia Shizi, can be described as strong, although not the strongest library company, but it is enough to influence the development direction of the light novel market. It was about to get off work, and there was a small news from the headquarters of Sanhi Library. Ms. Yusuji is coming over to visit Miss Kagurazaka. I have also heard that although I am a contracted author of our company, I have never come forward. I heard that the president will not even come by personal invitation and refuse to be photographed. He is really a mysterious author. Senior, is that exaggeration? Takahashi, you are a newcomer this month. That time of invitation was a small disturbance. Anyway, Yusuji-sensei is indeed a weird person. When everyone was talking about it, suddenly, a man in a white coat, mask, and peaked cap walked in from the door. He lowered his head like an agent, and walked hurriedly from the office corridor as if he was trying to cover his eyes. After that, I followed Kagurazaka Iris into the reception room of the editorial department. The staff of Sanhi Company looked at each other one after another. They were quite sure that the writer Yusujian was a 100% weird person. Li Yan actually didn't want to dress like this, but he had his own reasons. As known to the outside world as Shameless Yusuji, he has been living as a light novel master who has been threatened to be kidnapped and tuned by outside book fans. Li Yan is very smart to prevent his personal information from being exposed, so if he really wants to go to Shan Yan's identity when going in and out of public places, you must wrap yourself up and stay away from the mundane world. After all, a senior manga master known as the Old Thief has been beaten by drawing fans in the street. When I first received a message from you to come in person, I was taken aback. Kagurazaka Ariu smiled and locked the door to prevent others from coming in. She poured a cup of coffee in front of Li Yan, smiled and blinked one eye, and asked, "The last time you entered the company, it should be when the contract was signed 2 months ago. At that time, no one knew that you would be the fourth well-known light novel writer in the future." Thank you for hosting me in your busy schedule, Kagurazaka-san." Li Yan smiled awkwardly, recalling the time when he was stinky, sweaty and dusty, and signed the contract with a panic on his face. This was only 2 months ago. Yeah, so, is it really the same thing that was communicated on the mobile phone? Kagurazaka Icarus sat opposite Li Yan and asked. Yes, it is. Li Yan took off his hat and mask, finally took a breath of fresh air, then turned on the illustration page of the novel, and said, "Although I admit that this illustration teacher named Zekin is very good at painting, but I don't think he is very suitable to be my illustrator. Why, according to my eyes, Sawamura's style and content are quite in line with the story of your novel, I really didn't see any violation." Kagurazaka Icarus intends to continue to persuade this stubborn Li Yan, but Li Yan shook his head. Li Yan flipped through the novel and showed Kagurazaka Icarus with the illustrations of the 3rd volume. His eyes were fire-breathing, and he vented his emotions and said, "No, Kagurazaka-san, it's a matter of style. Although I have noticed it before, but as a newcomer, I can't have too many suggestions on illustrations, but Kagurazaka-san, although I need money very much, I am also a serious novel author. I can't use paintings for passionate works. The wind has become so cute. In this era, everyone generally accepts the cute style of painting. If you follow the style of your Baidu Shen Chuan, it is estimated that this work is really ruined. The light novel was originally intended to be the cute style." Kagurazaka Changpu explained with a wry smile. Li Yan was taken aback, thought for a moment, and said, "No, I don't object to the cute style of painting, just..." He pointed to the girl characters in the illustrations, and asked with a dark face. "Doesn't Kagurazaka-san think that this expression seems to be similar to the style of painting in some 18th Prohibition manga?" Kagurazaka Ayam heard what he said, and after careful study, gradually, the more she looked at it, the more she felt that she was about to climax like a book, and this long-time editor had to blush slightly. "Stand up. Well, after all, it's a fairly well-known 18 forbidden." Kagurazaka Ayam whispered, but when he realized that he had missed something, he immediately coughed and said nothing. What did you just say, 18 bans?" Li Yan asked, suddenly startled. "The blood and 18 prohibitions are simply a step in philosophical history. Although she is a well-known painter of the 18 Forbidden City, I still think she is the illustrator most suitable for your novel. Our company has always attached great importance to absorbing this talented painter into our team. Teach her important works like you to design illustrations." Kagurazaka Ayam explained calmly. Li Yan couldn't help but vomit and said, "That wouldn't make the female character who was originally suffering from the injury feel like an expression of being pushed into the air." "Ahem, don't talk about these yellow accents in front of girls, Li Jun." Kagurazaka Icarus coughed a few reminders, and said with a blushing cheek. No, this is not a yellow tone, this is an objective rhetoric." Li Yan said helplessly at the shy Kagurazaka. Kagurazaka Ayam smiled and said, "I understand, what you said does have some truth. After all, your novel does not need any exposed illustrations to increase the popularity. It should be said that after graduation, I worked as an editor in this company. Once I received such a blockbuster pure-blood novel from you, there is no decent love story, but it is still so popular, it is really beyond my expectation." Kagurazaka Ayam originally thought that a total of 8 volumes of novels should be able to sell 400,000 copies of good results, but only 3 volumes exceeded 400,000. But Li Yan certainly knew that this book would become popular, because his editing system had already told him that the quality of this book was A+, which catered to the light novel market. I see, if it takes time to change the painter, I will make specific arrangements. Chapter 4. Kagurazaka Ayam said with a smile. Then trouble you. A big rock fell in Li Yan's heart. He did everything for his novel to be close to perfection without any consideration. Well, by the way, don't be late for the Saturday party. Kagurazaka Ayam said with a grim smile. Li Yan swallowed, and after bowing, put on a hat and a mask and left the reception room with his head bowed. After sending off Li Yan, Kagurazaka Icarus quietly thought about other candidates. If there is another person, it can only be a powerful faction like Iramanga, but it seems that she is also an comics teacher. So, it's really difficult to find an illustrator who has inherited the Sawamura style and changed it to a passionate style. The company does not have such a talent. Kagurazaka Ayam thought. Suddenly, Kagurazaka Icarus suddenly thought of the illustration that Li Yan described as feeling like an expression of being pushed up to fly, and his white cheeks became slightly ruddy again. It really feels. Li Yan secretly took off his coat, mask, and hat in the deserted alley, put it in his backpack, and ran to his apartment on a bicycle. After finally persuading Ms. Kagurazaka Ayam, Li Yan was relaxed at the moment, and went back home to continue conceiving the plot of the 4th volume. This night, he must advance to the second half of the plot. In the evening, the air was a bit cold. Li Yan rode his bicycle through the complex Tokyo residential area, but when he passed a park, there was a quarrel in the dark corner of the park. It's still a girl. Li Yan braked immediately, and looked at that corner faintly. 3 or 4 gangsters Huang Moch and Fat Man surrounded the low-headed high school female students with a little dazzling hair. Ah, the bullying in the light novel legend, there are indeed many in reality. Li Yan thought. Hey, you golden retriever, do you plan to use this attitude when you hit me? Huang Mao said with a sullen expression. Hehe, really a terrible guy, don't think that you can get carried away if you are more beautiful. The fat man smiled and said. The female high school student lowered her head, as if she hadn't heard anything. She was completely unmoved by wearing huge headphones, and her attitude was indeed a bit more brutal. Either go and play with us, or kneel down, and apologize, then let you go. Huang Mao Ji sneered. I always feel like a woman with an arrogant attitude, have you heard us talking, the third person said. Li Yan locked the bicycle, put his backpack away, walked over and smiled gently at them and said, it's okay to apologize, but why must she kneel down? Well, who are you, what's the matter? Huang Mao asked, turning his head, with a full face. But under the dim light, Li Yan's eyes burst into a ferocious chill, and he slammed the yellow-haired cheek with a punch, causing the 140 catty man to fly over with a few teeth. Everyone was shocked, looking at the ruffian light novel master Li Yan who had torn off his tie. This is an apology, you. Li Yan looked at them with a murderous sneer and said. Chapter 4 Online Game Girl Gabriel. Although he feels that he is not a saint, what Li Yan hates most is to let others kneel down to apologize. Human knees are precious. You can kneel down to the heavens, kneel down to the gods, kneel down to the benefactor, and kneel down to your parents and ancestors in the middle. Others do not have this qualification. Suddenly, as if the ground was beginning to vibrate, Li Yan had already fought with this group of gangsters, fighting extremely fiercely and madly. Obviously, the opponent was not a fuel-efficient lamp, and immediately began to encircle and attempt to control Li Yan. Suddenly, the fat man hugged Li Yan directly from behind, and Li Yan directly used his head to slam the fat man into the air. Ah! The fat man suddenly screamed. Li Yan immediately turned around, and suddenly kicked Huang Mao who had gotten up again. Li Yan's eyes sharpened, avoiding other people's surroundings, and hitting the opponent's chin with another punch, resounding a crisp fracture. Li Yan's moves are all fierce moves, and they are not reasonable at all. In 3 minutes, the roaring park gradually became quiet. As a result, there was only one Huang Mao who had his mouth crooked facing the Li Yan who was hiding in the darkness alone. He stepped back step by step, already shaking with fright. After some effort, it was finally resolved quickly. Li Yan thought to himself. He broke his wrists and walked towards Huang Mao. He stretched out his hand to pull him up, but the fat man behind him suddenly lifted the wooden box placed in the park and slammed it directly on Li Yan's back. A loud noise actually smashed it to pieces, but the one person didn't move. "You are so kind of TM, fat man." In the middle of the night, Li Yan looked back at the fat man with ferocious eyes. Suddenly, the fat man was frightened and took a few steps back. In an instant, the yellow hair was thrown out by Li Yan with one hand, and hit the fat man directly. Li Yan panted slightly, with blood dripping from his forehead, looking at the painful rolling over the floor, and asked with a sneer, "Is it over? What's the matter? There is no one who can fight. Asshole, remember it to me." "Ah, what are you talking nonsense, let's go." The few adult strong men in front of them had been beaten half-handed, and got up one by one, limping and escaping. Li Yan quietly watched them leave and wiped the blood from his forehead. Sure enough, the body of this world was really fragile, and it was broken when it was smashed like this. Li Yan looked at the rogue who was far away, and gradually, he began to cover his back. "Okay." The blonde girl was still watching the hero who had rescued her quietly. Although she didn't have any intentions to care about him, she saw his strange actions. Li Yan suddenly let out a scream, covered his back and squatted on the ground, and shouted, "It hurts, that stinky fat guy, that's a brand new wooden box, comparable to the hardness of concrete. My back, oops, my back is broken." The blonde and petite female high school student was shocked. She stared at the hero blankly and rolled around on the ground at this moment. Although the heroic image in her heart was shattered, it was understandably painful. "Are you okay?" The girl lowered her head and asked casually. Li Yan got up, touched his back painfully, shook his head, and said with a smile, "Forget it, it will be all right in a few days. It doesn't hurt to the point, it's just flesh and blood. It will be fine in a few days, you are simply made of steel." The girl looked at him in such a state, and said in surprise, "What a monster, a weird person." Under the dim light, Li Yan could really see the appearance of this young girl. This young girl with some foreign descent, fair and smooth skin, slender, slightly dazzling golden long hair, that pair some sloppy eyes, beautiful facial features seem to be angels. Wearing a sportswear, but showing slender legs. Chapter 5. Work, The Fall of Gabriel. Evaluation, A. Suggestion, comic works, Bad Daily Life of Fallen Angels. The story is quite remarkable, especially the angels' beautiful legs. Hey, it turned out to be a light novel again. No, it is a character in the comics world. It is really rare. This time it turned out to be a comic work. No wonder she is a little petite and quite a perfect girl. Li Yan was taken aback for a moment, thinking. Li Yan was stunned for a moment, and then a few seconds later, he realized what. His eyes widened and thought, "Wait a minute, what fallen angel, what are you kidding? Don't take my peace and safety without authorization. The real world is hooked up with virtual angels." Although Li Yan knew that there were residents of this parallel world that were only available in light novels, only then did he understand once again that there were also characters in the original comics world. In other words, this world was far from what he knew. It is more likely that as long as it is a creation that conforms to the characteristics of this era, it will become a reality here. Fallen Angel, such a name can only be seen in fantasy novels. Light novels have long used this subject. However, what about fallen angels? He shook his head. Forget it, don't want to get involved with such an existence. What are you thinking about? But after all, you saved me, thank you. The girl tossed her hair and continued slowly. It's fine if it's okay, then you can go back carefully, and that's it, we'll see you again. Li Yan said with a smile. Li Yan smiled bitterly and made a farewell gesture. He directly ignored the blood flowing down his forehead. He was still in front of this young girl 1 second before, 10 meters away in the second, and already on his back in the 3rd second. Backpack, ride a bicycle and leave. My peaceful life has been overwhelmed by tens of millions, but don't let a fallen angel add fuel to me. Li Yan thought nervously, saving people, but it does not mean that he still has an obligation to go get in trouble with people who shouldn't. But when he was about to step on the pedals of the bicycle, suddenly, the voice of the girl came from behind Li Yan. Where are you going? Suddenly, less than a meter behind Li Yan, he heard the voice of the girl. At this moment, Li Yan already understood what an angel is. Of course I went home. Li Yan said, sweating profusely. That just happens to be right, just take me back. The young girl sat directly on the back seat of his bicycle, grabbed Li Yan's ribs with both hands, and got into the car without waiting for his consent. Well, it's illegal to ride a bicycle in Japan, and the direction I go back is completely different from you, miss. Li Yan whispered in distress. What are you talking about? As long as you are not caught, any crime you commit is not a crime. The girl who was judged to be an angel by the system said with a faint smile. Li Yan has seen bad morals, but he has never seen such bad morals, and he has never seen a girl like this being turned into an angel. It's too ironic. What's more, it seems that you and I are in the same apartment building, and we are on the same road. This young girl took out the key that Li Yan had dropped during the fight from her pocket, and said with a calm expression. I'd better move. Li Yan's forehead was covered with bandages. When he returned to his apartment, he narrowed his eyes and saw that there was a pair of Garfields on the balcony. He finally couldn't help it and planned to move. Enough of these days. What's more, this apartment building is a bit wrong. A fallen angel actually lives here, and it's room 405, which is his downstairs. On the door plate, it seems that it is written Gabriel, which is basically the name of a Westerner. The upper part is the house girl from the light novel world, and the lower part is the fallen angel from the comics. I really feel that this parallel world has an inside story that he doesn't know. Forget it, wait, let's talk about finding a suitable house. Li Yan thought. He turned on the computer and read the comments on his Weibo. Today's Weibo comments are still quite prosperous, and readers commenting that he will be kidnapped or analyzed tomorrow. Li Yan is already numb. However, he came to look at the blog not for their comments, but for the announcement of a game company. Recently, a company has bought the copyright of his novel and developed an online game. He is looking at the recent popularity of online games. Degree. However, the most famous fan in the comment area, the one with the net name, Academy Super Queen, has not yet been online to spray him. This is the only good thing that makes him comfortable today. Suddenly, he heard something downstairs. Li Yan walked to the balcony and listened curiously. What's the matter? As expected, because the novel hasn't been updated, there is no way to open a new map. You shamelessly Yusuji, I have to scold you today, it. After Gabriel scolded loudly, a series of scolding comments with the ID name Academy Super Queen went online. Hurry up and go to hell, Yusuji. Li Yan quietly looked at his computer screen not far away, and was silent for a long time. It's better to move. Chapter 5 Half Angel, Half Demon. In the early morning, the first ray of sunlight from the window shone into the bedroom. Li Yan opened his eyes in a daze and got up. Those lazy eyes were extremely comfortable. Good day. After all, the inspiration suddenly broke out last night, and I wrote several chapters of A&D level articles in a row, and suddenly pushed the progress of the novel to 50%. It has not been so refreshing for a long time. The head still hurts a bit, although the wound has stopped bleeding. Li Yan touched his head, thinking. This bandage was regarded as the return of the fallen angel girl, and the bandage was quite professional. Maybe it was also the one hit last night, and maybe it got inspiration. If you don't have any inspiration next time, just go out and have a good fight. Li Yanyu thought about it leisurely. Wearing a vest and shorts, got up and took a toothbrush to go to the bathroom. He looked at the calendar and saw the key dates for tomorrow. Tomorrow, it's time for the first meeting. Li Yan thought. Tomorrow is Saturday, the day of the bunko gathering that Kagurazaka Ayam has always emphasized. That day was the 15th anniversary of the establishment of Sanhei Library. As a company that has been struggling to develop and only recovered after 10 years, it has always attached great importance to the cohesion of all writers and staff, as well as the contribution of every rookie writer. Hefuli also surpassed Kadokawa Library, which is the main reason why Li Yan chose Sanhei Library. However, although Li Yan has only had a cooperative relationship with Sanhei Library for more than 2 months, Li Yan still had a small twist in his cooperation experience with Sanhei Library. When the first volume of Super Academy War was released, he was taken by Sanhei Library. Directly rushed to print and publish, the advertisement and the recommendation of other writers sold 45,000 copies in the first week. Originally, everyone held a celebration banquet for him, but because he suddenly received a threatening anonymous letter, he had to cancel it. I heard that the president of Wenko has always regretted it. So no matter what, we must work harder to repay their trust. Good morning. When I just went out, a petite girl at the computer desk knocked and hit the mouse and greeted casually. Morning, Miss Gabriel. Li Yan replied in a daze, and walked into the bathroom. Suddenly, Li Yan's eyes widened and poked his head out of the washing room, with toothbrushes in his mouth, and looked at the suspicious characters appearing in the room in shock. Chapter 6. Wait a minute, why did you come into my house? Li Yan asked with a blue face. Gabriel, this girl with the identity of the fallen angel still wears that scarlet sportswear top with no skirts, and the length just covers the hips, but there is still a looming spring temptation when sitting cross-legged. Gabriel's legs almost have the perfect girl beauty. She turned her head and looked at Li Yan with dull eyes after a night of cultivating immortals, and said, Of course, I came in from the door. This is not nonsense. It does make sense. Angels seem to be able to fly, and there is a possibility to come in from the balcony. Li Yan suddenly recovered. Since recently, he can no longer consider the situation in the way of ordinary people. Li Yan stretched out his hand to stop Gabriel's topic guidance, and asked quite concerned, Wait a minute, even if you come in from the door, why do you have the key to my house? Gabriel faced the computer and continued, Did you lose your key and card in the fight last night? Of course he remembers this, but the key has been taken back 100%. So after I printed it directly with plasticine, by the way, can I just copy one? What? Li Yan looked at Gabriel in horror. He always felt that he had seen this scene in the series Prison Break. Do angels now learn these skills? This is an illegal invasion at all. As a master of light novels, Li Yan, of course, would not consider calling the police. Who would believe such a situation? When Li Yan was thinking, he saw Gabriel facing him, stretched out his hand and grabbed his butt. Hey, the pretty girl shouldn't do such nasty things in my room. Li Yan's eyes widened in shock, and he shouted in his heart. Li Yan immediately realized that he was still wearing a tank top and shorts, so he had to go back to his room, changed his clothes, and came out again to find a way to get rid of this trouble. When he walked behind Gabriel, Li Yan officially saw that Gabriel was playing an online game with his high-end Lenovo computer. Could it be, you invaded my room just to play the game? Li Yan asked, understanding. It's really smart, otherwise who would be interested in your room? The internet in my room is cut off, otherwise I won't come here. Gabriel didn't even look at Li Yan, and nervously tapped on the computer, said. Li Yan also had a hobby of playing games in the previous world, such as LOL, Overwatch, and the stand-alone Black Soul. The wizards have played all of them. He quietly touched behind Gabriel and watched the one she played. After the game, he showed a disdainful expression, and said with a professional player's expression, "What kind of broken game is this? I always feel that the plot is naive, and the playability is not very high." Hey! Jiabali was taken aback, looking at Li Yan with a complicated expression. "What's the matter?" Li Yan asked when he realized that Jiabali had turned his head. Gabriel showed no expression and continued to play the game, chattering, "It's okay. This game is called Super Academy War. I agree with you very much. The plot is boring, the playability is not high, and the guy who wrote the script used to update so quickly, but now he has been delayed for a week. He was still addicted to fighting last night. Do you think I was right? Yusuji-sensei." Li Yan stared at the little angel of 1.4 meters, remembering that his manuscript seemed to be on the table, and the other party saw it carefully. He found that he seemed to underestimate the danger of this intruder. "Let's talk about it. What do you want, the figure, or my signature?" Li Yan sat in the seat, took a sip of the tea he had made yesterday, and asked calmly on the broken chair like a gentleman. Gabriel poured a glass of Coke from his refrigerator and asked, "Why do you ask?" "Don't think I haven't collected your information, Miss Gabriel." Li Yan looked at her coldly, and said, "You are the first person who has been insulting me on my blog. The ID name is College Super Readers Who Can Be the Queen, right? As long as my identity is announced, a bunch of readers will ambush at my door and push me into the toilet. I still know the risk of this. The second half is correct, but the front is wrong," Gabriel said in a serene mode. "What's wrong?" Li Yan asked curiously. Gabriel sat opposite him and said blankly, "My ID is not a queen, you are mistaken." Li Yan was taken aback, and then asked, "Really? My ID is Meng Meng Brother Gui, do you have any impression?" Gabriel asked after drinking Coke. "What a weird ID." Li Yan narrowed his eyes and thought. "But I did have an impression when I said that. I don't remember much." Li Yan remembered it for a long time and asked, "I have an impression, do you leave a message for me?" "Yes." Gabriel looked at Li Yan and said, "I sent a threatening letter to your company last month." Li Yan stood up suddenly, and asked excitedly, "It's you guy who sent a letter to threaten me and threatened to kidnap me and put me under house arrest?" The people at Sanhe had originally thought it was a threatening letter written by a elder brother. Everything came to the ground, and in the end, this guy was even worse in nature than a squirt. He was simply a devil. What kind of angel is it? Gabriel didn't wait for Li Yan to go crazy, and then said, "I have read all the 4th volume you wrote, and I think it is very interesting. However, I always feel that there is still room for improvement." "Don't get out of the topic, you girl, your personality is really inferior. At any rate, you still seem to be a good student. Wait, do you think there is room for improvement?" Li Yan was startled and asked in surprise. "Well, for example, in the latest chapter, you wrote that the superpowers of the protagonist group are far from being able to compete with the student council president of the Toyama Academy of Ability selected in the semifinals. Inspired by his metal ability, the opponent's strongest attack is to defeat the opponent's only weapon, and then make plans and arrangements. It should be this story." Gabriel exhaled and said, "I feel that if you directly rewrite it as there is no way at all, the protagonist struggles with support during the battle. Later I found that this method is more reasonable. At least the plot will make the battle more effective. Hot blood, there is a strong turning point in the middle. It makes sense." Li Yan thought in surprise. Although considering that the protagonist is a rationalist, facing an almighty opponent, it may not necessarily win the opponent rationally. Then, the hot-blooded novel should grasp the randomly changing battle rules and write it in a series of calm plots. The part of a climax. Li Yan returned to the computer and rewritten the latest chapter. Gabriel looked at him quietly, and once again set his eyes on the bandage on his head. That man who had a completely different style when fighting. Now watching him put his whole body into the writing of the novel, Giubilli realized that it turned out that this is the master. Edit the system, turn it on. After Li Yan finished writing, he once again activated the system ability in his consciousness. Under review. Work, Super Academy War. Evaluation, A++. Suggestion, very good story arrangement, many people will like this battle plot and look forward to making persistent efforts. Although the editing system is unique, the ability of the system is not omnipotent. The editor makes suggestions on the inconsistency with the market, but does not interfere too much with the plot. After all, he still needs to think about the plot on his own. It is gratifying to reach the level of A, but as if he is in this mountain and does not know the road like Lushan, he still needs a reliable advisor. Gabriel, thank you for your help. Li Yanqin laughed, and said to Gabriel excitedly. But when he raised his head, he saw that his room was already empty. That young girl came here silently, and left silently. Chapter 6 Car Accident Scene. On Saturday, although it is around 9 o'clock, the residential areas in Tokyo have been sparsely pedestrian during this period. Most of the office workers either stay at home on vacation and have a good rest, or go to work early as usual. This is one of the busiest cities in the world, and Li Yan stayed here to study abroad. On the left side of the street intersection in the living quarter leading to the subway crossing, Li Yan and a few residents were waiting for the green light. It was early again today. At 7 o'clock, Miss Kagurazaka Ayam called him. Cell phone bombardment continues. Chapter 7. Suits, shirts, leather shoes, all ready. Perfect. While waiting for the traffic lights, Li Yan checked the glass of a shop next to him. He should be well dressed and handsome. After all, as a master gradually recognized, you should pay attention to your own image. In fact, he still has a little confidence in his appearance, and he is quite suitable for wearing a suit. Well, this time we must perform perfectly in front of the company and the writer. Li Yan tightened his tie, his eyes were a little nervous, and he quietly made up his mind. Yesterday, he was almost like a divine helper. He wrote tens of thousands of words of novel plots throughout the day. Especially under the reminder of Gabriel, his inspiration continued to hit him, and he finally wrote 85% of the words and plot. Even when he saw the witch editor Kagurazaka Ayam, he had enough confidence to explain, and his body was much straighter than before. Today, I'm going to attend the 15th anniversary banquet of Sanhei Library. Finally, I'm going to meet that group of monsters in the light novel world. Although only limited to the authors signed by Sanhei Library, in the environment where other library companies temporarily lack powerful new works, Sanhei Library temporarily occupied the limelight of the times. Many writers who Li Yan cares about can meet with their own eyes today. Although at first I thought that Miss Irie Kashiwagi and Miss Gabriel looked like a troublesome person, but after a little communication these days, they still feel that they are actually good people. Li Yan squeezed his chin and wondered, did he get used to being alone, but betrayed the kindness of these strangers? While Li Yan was still thinking alone, several full-time mothers who were waiting for the traffic lights together couldn't help but also looked at this young man who seemed to be still in high school. Li Yan never knew that, just like Ying Lily's evaluation, although his personality is still moderate and plain, his appearance is also sunny, and a little bit stubborn, but there is always an inadvertent spirit full of temperament around him, almost okay. Become a genius and compensated dating boy, but I have not been aware of it. Why are they looking at me? Is there anything stuck behind me? Li Yan was a little curious and couldn't help but touch his back. Mom, can't you go there yet? The little girl who was waiting with her mother pulled a middle-aged woman and asked. Not yet, you have to wait until the green light comes on before you can pass. The mother said. The little girl with 2 braids sighed and said, "It's so boring, I want to go home to see Tiga." "Koizi, don't run around." A mother talked to a 5 or 6-year-old girl holding a balloon while chatting with her friends. "Yes," the little girl replied with a smile. But just now, when a strong wind blew by, the balloon in the hands of this little girl named Koiza flew directly towards the crossroads where there was still a red light. Because of the heat island effect, the airflow in the city has not been very stable. When Li Yan was blown by the strong wind and felt refreshed at first, he saw a balloon flying past him. Immediately afterwards, he also saw the little girl hurriedly chasing after her unconsciously. Staring blankly at the expression of the little girl chasing the balloon without panic, Li Yan heard the sudden breaking sound of a car, and the words of Kagurazaka Calamus echoed in his mind. "Even if you are hit by a car, you still have to climb over to participate. Forgive me, Kagurazaka-san." Li Yan didn't react, and suddenly he burst out with great power, gritted his teeth and rushed up. What a joke! How could he be defeated by a joke made by Ms. Kagurazaka? Li Yan had already stepped out and swiftly reached out to hug the little girl without having time to think about it. "Koizi!" the middle-aged woman yelled in surprise. With the speed limit of 40 km/h on the road, and the brakes so hurriedly, Li Yan glanced at the Toyota Crown sedan that rushed over. At least there was still a certain speed coming here. The child was probably injured. Can't push it over, who knows if there is a car on that road over there. He took the little girl's hand for an instant, and pulled it back directly. At that moment, he judged that he could not directly pull the still running little girl back, and the little girl sat on the sidewalk with a butt. Sand. The brakes for an instant knocked Li Yan into the air. At a speed of more than 20 km/h, Li Yan's weight of 120 kilograms was still flying. His eyes were full of fear. Next time, you must not let Kagurazaka-san speak such terrifying language. Are you okay? The car stopped, and a young girl hurriedly got out of the car, ran to Li Yan's side, and asked nervously. "It hurts. I don't feel that there is no compensation of 200,000 yuan. I should be unable to stand up," Li Yan said, covering his okay thigh. When this 19-year-old girl heard this, she was slightly taken aback, thinking that there should be nothing wrong. However, within 2 seconds of reaction, this person can make the best judgment, which deeply shocked the girl. Who is this man sacred? In the hospital, after a full body examination, Li Yan had no problems except for the scars from the fight, as well as some abrasions. Of course, how could a car hurt me? Li Yan put on his clothes and thought arrogantly. However, although he planned to make the female college student named Yakoshita Yoshino pay him 200,000 mental damages, but now this girl has always treated this accident with a sincere attitude. Almost all the wounds were left from his own fights, and I no longer plan to demand that normal compensation. Hey! Li Yan noticed Swexia Yangna, who was waiting at the door, and found that Swexia Yangna seemed to have seen the scars on his upper body. Some were frightened. He asked with some embarrassment, although the man's upper body, it is true that you can watch it casually, but you should not watch it openly, Miss Yakoshita. Sorry. Swexia Yangna looked at him sincerely and said after bowing immediately, I'm really sorry, I didn't pay attention to hurt you. Work, my youth love story is definitely problematic. Evaluation, A++. Comment, a very powerful light novel, the characters and events are very exquisitely portrayed. Li Yan was taken aback for a moment, and turned out to be a character in the world of light novels. Immediately, he shook his hand and joked, it's okay. After all, this is an accident. You have not violated the traffic rules. It is enough to let the child go home safely. And you have fulfilled your obligations, let alone no 100. The speed of more than kilometers can't hurt me at all. Li Yan said something very domineering, leaving Swexia Yang confused. However, Li Yan's only remaining suit was also badly damaged. Li Yan looked at the suit jacket distressedly, and sighed slightly. If he used to go to the banquet, how would he explain it? However, I looked at my old mobile phone and it was completely scrapped, but when I saw it in the hallway, at 11:30, his face turned blue, and it was almost 12 o'clock. He immediately put on a suit and talked to Swexia. Yang Nai said, "That's it, Miss Swexia Yang Nai, right? Now you have done your duty. I have something to do. Let's go." Swexia Yang was taken aback for a moment, and then followed him, and said, "Wait a minute, Mr. Li. Of course this won't work. The compensation you told me is at least necessary. Can you leave your contact information and bank account number?" "No need, Miss Yang Nai, I already know that you are a good person, this is enough." Li Yan hurried to the elevator, smiled apologetically, and hurriedly said. Yang Nai was taken aback, and even thought she was still a good person. Really, interesting person. Yang Nai also got into the elevator and grabbed Li Yan's clothes directly, panting slightly, but then she still showed her natural smile and said, "It's a blessing that you are okay. If you are compensated, I will directly hit you in the account. In any case, if it is not your shot, it is estimated that there will be worse results. In any case, you are my benefactor and I will try my best to repay your loss." Chapter 8. It looks like you are rushing to a place, then, wouldn't it be alright if I just drive you over? Swexia Yang Nao said, looking at Li Yan with faint eyes. Really, don't you need compensation? Shwezia Yang asked again when he was in the car. Although I really need money, I will even do some tricks for some small money, but there are not many honest people in this world, and I don't want to make honest people's money. The most important thing is that now the little girl, I, and you do not have things are the greatest wealth. Isn't that enough? Li Yan said eloquently from the co-pilot seat. Yang Nai was silent for a while, then smiled. Then, the favor still needs to be paid back, Jun Li, let's add a contact information. If you need my help in the future, I will try my best to help you. Although I don't have many strong connections in Tokyo, I still have them in my hometown of Chiba. Some methods are profitable and harmless. Swexia Yangna said with a smile. Makes sense. Li Yan thought, it was true, after all, it seemed like Miss Everyone. The car stopped at the entrance of the Ginza Hotel. Li Yan wore this somewhat torn suit and got out of the car. After saying goodbye to Yang Nao, he walked into the hotel. So that's it, I went to the gathering of Sanhee Bunko on the second floor. Swexia Yangna was in the parking lot, handing the tip to the waiter, thinking. However, after receiving a call from her cell phone, Yang Nai smiled and said, "Suno. It has been dealt with properly. The other party is a bad guy and doesn't need us to compensate, but it is estimated that we will need to contact it in the future. Okay, I will pick you up right now, we are going back to Chiba." She closed the phone, but opened it again, and looked at the phone's software. Then, in the future, please give me your advice, Master of Light Novel. Yakoshita Yangne said to the line account with a happy smile. Chapter 7. I am your book fan. On the second floor of the Ginza Hotel in Tokyo, Japan, take the glass elevator and forget the second floor. This is the most expensive commercial area in Tokyo. It seems that the development of Sanwa Bunko for 15 years is really not bad. It was close to 12 o'clock, when Li Yan had just arrived at the entrance of the venue. He was stopped by two people wearing overalls. "Hello, excuse me, are you Li Yan, Mr. Li?" The middle-aged man asked with a signature smile. "Yes, may I ask you who are you?" Li Yan was taken aback and asked. "We are an employee of a clothing store and a specialist who specializes in serving VIP senior members. A lady has ordered a suit for you and let us wait for you here. Do you want to go to our special car to change your clothes or do you return? Can I change my home afterwards?" The middle-aged man's voice was frustrated and powerful, very polite and elegant, which made Li Yan stunned. When Li Yan heard the lady, he suddenly thought of the eldest lady who drove the crown car, Chiba girl Yukino Yakoshita. On the way to get into the car with her, he noticed that this 19-year-old college student had secretly taken pictures of him. The technique was very delicate and professional. He thought it was just uploading to Moments. It turned out to be our clothing store. The commissioner was waiting for him directly at the destination. It's really amazing, Miss Swexia, I just knew what I needed most at that time. Li Yan was secretly surprised, thinking that at this moment, he was also very grateful to this thoughtful Chiba beauty, and said, I'll change my clothes in the hotel toilet. Thank you for your hard work. Where, after all, you are an important person to Miss Swexia, we will serve you wholeheartedly. The middle-aged waiter bowed slightly and said with a smile. What important person? Li Yan was taken aback for a moment, looking at the middle-aged man in the clothing store and a young girl employee who had just graduated. However, something was read in the middle-aged man's smile and the girl's curious and shy expression. Wait a minute, what are you thinking? Not what you think, really. Li Yan thought. He planned to buy it by himself, immediately coughed a few times, looked at them seriously, and asked, Excuse me, how much is this suit? Li Yan secretly thought, hoping that it would not exceed 20,000 yuan. Because Ms. Yakoshita said, probably this suit is not tailor-made, it will not fit properly, so I just took a relatively ordinary one for you to wear at will. The price is about 400,000 yen. The middle-aged staff smiled and said. Li Yan was a little surprised when he heard the price. That's okay, it didn't cost her money. He smiled, and after saying goodbye to the clothing store employee, he turned and left, going to the toilet to change his clothes. But when he walked into the toilet, he held the door, his eyes were in a trance, his heart was racing, his breathing was difficult, his limbs were weak, and his head was sweating profusely. After all, the suit he wore, which was bought at a flea market for 10,000 yuan, was already considered the most high-end clothes. 400,000 suits were just bought for him at random. What's the matter with this young lady? Li Yan was silent for a while, took out his mobile phone, and sure enough, saw the first message from the young line. Yano Yakoshita, wearing a dark grey suit will make you look more handsome. I wish you a smooth banquet. I will remember this favor. He sighed softly and realized that this girl was too powerful. Kagurazaka Ayam, who was waiting in the venue, stood quietly at the reception desk waiting for the two important writers who were about to be late. What's the matter? Suddenly, the two most important guests didn't arrive. They were all scheduled to be late together, right? Maybe I'm going to be scolded by the old man and chief editor again, really. Kagurazaka Ayam shook his head in annoyance, thinking. Miss Kagurazaka. Li Yan walked into the venue, and after seeing his acquaintance Kagurazaka Iris, he was in a good mood and said hello and walked over. Kagurazaka Ayam was taken aback for a moment, then smiled happily, and said, Yusuji-sensei, you are finally here. She walked over with a smile, and then faced Li Yan, who was in a comfortable mood. When she was close enough, she showed a grim smile, which made Li Yan frightened. She asked, I've been waiting outside. You half an hour, you clearly remember to remind you to leave early at 7 o'clock in the morning, right? Speaking of which, I am late for such a thing, and you are also responsible, Ms. Kagurazaka. Li Yan frowned. Kagurazaka Ayam was taken aback for a moment, and curiously asked, My responsibility? Li Yan looked at her coldly and said, Do you still remember what you said the other night? I actually had a car accident. I was lucky to come over to the banquet unharmed. Kagurazaka Ayam looked at him in surprise, and then he began to think about it, and said, Is it really that accurate? Although my colleagues say that 70% of my jokes can come true, but the flag is so accurate. It's so easy to do, and I have been skeptical of this statement. 70% accuracy rate. So high, are you a matchmaker? Li Yan looked at Kagurazaka Iris in amazement, and someone had calculated the accuracy rate. Say something nice to me next time. Li Yan said. I know, then next time you will encounter a good thing that not everyone can encounter, right? Isn't this going to work? Kagurazaka Ayam said with a smile. Li Yan breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, that couldn't be better. Chapter 9. Kagurazaka Ayam looked at today's Li Yan for a moment, smiled and said, well, what I wore today is very handsome. It seems that you really value this party. People depend on clothes. Today you look pretty good. Really? Li Yan was in a pretty good mood after listening. Yeah, I thought you would continue to wear that suit with a guide of around 10,000 yuan. Look, isn't my prediction wrong this time? Kagurazaka Ayam said cheerfully. Li Yan quietly looked at Kagurazaka Icarus, who was relieved. He always felt that there were many unsolved mysteries in this world, and human beings were still so ignorant. While Li Yan was chatting with Kagurazaka Ayam, suddenly, a short high school boy came over and was holding a pile of printed manuscripts. He looked like a high-spirited teenager. After seeing Li Yan, showing a puzzled look. World, my sister is teacher Huang Man. Evaluation, A++. When Li Yan was reminded by the system, he realized that this person and Kagurazaka Ayam are in the same world. Now that the living characters are in front of him, if it were not for the automatic review of the system, I really didn't know that they were on his side. The world is all avatars. Miss Kagurazaka, and hello. The high school student smiled and nodded to Li Yan. You just came here, teacher Izumi. Kagurazaka Ayam smiled and said, I will introduce you to this, but this great writer doesn't like being known by too many people. After introducing him to you, it's better not to publish it, otherwise tomorrow. There is a pile of blade envelopes at the door. Li Yan shivered as soon as he heard the blade. Could it be the Usuji teacher who wrote the Super Academy War series? The high school student writer suddenly looked surprised, and even the papers he was holding fell down, looking at Li Yan. Why did you really guess the blade right away when you mentioned it? Li Yan made a thud in his heart, always feeling that his social situation is not very good. Yes, my real name is Li Yan. I am a foreign student. I am glad to meet you. Li Yan said with a smile while looking in his eyes. Yes, it is. The young man smiled excitedly and said, my name is Izumi Masamune, my fate and pen name are Izumi Masamune, and I have always been a fan of your teacher and your book. Chapter 8 The Love-Hate Paranoid Writer. Masamune Izumi is a light novel writer who won the Light Novel Newcomer Award. It should be said that he can get the Newcomer Award when he was in high school. It is only natural that he considers himself a genius. However, after getting to know Li Yan, this part-time writer in the first grade showed him almost to the point of admiration for Li Yan. He always showed a happy and bright smile and began to speak seriously about Li Yan. Personal understanding of the Super Academy War written. On the third day when the first volume was released, I knew about this book. I bought this book decisively and looked at it. It turned out to be out of control. It's really wonderful. No matter if the protagonist was born in an ordinary the country family has superpowers because they came into contact with the spirit in the forest. The next step is to step by step from the weakest and weakest student, after experiencing wonderful adventures and friends' approval, step by step, relying on their own efforts and will to finally come to it. It took 2 days to become a major force in the academy. I read 3 volumes without missing a word. Masamune Izumi excitedly said, hardly relied on any peddling, or the role of Shurikang, but it made the readers moved by the friendship in the story, and although there are few love scenes, it makes people look forward to it. I haven't seen it for a long time. It's so orthodox, but it's a novel, passionate story. So I also really learned that Yusuji-sensei, you must be a genius writer who accurately conveys your heart to the hearts of readers. It's really amazing. Li Yan was a little embarrassed when he heard it. He smiled and scratched the back of his head, and asked, "Is it really as exciting as you said?" It should be said that my eloquence can't describe my deeper reading feelings. The biggest purpose of my coming to the party today is to be able to see teacher Yusuji in person. Masamune Izumi made a fist, saying as if he was talking about his beliefs. Thank you very much, but hearing you say that, it's too exaggerated. Li Yan said with a wry smile. However, Li Yan looked at Izumi Masamune's eyes, that pair of passion for light novels and a sense of perseverance. In the future, this newcomer award winner will definitely be able to stand at a higher position. After all, it is edited by Kagurazaka Ayam. Ability cannot misunderstand people. Well, are you here? Well, I will pick you up right now, you are the only thing here. While Li Yan and Izumi Masamune were exchanging their experiences, Kagurazaka Ayam received a call. She turned off the phone and said with a smile to Li Yan and Izumi Masamune, "Excuse me, I will pick someone up now, although it's 2 o'clock, but the hotel's official dinner time is at 12:30. On the one hand, I hope that the writers can make friends and communicate with each other in half an hour, just like you are like-minded. On the other hand, I hope you can make friends and communicate with each other in half an hour. And also take care of the writer who came from other places. It's still the last one. I drove to pick her up. Are you busy?" Li Yan nodded and said. "Thanks." Izumi Masamune bowed slightly and said. As for the bowing etiquette, Li Yan is still not used to it. Although the bowing etiquette was first passed to Japan from the Central Plains, now China has replaced bowing with a handshake, but Japan has remained unchanged. Besides, his waist was still aching. After watching Kagurazaka Ayam leave, Li Yan saw that in this luxurious hotel, many writers had already become a small group. They were communicating with each other, and many of them heard some familiar pen names of popular writers. However, it seems that his name has not been heard by the writers over there just now. It is probably because of too noisy, which is considered a kind of luck. Li Yan doesn't like too many people knowing his identity. It's really the same feeling as a group of heroes. The elites of Sanhei Library are here. Li Yan thought. Ms. Yusuji, wait for me, I'll take you to introduce it to you later. Masamune Izumi was squatting on the ground nervously looking back at the dropped documents, and said to Li Yan who was in a daze. Li Yan came back to his senses and immediately leaned down to help pick it up together, only to find that these were actually printed novel manuscripts. He couldn't help but ask, "Is the manuscript of the novel?" "Yes, I originally planned to take advantage of Ms. Kagurazaka's presence here, and hope she can help me review the manuscript again. So that's it, can I take a look?" Li Yan suddenly became interested. He hadn't seen the work written by this newcomer who liked his work so much. After reading a few lines, he became a little interested and asked. Masamune Izumi was taken aback for a moment, then he reacted and said, "Dang, of course, please. For reviewers, of course, you need to find a quiet place. Now the quietest place on the second floor is at a conference table seat in the corridor." Li Yan took the large pile of manuscripts and placed them neatly on the table. "Go up and start to look at it for yourself." Although he can directly use the editing system in his consciousness to complete it in a few seconds without anyone else, since he volunteered to review Masamune Izumi's novel, he naturally needs to read it carefully with his own eyes. According to the structure of light novels, a manuscript with more than 100,000 words is only a few hundred words per page, so it can be read very quickly. Zhengzong Izumi sat nervously next to Li Yan, always wanting to ask this master's opinion, but after seeing Li Yan's focused eyes, he didn't dare to bother. It took 20 minutes to read the 110,000 word manuscript, including the project plan and the first volume of the main text. Li Yan was silent, somewhat unable to speak. It should be said that there are still merits. After all, it is a work written by a professional writer. It is only slightly rough in the portrayal of the characters and the arrangement of the plot, and is too obsessed with some ability settings to let the fighting plot. It doesn't seem to be very exciting. These are mistakes that are easy for authors who lack deep writing experience to make. What's more, it's the plot of this book about my sister. The love scene is too heavy, and it almost occupies a quarter of the plot of the hot-blooded novel. Li Yan squinted, wondering why he wrote about the ambiguous daily routine with his sisters so intensively. Soon, Li Yan used the editing system again to start scanning, so as not to make a mistake in his own judgment. Work name, Valkyrie Armor. Evaluation, C+. Suggestion, as a hot-blooded novel, it lacks enough blood and is more inclined to love and fantasy. The character description is not deep enough. The plot should be more profound. You can consider modifying the details of contradictions and conflicts. Chapter 10. C+, just missed B, the lowest level that can barely publish a book, and Li Yan's judgment is no problem. Teacher Izumi. Li Yan put down the manuscript, looked at Izumi Masamune, and said with some embarrassment. Masamune Izumi shook his head and said seriously, "How dare you not call yourself a teacher in front of Yusuji-sensei? Please call me Izumi, no, call me authentic, although it is abrupt. I hope you can be my senior, it's even better to be friends." Masamune Izumi smiled embarrassedly and looked at him with expectant eyes. It is good. Li Yan understood that since he wanted to be a friend, he would say what he should say. After the hotel elevator was opened, a beautiful girl with long black hair walked out, with a dour and unparalleled face that always had a sense of indifference. She was wearing a black coat, but she still couldn't hide her graceful figure. The pair of beautiful legs in black stockings under the skirt were perfect, and her demure and elegant temperament gave the whole person an indescribable sense of sacredness. When the elevator was just opened, the warm wind from the corridor blew into the elevator, causing the girl's long hair to move. If this is not a beautiful girl, there is almost no girl in the world who can be qualified to take up this reputation. Zayas Hikiyoshiu, this is her real name. She is a genius literary girl who wrote the 4-volume Love Metronome and is currently a sophomore in high school. Holding a novel that she had read countless times in her hand, she came to this small world of light novel writers. It's here. Syaz Hikiyoshiu thought. Kagurazaka Ayam is still looking for a parking space, so she comes here first by herself. She looked at it, and soon, she saw a voice in the far corner, as if discussing novels. Syaz Hikiyoshiu was silent for a while and walked over. My opinion is that this book cannot be recognized by the market for the time being. Although there are many good settings and stories in it, these are not enough. You said that it took you to write more than 100,000 words in 2 days. The speed is really amazing. But the novel is not speed, but an art. Li Yan's voice stunned the young girl slightly. She hid behind the corner wall and listened curiously to the conversation between the two. Although I know that Senpai and Kagurazaka-san would say so. Then please tell me what to improve, please, Yusuji-senpai. Izumi Masamune said with a smile. There are some mistakes that are easy to make, the plot is not well portrayed, the character setting is not prominent enough, and why do you have to write a love experience of 110,000 words and 30,000 words? Are you not writing a passionate light novel? Li Yan asked suspiciously. The story of love is pretty good, isn't it? Even if it is a hot-blooded novel, it should be enough to impress readers. Izumi Masamune said confidently. It is true. Recently, in many hot-blooded comics and light novels, the plots of love have taken up a lot of ingredients, and some are even very successful. No, although I wrote some, but you still misunderstood the concept of hot-blooded adventure. A truly successful hot-blooded work will not be too obsessed with the plot of the love part. Li Yan said directly, since you are writing a passionate novel, you should firmly grasp the passionate story, the collision of power and soul between your partners, and the enemy, the setbacks and reversals you have experienced. Let that a personal experience and touch that will resonate with readers is the essence of passion forever. Xiaohai Hoshiu nodded slightly. I understand. Sure enough, the first time I wrote a purely passionate novel, I really lacked experience. Senior Yusuji, you are also quite good at writing romance plots, don't you think about writing a romance-themed novel? Izumi Authentic asked curiously. I don't know how to write this type of novel, and I will never write. Li Yan said coldly. Suddenly, the girl hiding in the corner shook slightly. Why? Izumi Masamune asked in surprise. Although hot-blooded novels have a lot of fictional plots, most people should have real feelings about family affection, friendship, and the enthusiasm toward the future of life goals, right? Li Yan showed disdain in his eyes, looked at Izumi Masamune, and said, but love, especially the ideal love like a fairy tale, is almost non-existent. Love novels are the product of the dream of bewildering a group of students who have never been in love. Not only there is no so-called love, but even ideals and friendship cannot be understood as a result. I always brainwash others with the argument that love is greater than heaven and earth is greater than everything. I would not write such things that lack nourishment. A chill radiated from Li Yan's whole body. After quietly speaking, there was still a wave of hatred in his eyes, which quickly passed by, and he was back to the original state. That kind of provocative tone, almost reaching the arrogant tone of paranoia, echoed in the ears of the young girl, thoroughly, angering the young girl writer who had never met before. Chapter 9 Shiu's Counterattack. At 12:30 at noon, the Ginza Hotel remembered the melodious music. Both Li Yan and Masamune Izumi, who had a surprised and complicated expression, were attracted by such music. Dear Sanhiwenko contracted writers, I am sorry to disturb you. Now the banquet is ready, please take a seat at the banquet. Thank you for your cooperation. The broadcast quietly broadcasted a clear and beautiful female voice, which was repeated 3 times. The banquet belonging to the writers officially began. The banquet has already begun. Li Yan stood up and said to Hekwan Masamune. Masamune Izumi nodded and said, yes, Yusuji-senpai, the banquet seats are arranged according to the editor in charge. Senpai, you and I are both contracted writers of Kagurazaka-san, so we will also sit at the same banquet. Come on, let's go in together now. Okay, let's go in, don't let everyone wait for a long time. Li Yan said with a smile. At this moment, Li Yan felt a gentle and steady feeling, which made Izumi Masamune breathe a sigh of relief. Masamune Izumi understands that everyone has a preference for novel series and needs to respect and understand their personal preferences. However, he is also worried that the author Yusuji and he admires is not an ordinary reader, but a writer. These leaking the words out is expected to arouse dissatisfaction between the authors and readers of love novels. Don't let the romance novel writers sitting here hear it, otherwise Yusuji will offend half of the light novel industry. Masamune Izumi thought secretly. Ding dash. The elevator opened the door again. Kagurazaka Icarus came out of the elevator and saw Shiu Kazumajayaka, who was quietly leaning on the wall, looking back at her. She curiously asked, why are you standing there, didn't you go in? I'm waiting for you. I'm here for the first time. I'm not familiar with the environment for the time being. After Xiaohai Hoshiu was silent for a while, she smiled calmly and said. However, even the thoughtful Kazumajayaka Shiba, the hands that clenched unconsciously still let Kagurazaka Ayam notice something. Xiaohaizi is angry. Kagurazaka Iris is curious who is so capable to provoke this deep Kazumi Shizi in the castle? In the dining area of the luxurious Ginza Hotel. The golden chandelier brings a warm luster to the dream space of the glass structure. The white meal supplements are placed with reflective tableware, courteous waiters, and a bottle of water. A bottle of high-quality red wine was delivered to the table, and everyone sat in their seats. Undoubtedly, the banquet seat of Kagurazaka Ayam is the strongest writer camp in the entire Sanwa library. Most of the contracted writers have anime-like work qualifications, which attracts the attention of other authors. It includes the super best-selling novelist Kishaomura Masaru, who is a national treasure of Sanhei Bunko, and Kasako Shiko, the strongest romance novel master of the Bunko. And, Yusujian heard that a newly emerging writer who had no public information at all had come here, but he didn't know which of these three people was. On the left of Li Yan is Kagurazaka Icarus, on the right is Izumi Masamune, and on the opposite side, there is a beautiful girl with a long straight black that makes people feel amazing. Beauty. Li Yan's eyes widened, wondering. Not only him, but everyone sitting there, including men and women, felt so emotional. Chapter 11. The slender and perfect body, the beautiful face, the beautiful long hair, and the indifferent and calm face are almost like the beautiful girl from the painting. The editing system kept ringing at the banquet. When Li Yan carefully saw the girl opposite, the system gave new information. Work: how to raise a passerby female owner. Evaluation: A++. Evaluation: first-class light novels, relying on the outstanding commercial works of three main female characters popular in East Asia. Passerby heroine. As a result, Li Yan was taken aback. This big beauty turned out to be from the same world as Miss Ying Lily, who is wearing sportswear, riding a bicycle, and always telling the story of the 18 forbiddens that should be coated with beeps. Really, I don't always feel like a painting style. Li Yan thought. But here, in addition to the one he knew Masamune Izumi, he didn't know who the girl opposite was, who was the girl in kimono next to Masamune Izumi, and the two male writers didn't know much about them. One was somewhat neutral and almost thought it was a woman. I don't know if his readers have raised money to buy him a dress. Hey? What's the matter? Li Yan suddenly realized that most of the eyes on this table were on him. The neutral young man who just noticed seemed to have a trace of hostility in his eyes. It's weird that you are still drinking Coke. I always thought that you were at least 21 years old and almost made you drink red wine. Kagurazaka Ayam said with a smile. Li Yan's heart was shocked. How could he even get the age of his last world right? Yes, I'm only a third year in high school, and I should be able to drink after college. Li Yan said with a bitter smile. Well, when you are officially 20 years old, I will buy you a drink. Kagurazaka Ayam said with a smile. Okay. Li Yan agreed. After all, when he was in college, he would also drink some beer. But while talking, Kagurazaka Ayam still noticed that his tie was a little loose. She didn't say anything, and directly helped Li Yan tidy it up carefully. Miss Kagurazaka, may he be? The neutral young man finally couldn't help but asked. Everyone should introduce themselves later. Mr. Shitong, do you care about him? Hehe, his vision is really good. Kagurazaka Ayam said with a smile, but at the moment he has to speak for himself. After all, he doesn't I really like that others know so much about him. Miss Chang Pu, if I guessed right. Suddenly, the voice was very nice. The black long straight girl with a demure tone kept calm. At this moment, she suddenly said, two moon gods quickly published 3 volumes of works. The sales volume reached the 4th place in half a year. The novelist of style novels, Mr. Yusuji, right? All in. Kagurazaka Ayam was not surprised, and said with a smile. Li Yanhe, Hequan Zhengzong and others were taken aback, looking at the black-haired girl in surprise. Ah, you are the Yusujian who was cursed on the internet for a week for delaying the publication of the book, said the man who looked like a bad man. The neutral man also smiled and said, so, it's the famous writer Yusuji-sensei. No wonder Kagurazaka-san cares about you so much. It sounds weird. But Li Yan thought to himself, because I just reported the good news that the writing is close to 85% completion, otherwise do you think she will pour me a Coke? Fortunately, I paid attention to Yusuji-sensei's work a long time ago, the girl in the kimono said politely. I would like to ask everyone for your advice in the future. Li Yan said in a complicated mood. My name is Masamune Izumi, please give me your advice. Masamune Izumi politely introduces himself. Except for the girl in a kimono, no one else moved, which made Masamune Izumi a little tired, so he has never liked such a gathering. My name is Chien Shao Kunzen, and I am glad to meet you all. The second girl in kimono introduced herself, and immediately attracted the attention of the people around her. Actually, this girl in kimono is Kishao Village, who has sold tens of millions of copies. Masamune Izumi's expression changed slightly. My name is Lion Boy Kuogwang, please advise me. I am Kuzaner Longhui, that's it. My pen name is Xia Shizi, please give me your advice. Xia's Hikihoshiu nodded slightly and said to everyone. When they arrived, it turned out that the 3 strongest authors in the library all came to this seat, and the remaining 3 were a few points away from their achievements. Okay, the self-introduction round is over. Please don't publish the writer's private information at will, otherwise I can't spare the traitor. Now, do you want to give each other gifts? Now you can send them out first. Kagurazaka Ayam looked at everyone with a smile and asked. With that, she looked at Xiaoshai's especially. Xiao's Hikihoshiu's face was frosty, and she was silent. I want to send a signature pen to Mr. Izumi Masao. Suddenly, the quiet-looking kimono girl Chijimura Zheng stood up, with a shy tone, stood up and gave a box of exquisite pencil cases to Masamune Izumi next to him. Thank you. Izumi Masamune was taken aback, as if he didn't expect to be given something by this super popular writer. After being poked by Li Yan, he stood up and took the gift. I don't know if this gift implies that his signature is ugly. Lion Boy Kuogwang directly gave a gift box to Kagurazaka Calamus. I also have a gift to give to teacher Xia Shizi. Li Yan hurriedly stood up, took out a copy of Love Metronome he bought, smiled, and said, because I don't understand this etiquette very well, so I wrote a blessing on the paper. I hope this one is good. Books can become more popular. Although Li Yan really didn't know why he wanted to give this book to her, Kagurazaka Ayam ordered him to prepare it in this way. Blessings, hot sale? Such hypocritical words actually came from this person, completely making Xiao's Hikihoshiu's inner disappointment to the extreme. I turned off my friend's appointment and hurried over, only to see such a writer. The girl coldly raised her head and looked at him, and asked, really, I heard that Yusuji-sensei, you are quite disdainful of love novels, why do you now say that my book is a good book? Sensei Yusuji, do you really, will see my work? For a moment, the atmosphere that was originally fairly relaxed, but it stood in a stalemate. Chapter 10 Sales is everything. In the bustling streets of Tokyo, after cars were waiting for the traffic lights, the engines roared. On the second floor of a luxury hotel in the lively Ginza district, in the center of the building wall made of transparent glass, Li Yan stood facing that one. When asked by such a beautiful girl, her eyes shook slightly, and she understood what was going on. The love metronome that was knotted into a gift box in both hands was gradually taken back. Now, it's a little troublesome. Li Yan realized that there was something wrong with teacher Xia Shizi with a little astonishment, and thought to himself. The two people looked at each other, and the atmosphere became a little embarrassing. Chapter 12. When the hustle and bustle at the banquet was waiting for the feast to begin, suddenly, a strong storm blew up on the third table of Kagurazaka Ayam, breaking the relaxed atmosphere. At first, only some people fell silent after hearing what Xia Shizi said. Then, one after another, the author and Sanhei library staff found something wrong on the third table, and they all quieted up and stopped talking. Watching the surging wind on that table, The two major writers in the two major factions of Sanhee Library suddenly clashed like water and fire, and people don't know what happened, but these are not important. What is important is what they will do next. This is bad. Izumi Masamune immediately understood what Zayas Hikihoshiu meant, and his conversation with Yusuji was heard by Xiaoshizi, and looked at Li Yan and Zayas Hikihoshiu nervously. In any case, these two light novel geniuses could not be so separated when they first met. Please wait a minute. Masamune Izumi hurriedly explained to Zayas Hikihoshiu, these are all misunderstandings, Miss Xiaoshizi, I asked. Teacher Izumi. Suddenly, Kagurazaka Ayum on the side interrupted Masamune Izumi. She shook her head and motioned to leave it alone. Masamune Izumi was taken aback, and then stared at Kagurazaka Ayum, but the editor in charge of the beauty remained quiet and did not comment on the confrontation between the two. Miss Kagurazaka, why? Masamune Izumi had no choice but to remain silent, cold sweat thinking, why didn't I persuade me to persuade all of a sudden, and Kagurazaka-san was completely indifferent, what is she thinking? In any case, it should not be resolved immediately. Is the contradiction between the side writers right? However, Masamune Izumi also suddenly thought that perhaps his own explanation was not convincing at all, but it would make Xiaoshiza feel that they were just arguing, and the result was getting darker and darker. Moreover, at that time, Li Yan's work did indeed express his attitude, discriminating against light novel works in the romance department. Senior Yusuji, what would you do? A calm and wise writer like you, there must be a way. Izumi Masamune thought quietly. Xiaos Hikihoshiu's eyes seemed to see through everything. He looked at Li Yan and asked, Mr. Izumi just said it was a misunderstanding, Yusuji-sensei, are you telling me what I said is true? Yes. I really haven't read the light novels of the romance department seriously, and as you said, I have a certain prejudice against the romance works, but these are just my personal opinions. Such words have caused Xiaoshiza is the teacher dissatisfied. Li Yan smiled slightly, opened his hand to make a logical gesture, and said as he looked at Xiaos Hikihoshiu. Masamune Izumi was completely stunned. Li Yan, instead of intending to apologize for concession, his eyes were still gleaming combatively, and he continued to provoke the beautiful girl writer Xiaoshizi. You, what are you doing, Senior Yusuji? Masamune Izumi thought in horror. Shiuzaya's Haikyuu stood up, with a slightly indifferent voice, and slowly said, of course, I don't care about my personal opinion. It's just that, sir, you're a popular writer, and you say hurt when you have achieved great success. A series of words by writers who like love novels. Based on your current situation, such words are tantamount to provocation. Secondly, if you keep showing such an attitude, it is not bad, but I'm sorry, I don't like those words. I don't want to accept this kind of blessing by making a set of things that I hate as gifts to others. Isn't my dissatisfaction justified? With that, Xiaos Haikyuu's rose-like pupils showed a trace of annoyance. What a fangs and a sharp mouth! Li Yan secretly thought. This is how Li Yan and Zayas Hikihoshiu stood in the middle of the glass window. Suddenly, a strong wind blew open the open glass window with a bang, and a strong wind blew the two opponents. They were cold and frosty. Faces look at each other. Li Yan's disdain seemed to make his suit flutter like flames, while Xiaos Hikihoshiu's indifference and arrogance were as inviolable as a valkyrie in her flowing black hair, as if a showdown between a demon and a saint, and it's a splendid special shot like a judicial game between famous urban lawyers. There is an indescribable sense of handsomeness and epic. It's just like a light novel. Lion Tong Qiaoguang said in a low voice. Hello, are they really just high school students? Quzhaner Longhui asked in astonishment. At this moment, almost no writer or staff member dared to intervene in that confrontation. No one would think that this was a farce, but that their aura was really powerful. Masamune Izumi looked at them, and the aura of the two was almost unique among the others. This is the legendary light novel master level. At this time, a cough broke the silence. Kagura Sakayama, who had been observing, stood up, looked at Li Yan and Kazumajaya Kashiu, smiled and said, "That, Yusuji-sensei, Kasako-sensei, your interaction is wonderful. Well, I just watched it. Now let's interrupt a bit. Can you go out with me for a while and make it clear what happened?" In the quiet corridor, Kagurazaka Iris brought Li Yan and Kazumajaya Kashiu to the rest of the corridor. "Actually, I generally know what happened between you. This is the first time you met, but you have been fighting on the sales charts for almost a month, and each other has already had the intent to fight. In terms of values and character, it is almost like an old enemy. I feel that after you meet, there will be such conflicts. I don't make any comments. After all, your views are not right or wrong. As an editor, I should respect your respective values." Kagurazaka Ayam looked at them with a smile and said, "I hope Mr. Yusuji will respect the author who writes on other subjects." Syazhiki Yoshiu said coldly, turning her head away, keeping a long distance from Li Yan. Li Yan looked helpless. After all, this time he was really embarrassed. He jumped into the fire pit and was blessed by Kagurazaka Ayam's prophecy. How could he encounter such a bad conflict? However, since the confrontation is on, he will not want to be the loser anyway. Next, Kagura Sakayama looked at Shia Kazujayaka and asked, "Teacher Kazushiko, how do you plan to deal with this writer who is utterly arrogant and sells more than you in one fell swoop? No matter how disgusting it is, his strength is undeniable. Are you really going to choke him like this?" Syazhiki Yoshiu thought quietly for a while. She said very few words, but when she broke out, she could directly destroy the other party with bruises. At this moment, she sighed slightly, and asked, "I know you are thinking carefully again. May I ask what new elixir is in your gourd? Ms. Yusuji, are you too? It must have taken you too much thought to catch up with the sales of Love Metronome. Are you still insisting that love novels are close to reality and easily mislead readers' values?" Kagurazaka Ayama looked at Li Yan again and asked. In the resentful eyes of Syazhiki Yoshiu, Li Yan resisted the pressure of offending the beautiful girl, and of course maintained his position, calmly and confidently said, "Of course, I will not change my own opinion. So, let's just do it. The works of the two of you can be completed almost at the same time. It happens that an editor like me, the content of the work is to set the stage for you to compete. This period of time, I have prepared the content of author competitions such as Wudawai. But you can start a friendly competition first, the 5th volume of Love Metronome and the 4th volume of Super City Academy. It is better to have a single volume sales competition between you and completely separate one. If you win or lose, the person who loses will ask the other party to eat a meal and make concessions to end your quarrel over values. How about?" Kagurazaka Ayam asked with a sly smile. Both Li Yan and Syazhiki Yoshiu were shocked by this proposal. Chapter 11 The War Between Writers begins. What? Both Li Yan and Syazhiki Yoshiu were slightly surprised and asked in unison. Actually, you need to use the next volume of sales to compare higher and lower. What's the matter, don't you have the guts? This time you have a disagreement at the 15th anniversary banquet. The author's matter is of course using works to speak. You can also deny my adjustment plan. How about? Kagurazaka Ayam blinked his eyes. Asked in surprise. Li Yan clearly felt that the insidious conspiracy of the Sanhei official, Kagurazaka Icarus, was actually in the next big chess game. Obviously, it is out of the editor's business thinking, while maintaining the relationship between the two authors, by the way, hold a work competition of the two popular authors to further squeeze their labor. I didn't expect you to be such a Kagurazaka Icarus, my editor. Look at your horrible smiling face. Li Yan squinted at Kagurazaka Icarus, thinking. Well, what do you mean, teacher Xiaoshizi, do you have confidence in the final volume? Kagurazaka Icarus hurriedly avoided Li Yan's eyes, and once again consulted Kazumajayaka Shia for advice. Although you know Changpu's careful thinking, but there is no problem. Some authors think that romance novels are evil books that mislead others. After all, I still hope to use the reader's position to let him understand how extreme his values are. I don't want to lose to an author who looks down on others like this. Chapter 13. Xiaohiki Ushio pinched her chin with her hand. After thinking for a moment, she said calmly and firmly, "Okay." Li Yan was taken aback for a moment, looking at Xiaohiki Ushio. He even agreed. He obviously thought she would be a very calm writer who could handle everything rationally, but now he felt that she seemed to be irrational in order to make him pay a certain price for that remark. He agreed. Kagurazaka Calamus. He was even more curious, although insulting her favorite area would cause her anger, but why anger is needed to this point? That's it. Kagurazaka Ayam said with a triumphant smile. Li Yan coughed a few times and said sternly, "My opinion is that we still have to review this game, although it is a personal grievance. That way, you have to give it to me on Wednesday of the next week. I will review your 2 books in a unified manner. After 3 days, I will ensure that your 2 books will be sent directly to the printing plant. In terms of illustration design, I will work hard with the illustrator to complete the work over time, so you can rest assured of these tasks." Kagurazaka Ayam clenched his fists in excitement and told them both of his plan. "Wait a minute, what's my opinion? You haven't asked my opinion yet." Li Yan asked with wide eyes. "Well, Changpu is 100% assured of your ability to work. So, let's go. I think there are enough farce today. I want to go back first." Xiaohiki Ushio nodded slightly, then turned around and walked towards the elevator. "Wait a minute, Teacher Xiaohizhi." Suddenly, Li Yan stopped Xiaohiki Ushio. In the corridor, Xiaohiki Ushio stopped. She turned around, her indifferent eyes fell on Li Yan's face. The short black hair, 1 year older than her, seemed to always be fascinated. The arrogant man. "What's wrong, what else do you have to do?" Xiaohiki Ushio asked. "Although I know that you hate me, please leave after the banquet is over. After all, the grievances between us should not be involved in Kagurazaka-san. Any one of us who leaves here will be given to Kagurazaka-san. It causes trouble, for the sake of Kagurazaka-san, let's have a meal together temporarily." Li Yan showed a belligerent and expectant smile and looked at Xiaohiki Ushio. "Additionally, Teacher Xiaohizhi, even if it is this time on sale, I have no plans to lose to you." Kagurazaka Icarus quietly looked at Kazumajayaka Shiwa, who was hesitating, and then she looked at the dark grey Rider World Dark Horse in a dark grey suit and smiled. Sure enough, these 2 people are not too loyal, especially Li Yan. He doesn't know what he has gone through. They are obviously high school students and their mental age is too advanced. However, she was like this, and handed this job to Li Yan's shoulders. "Next, I beg you, Mr. Master." Xiaohiki Ushio finally returned to his seat. Although Li Yan showed that nothing happened at all, he should eat and drink, and his expression was always full of happiness and contentment, as if he hadn't eaten for several days. On the other hand, Xiaohiki Ushio didn't eat much, and seemed very quiet and indifferent. No one knows what happened between the 3 of them after they were taken out. When I came back, everything seemed calm. However, until after the meal, Xiaohiki Ushio and Li Yan did not have any communication. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when the banquet was almost over, Xiaohiki Ushio added many writers as line friends, but he hesitated for a long time to consider. Due to the need of etiquette, Li Yan's line account was also added. At 2 o'clock, the 15th anniversary celebration banquet of Sanhei Company came to a close. The sky has long been grey, and the communication between winter and spring, the spring rain is always immortal. Hequan Masamune and Li Yan took the elevator back together. While in the corridor, Hequan Masamune apologized to Li Yan. Why do you have to apologize? This matter has nothing to do with you. It is basically a conflict I caused myself. In other words, I actually find it quite interesting. Li Yan glanced sideways at him with an apologetic expression, wondering whether explained. Masamune Izumi was taken aback, always feeling that he couldn't keep up with the thinking of this master, and asked inexplicably, "Senior Yusuji, what's the point of this?" Li Yan told Izumi Masamune about his competition with Kazuma Jayakishiu, and Izumi Masamune, in shock, also guessed the intentions of Kagurazaka Ayame. Kagurazaka Ayame has always tried his best to promote healthy competition among writers. It would be a good thing if this discordant dispute can be quelled with an apology by one person. As expected of Miss Kagurazaka. Masamune Izumi thought. These things are not public, authentic, don't tell others. In fact, I have long wanted to use this volume of sales to completely defeat Xiaoshize's Love Metronome, although her overall sales are a few less than mine. Manban, but in fact, she only sold 3 volumes in the first half of this year. In terms of sales, her sales and I have always been evenly matched. If it weren't for Kagurazaka's help to get me anime and gamification earlier, I am not her opponent now. Li Yan explained. Masayoshi Izumi suddenly realized that this is what happened. No wonder it is only 3 volumes. The animation is understandable. The gamification is really fast, all for advertising effects. But is it really okay to admit that you are inferior to Xiaoshize so honestly? Well, can the sales of this volume beat teacher Xiaoshize? Izumi Masamune asked nervously. Xiaoshize is a literary genius. The level of writing, conception, and literary logic is really admirable. I really don't have much confidence. But I never lose easily. Of course, I have to spend more effort to defeat her. Li Yan said with a smile in his eyes full of excitement. As a result, from beginning to end, Izumi Zhengzong heard the Xiaoshize in Li Yan's mouth, but did not despise it. Instead, he seriously prepared to work hard to win this game. He curiously looked at the increasingly mysterious Yusuji Yan, the writer whose original name was Li Yan, and he felt more and more mysterious and unpredictable. Zhengzong smiled bitterly, and suddenly felt that his worry at the banquet just now was a bit redundant. When the two of them walked to the first floor, they noticed the thunderous spring thunder. It's raining. Li Yan looked out the window and said. The tumultuous, wolf-rolling sky is now torn into drizzle. Xiaohikiyoshiu, who was almost the last to leave, stood up with the novel in his hand and glanced quietly. It's ironic. Xiaohikiyoshiu said in a low voice, disappointed. With her rose-colored eyes, she quietly looked at the patter of rain outside the window. Obviously, when I read this man's novel before, I was still moved to tears by the love story he wrote, and I still feel moved to the present. I originally thought that he would be a companion in the novel, but as a result, he just hugged him. Such a contemptuous attitude wrote a story that moved me. Xiaohikiyoshiu thought quietly. Once, when reading this light novel that suddenly became popular, when she saw the heroine appear on the stage, she was completely attracted. It turned out that love can be so plain, but it makes people so memorable. It's like shaku, the more you drink, the more drunk you get. Obviously, she was specifically looking forward to having a good exchange of this novel after meeting him. In the end, she had completely changed her attitude, and now only disappointment and anger occupied her so strong heart. She threw the gift that was originally intended to be given to others in the trash can. The moment the book fell into the trash can seemed to have been delayed for a long time, her eyes were a little sad, and she turned and left. I have to win this game. On a cold and rainy day. Chapter 14. Chapter 12. At night, there was a bright light outside the window. Gradually, writing novels became a little hazy, and Li Yan opened up the tea leaves he had just bought, poured hot water, and suddenly there was a smell of tea, some bitterness and an indescribable taste of history. Exudes. Next time, buy high-end tea. Li Yan looked at that there was no tea but a cup of hot tea with a bunch of tea stalks, thought to himself. It was 11 o'clock. Since Li Yan returned to the apartment, he has been writing and revising the 4th volume of his novel, trying his best to make this novel more interesting. Because of the relationship between staying up late writing and reading, Li Yan needs to consume a lot of tea stems every day. Today, this bag of the latest and most expensive tea is prepared for this one-on-one match with Xia Shizi. Although he hates reading all kinds of novels on the theme of love, Li Yan used to respect Xia Shizi before. After reading the first 2 volumes, he basically understood the content and characters of the book, in case he was caught by Xia Shizi. The content of the sub-inquiry can also be answered like a stream. At the same time, I feel that the first volume is the most exciting, and I chose the first volume as a gift and wrote a blessing. It's just that now the book is quietly placed on the shelf and has not been sent out. And he stopped typing on the keyboard, and temporarily went to Xia Shizi's official blog to do statistics. In about 5 hours, the number of followers who watched her Weibo increased by 500 people. On the other hand, his own Weibo has increased by more than 100 people. And the other party's total number of followers is 400,000, and his is 100,000. The number and popularity are completely incomparable, and the strength is not as mellow as the other party. Li Yan looked at Xia Shizi's blog in fear, as if facing Xia Shizi's CAO's millions of heroes in the Battle of Chibi, his Li family's Suchao land was at stake. Suddenly, while Li Yan was still watching the number of followers of Xia Shizi rose little by little, the blogger released a message. Xia Shizi, the 5th volume of The Metronome in Love will be released soon. I am sorry that the publication time has been delayed. The approximate publication time will be notified to you in advance. By the way, I have always liked to write light novels about love, and I have devoted a lot of thought to a love metronome. Everyone must also like love works very much. But today I have a special reason to hope that you can support it. Love novels are not a type of novel that misleads people. I hope you can support my concept. Please ask for sales next week, thank you. Li Yan was taken aback for a moment, and Xia Shizi directly used what happened today as an advertisement to directly incite readers' desire to buy. Soon, in Xia Shizi's blog, many people left messages, expressing their support and eagerness to buy, and expressing their support for the author and other comments. You really have you, Xia Shizi. Li Yan was shocked and immediately opened his blog, and also sent a similar blog mood out. Now that the other party has started to act, he himself has to make good use of his reader resources. As a result, I quickly received answers from followers. In the comment area, a series of comments that need to be rewarded for mosaic were quickly brushed out. Shameless Yusuji, go to hell. Broken book, broken author. Go to hell, you fellow. Australia Men Royal Casino is officially launched. MMP. Li Yan was dumbfounded, and in just 2 minutes, hundreds of comments scolding him went online. By the way, why is there a strange advertisement caught in it? Is this group of paying attention to my blog with this kind of mood? Li Yan asked in shock, covering his head. This time, it sounded a wake-up call for Li Yan. Sure enough, my debut time is too short. If you talk about readers, I can't compare with Xia Shizi. Now I have to fight against Xia Shizi's huge readership. It's like a pebble attack. Li Yan was shocked, thinking about countermeasures. After thinking about it for a few minutes, he still understood where his greatest advantage was. It's better to concentrate on the books, which is the real way to win. Li Yan thought to himself, although I have an editing system to help me, I have been eliminated by the system. After further improvement and hard work, now basically the system the power of is not enough to support me. Because the system is an editor, writing a book can't just rely on an all-round editor to review, and an editor can never give you valuable advice after you have raised your level to a high enough level. What he needs is an almighty reader and a powerful assistant in the same field. At least for this period of time, he needs to further reform his 4th volume of novels that he has basically completed to deal with the powerful Xiaoxizi. Early in the morning, at 7:10 on Sunday. In front of the door of room 405 on the 4th floor, Li Yan carried his laptop on his back, and then carried a carefully prepared gift bag in both hands, with unspeakable ups and downs and entanglements in his heart. The almighty reader he was looking for was this one who could watch. Once his novel is repeated, he can accurately catch the reader who has revised the key points. Gabriel. Who is it? A lazy girl voice came from inside the house. Li Yan coughed a few times, adjusted his tone, and said, "Hello, I'm Li Yan in room 505 upstairs, Miss Jia Bailey, we met, do you have time to talk a little now?" However, Li Yan asked with a standard friendly smile. It's just that, keeping a smile like this, standing in room 405 for a full 15 minutes, there was no movement behind the door. Li Yan knocked on the door again. "Who is it?" Still a lazy voice. "Miss Gabriel, it's still me. Do you have time now? I have some important things to consult with you. If you don't have time, can you make an appointment at a suitable time? I will buy you drinks and snacks to entertain you," Li Yan said with a smile. As a result, he waited again for 10 minutes. This time, Li Yan's eyes burst into a strong killing intent. He clenched his fist and planned to smash the door with one punch, but gradually, he still sighed and prepared. "Leave. You little winter melon, wait for me," Li Yan said through gritted teeth. Li Yan's face was dark and resentful, and before leaving, he raised his at the door of Gabriel. Suddenly, the door opened slightly. Li Yan returned to the door in a flash, almost like the wind. His gleaming smile was almost as pure as the morning light. "So it's you, what's the matter?" Gabriel's somewhat messy blonde hair looked as if she was staying overnight, still wearing that suit of sportswear, squinted at him from the door, and asked. Li Yan smiled and said, "Yes, there are some things, please help anyway." Oh. Chapter 15. Gabriel closed the door directly. Wait a minute, I bought you a rewarding gift, it's not free." Li Yan pulled the door directly and said hurriedly. Gabriel saw the full of instant noodles, biscuits, jelly, and cola. She stretched out her hands and smiled like an angel, and said, "It's a waste, thank you." As a result, after receiving the gift from Li Yan's hands, he directly closed the door again. "Hey, stinky girl, no, Miss Jia Bailey, wait a minute, you can't just ignore the precious friendship between us, can you?" Li Yan anxiously prevented Jia Bailey from closing the door, and continued to swim. Although he was preventing Gabriel from closing the door, Li Yan also noticed that the strength of this fallen angel was not small. In order to avoid using too much force, he had to give up this opportunity to visit. When he closed his hand, the door immediately lost its balance and hit him directly on the head. Ah! Li Yan covered his forehead, staring blankly at the tightly locked door 405. "It's still tomorrow." Li Yan covered his head, shook his head with a light sigh, and planned to leave again. Suddenly, the wooden door of the fallen angel's room opened again. Gabriel took a peek and looked directly at the top of Li Yan's head. Li Yan was slightly taken aback. "Come in, it can only take me 3 minutes." Gabriel showed a troublesome expression, and finally relented and opened the wooden door. Although Li Yan had a fire in his heart, after all, it was to ask others for help, and finally succeeded in making her willing to listen to his commission, and there was no grievance. Li Yan readily said thank you and walked in. Room 405 is a room for an otaku who is lazy and likes to play games, but it seems to be somewhat cleaned up. He sat on the soft cushion and immediately smelled a very good fragrance. Sure enough, this was the girl's room, although the angel's room had nothing special. Gabriel was still packing her underwear on the ground. "Wait a minute, could it be Miss Jia Bailey?" are you living alone in an apartment building? Li Yan suddenly understood and asked in surprise. Don't worry about it. Gabriel said coldly. Suddenly Jin, she was stunned and remembered something. You mean, you want me to do you a favor? Gabriel asked with a lot of energy in her eyes. She suddenly thought of something, her eyes became more energetic, and she looked at Li Yan carefully, and she looked at Li Yan's hair. Yes, what's the matter? Li Yan asked. Gabriel was silent for a long time, and suddenly said something that made Li Yan's heart empty. If you are free today, be my brother. Gabriel said. Chapter 13 Sunday when the angel is absent. The streets at 8 o'clock are sparsely populated, a little foggy, with a hint of chill. Li Yan put on the fluffy smell when he took it out from the dry cleaners. He looked calm now, carrying a bag of cigarettes and a bag of shaku in his hand, smiling slightly, and took Gabriel to her teacher's house. It turns out that it was because I was too naughty at school, so I was afraid of being known by my parents, so I would directly find a neighbor to be the elder brother to conceal the truth. This is indeed smart, but Gabriel is smarter, and that is to let him come over to act as her pseudo-brother. He is a defensive expert for such school incidents. Starting in the first grade of elementary school, he began to encounter school violence. After the first time he couldn't bear it, he missed and cried 3 classmates as the fuse. He kept fighting until an hour before the senior high school entrance exam. With the admission ticket in the pen box, he was directly against more than 20 gangsters in the hutong. So along the way, I don't know how many times the principal and the teacher ranted him to take his parents to the school for interviews, and he was already indifferent. Give gifts secretly by yourself, get a full score in the exam, take the initiative to reform. It is quite easy to be a good boy in the eyes of teachers and principals again. Anyway, he roughly estimated that there are probably hundreds of ways to solve this kind of incident. At 7 o'clock this morning, Li Yan brought his plan to deal with Xia Shizi and found Gabriel, but was caught off guard by the preconditions proposed by Gabriel. However, the so-called friendly mutual aid plan is asking him to pretend to be her brother to visit her teacher, and take back the things confiscated by the teacher by the way. Such a task is simply a piece of cake. After he thought about it, he agreed. After all, facing a simple blog, he has 3 times more readers, and the talented Xia Shizi is 100% unwilling to lose. What's more, in this era, light novels still write pure blood stories. There are really too few works. He has worked hard and wants to prove a truth. As long as it is interesting and legal, any subject can produce good results. It's a good thing for you to be so confident, but why did you put on that expert expression? It makes me feel sad for you, quite depraved. Jia Bailey showed an incomprehensible, a little worried. He looked at Li Yan and said. Anyway, I just don't want to be said by you. Li Yan squinted at this beautiful blonde girl who was already wearing dignified casual clothes at the moment, like a good girl. By the way, Li Yan, I have always wanted to ask, why are you buying wine and cigarettes? Gabriel looked at the contents of his bag and asked. Li Yan put on a preaching expression and said with a bright smile to Jia Bailey, you don't understand this. After all, you are still a student and don't understand social sentiments. The so-called communication, how can there be any spiritual communication? It's all about getting through the teacher's mind materially, so that the teachers can listen carefully to our difficulties in the language, but you are still young, and it's not too late to understand after you graduate from high school. Really, I heard that according to the rules of this country, teachers dare not accept gifts from students and outsiders anyway. Gabriel said while playing with the PSP. Of course this is so stipulated, there are rules there, but who knows when we give gifts? Li Yan said with a confident smile on his face. The teacher should block us out of the door directly and prevent us from entering. I heard that if a teacher is seen by a neighbor and accepting a gift from an outsider, he will be reported and fired. I will bring it in the future. Re-employment with the stain will directly ruin your life. Jia Bailey continued in a loose tone. Li Yan stared at Gabriel's eyes. Wait a minute. He thought about it carefully. It seemed that Gabriel had said something like this, but what to do? He spent more than 3,000 yen to buy cigarettes and shaku. Is it all wasted like this? No, he doesn't allow this to happen. In an instant there was a stall with shaku and cigarettes on the street. A young man in a handsome suit squatted in front of the stall and waited for customers to come with an expression like a bankrupt boss. Stop it for me. Gabriel looked at Li Yan with a look of astonishment, and hurriedly shouted, thinking that such a shameful behavior, coupled with the fact that in a place like Tokyo, put up a street stall to sell things would work. As a result, after about 10 minutes, after Li Yan exchanged contact information with the aunts and sisters who came to buy one by one, they were really sold out. Jia Bailey was dumbfounded, ruining the 3 views. It was finally sold out, but it still caused a loss, which is really bad, and for no reason. 7 or 8 customer lines have been added to ensure that the product source is genuine, and then you will need to study it carefully in the future. Li Yan lowered his head, with a frustrated face, and distressed the hundreds of yen he had lost. Do you know what social events you experienced just now? Gabriel no longer knew what to say, so she covered her forehead. When he came to a Japanese-style house, Li Yan suddenly felt that Jia Bailey's face changed slightly, as if he was a little taboo towards this teacher. What the is going on? I remember that this girl didn't change her face in the face of 4 gangsters. Why was she stressed to see the teacher? How could the teacher be more dangerous than the gangsters? Li Yan was shocked. Thinking, rang the doorbell. After about 10 seconds, the door finally opened. Li Yan looked at the door, showing a polite social smile, and said, "Hello, meeting for the first time." Before he finished his words, suddenly, after the door opened, a middle-aged man dressed in a kimono, a burly figure, a cross-faced face, sunglasses and a bald head came out and looked at him. Li Yan looked at this man in astonishment. Did you make a mistake and broke into the door of the underworld headquarters? No matter how you look at it, I feel that this organization is also engaged in the arms business. Sorry, I think I got the wrong address, sir. Chapter 16. Li Yan said with a nervous smile, sweating profusely, and by the way, he tugged at Gabriel beside him, suggesting that he was lucky. Hello, teacher. Gabriel said with a slight bow. What, teacher? Li Yan asked with a shocked expression. I am the teacher of a naive classmate, may I ask you who? The teacher asked. Li Yan looked at the teacher with a look of dementia, then reacted, smiled again, and said, I am the god. Suddenly, he thought, why would the teacher call Gabriel called Innocence, isn't she called Gabriel? He didn't know much about Gabriel. Teacher, he is my brother, Innocent Yan. When Gabriel lied, she didn't breathe or blushed, so she stretched out her hand and introduced it to her teacher. Yes, I'm her brother, hello, elder brother. Li Yan looked at these murderous bald teachers with horror. He smiled harmoniously and was very scared. In other words, are all angel teachers the same as the underworld? And the name Naojinyan always feels really uncomfortable. In the living room, when a cup of fragrant hot tea was placed in front of Li Yan smelled the scent of tea. He quietly watched the cup of hot tea with a different color and taste. Suddenly, he felt full of confusion and sadness. Is this the taste of tea? I have forgotten. I have always hoped that the family of my innocent classmates can come to the school to have a good talk with me. I have been urged many times. Now, as an older brother, you can take time out of your busy schedule. It's great. The teacher wearing sunglasses was sitting in his seat with a rough and serious voice, and said. Li Yan sat on a soft cushion, facing this teacher for 10 minutes. His shirt was probably soaked in sweat. He said nervously, I'm really sorry, because my parents have been busy at work, and I have already started to work. I didn't have time to come and visit the teacher. I just had time today, so I brought my sister over. Although he entered the living room, Gabriel hid in the hallway outside to play games, leaving his brother alone to face a completely strange teacher. That's right, then wait a moment. The teacher stood up, took out a volunteer form from the drawer in the living room and gave it to Li Yan. This is the reason why I have been anxious to find innocent family members, please take a look. The teacher said. Li Yan took it and took a look. It turned out that the name column of the volunteer list read naive, but the volunteer column in the next column was impressively written with the answer first choice, nothing matters in this life. Second, no. The three columns say ibid. Gabriel, you social worm. Li Yan narrowed his eyes and looked at this form, completely frustrated with this angel. The teacher said, this is very worrying. I have been playing games secretly in class, and finishing homework is also careless. Basically, I am trying to pass the exams. Really? I'm very sorry. Li Yan's pressure suddenly increased, sweating profusely, bowed his head and apologized. The naive classmate is very talented and is a very smart child, but smart people are always easy to go astray, and treasures that are too easy to obtain cannot be cherished. I am worried that she will continue to do this and really forget the essence of her life. Where? Solving this dilemma requires the help of my teacher and innocent family members, Mr. Naujinyan, please do more in the future. The teacher continued. Li Yan was startled slightly and looked at the teacher wearing sunglasses. This person turned out to be an incredibly good teacher. Yes, I will remember. Li Yan nodded and said. In the living room, after Li Yan chatted with the teacher for a while, and almost finished speaking, Li Yan stood up and prepared to say goodbye, but was stopped by the bald teacher again. Please wait, I will return these things to you by the way. The teacher brought out a box full of PSP, 3DS, PSV and other game consoles from a closet in the living room. It seems that after hearing the news that they will come, the teacher went back to school and brought back the confiscated items. Li Yan held this pile of heavy game consoles without saying a word. He suddenly felt that when he was a child, he was always asked by the teacher to meet his parents because of fights. It was a little fresh story in front of this angel. Not at home. Today, as always, Tsukino's vignette April, who is a devil, closed door 405 curiously, and Gabriel, who has been staying at home, will be gone. And it's Sunday. When she was about to leave, she suddenly heard a quarrel from downstairs. One was Gabriel's voice, but there was another voice that I had never heard. Immediately, Winnet was shocked and panicked looking for a hiding place, but there was nowhere to hide, so he had to hide in room 405 again. As a result, Tsukino's, who was hiding in the closet, saw Gabriel who opened the door in the gap, and Li Yan who was dissatisfied behind him. You don't need to care, you are useless, you can leave. Gabriel said casually. You guy. Li Yan looked at her annoyed, really wanting to knock on this golden winter melon head. But he really promised the teacher to help take care of this fallen angel. However, when Gabriel closed the door, Li Yan suddenly held the door with one hand. He suddenly remembered something, looked down at Gabriel coldly, and asked, Hey, have we forgotten something and haven't explained it yet? Clearly. If my novel loses, I will die with you directly, and I will tell you. The anxiety in Li Yan's heart became stronger and stronger, as if in the hotel, the eyes of Xiaoshizi opposite him were still staring at him coldly, and he also had a reason why he couldn't lose. Chapter 14 Ying Lily's Melancholy. At 10 o'clock in the morning, after taking the subway for about 25 minutes, Ying Lily finally came to the downstairs of Sanhee Library. I finally arrived in time. I thought I got up too late and would miss the time. I finally rushed to the Wenko company downstairs half an hour before the appointment. Ying Lily breathed a sigh of relief. This is why she has to move out anyway and live around Sanhee Library. Although Sanwa Bunko is not the #1 light novel company in Japan, it is the fastest growing company. It has a vague tendency to surpass Kadokawa Bunko. As an inspirational artist in the painting industry, Airi is naturally unwilling to simply draw 18 prohibited manga after being excavated by Sanhei Library. She also hopes that she can become a first-line illustrator in Sanhei Library. However, Sanhei Library has very high-quality requirements for illustrations. For illustrations of important works, illustrators will be required to deliver the illustrations directly. After discussing and analyzing with the editor at any time, the illustrations are finally revised before they are officially arranged for novel illustrations. Page. The original artist who is illustrating for first-line authors must be present and make changes in the company himself. This is the only rule. Perhaps, such a rigorous cooperation attitude is also the secret to the rapid rise of Sanhei. Really, I suddenly emailed me yesterday morning, asking me to use one day to complete the last painting. I didn't finish it until 3 o'clock in the evening. Yusuji's works are either renewed very slowly, then in an instant. It's just a day, and being his illustrator is really a daunting challenge. Ying Lily looked dissatisfied. If she really had a chance to meet that writer, she would have to ask him to send her the persona and plot settings in advance. When I arrived at the company floor of Sanhei Library, I just walked into the office area and saw the staff of 100 people busy, whether the documents were falling, and a piece of sky was scattered. Ying Lily was frightened. What happened? Suddenly each of them worked like chicken blood. Chapter 17. Mr. Kashiwagi, you are here, please come to the office with me. Kagurazaka Ayam walked out of the editorial department and said with a smile after seeing Ying Liri. Yes. Ying Lily said in silence for a moment. Not only the clerical department outside, but even the editorial department inside, it seems that they are also preparing something, meetings, and work. Basically, I don't see anyone taking a leisurely look. Editor Kagurazaka, are there any major events in the company? Ying Lily asked curiously. Yes, it hasn't been so lively for a long time. Kagurazaka Ayam, who was walking in front, smiled, and did not say clearly in the corridor. When I walked into the office, Kagurazaka Ayam poured coffee for Ying Lily and sat opposite her. Teacher Kashiwagi, I have read the original picture you sent me. Kagurazaka Ayam said with a smile. Yes, where there is still need to modify, you can say, I will try my best to complete the modified version in this morning. Ying Lily said with serious eyes. Kagurazaka Ayam was silent for a while, and said, actually, I have always been quite satisfied with your work. After all, as an editor, I always think your style and artistic conception are more consistent with Super Academy War, but recently I also found a problem. This is not your fault, nor is it the fault of Mr. Yusuji, but a serious misjudgment in my work as an editor. Misjudgment, Editor Kagurazaka, although I only worked with you for a relatively short time, I know your working ability, otherwise Sanwa Bunko would not give you so many excellent writers, no is it? Ying Lily was slightly startled, and then asked incomprehensibly. Kagurazaka Ayam said, no, this is indeed my mistake. I apologize to you for that. I have always been adhering to the principle of commercialization. The illustration requirements for light novels must be sufficiently beautiful and generous. This is I'm the only choice to choose a picture. However, Mr. Yusuji recently approached me and told me that Ms. Kashiwagi's illustrations are very different from his style of work. I have been researching recently and confirmed that my previous judgments have indeed come out. Problem. Ying Lily's face was ugly, and she asked, I don't understand. Isn't the evaluation after publication very good? Why? Well, it's very good. After all, Miss Beimu is the heavyweight painter that our company fancy. We firmly believe that. However, light novels have always continued the traditional illustration ideas, and most of them are inclined to urban, magical, and love themes. The novels of the department, especially the works written by Yusujian, are the first time our company is responsible for the promotion. The problem caused by lack of experience is, too static and beautiful illustrations, but there is a sense of reading that has delayed the hot-blooded novel. Kagurazaka Ayam explained. Ying Lily immediately understood that, indeed, the illustrations of Super City Academy seem to be mostly static paintings, and dynamic paintings, especially the wonderful fighting illustrations, are not currently arranged. A passionate novel, of course, needs wonderful illustrations of fierce fighting. Kagurazaka Ayam looked at Ying Rai, and calculated the steps of the proposed substitution plan in her mind, and asked, "So, after a comprehensive discussion in our editorial department, I hope you can illustrate our other writers' works. From 3 promising urban love works." Wait! Ying Lily suddenly reached out and stopped Kagurazaka Ayam's suggestion. With a sense of loss and unwillingness, she said to Kagurazaka Ayam, "Editor Kagurazaka, although I know that my painting style and skill are not mature enough, and I have made mistakes in the design of the work, but, is it possible? Let me communicate with teacher Yusuji. I want to continue to complete his 4th volume illustration, and even the follow-up story. I want to continue to cooperate. Mr. Kashiwagi, are you really going to keep working together?" Kagurazaka Ayam looked at her in surprise and asked. Ying Lily nodded and said, "Although I am only a first-year student, I have always been proud of my painting. My family also silently supported the career I chose. I secretly ran out to do my best illustration work. In order to add the most perfect illustration to this work, rather than shrinking from it." Kagurazaka Ayam looked at Ying Lily with a firm look. After thinking for a while, she took out a piece of paper and wrote down a mailbox. "Okay, I see. I will not arrange for a new illustrator to come here for the time being, but all the illustrations in the 4th volume have to be replaced, which is a lot of work. Mr. Baimu, our company will prepare the relevant compensation, but I will give you the time. I have to give me a brand new illustration before next Wednesday, okay?" Kagurazaka Ayam asked with a faint smile. "Forget the compensation, I don't want to take it, but the time is, next Wednesday, can't we give more time?" Ying Lily asked in surprise. "No, even I can't fight for it. You can see. The company is now mobilizing all staff to work overtime, and all departments are busy. We will publish 10 new works on Monday next week, 2 of which are expected to be 10. The most popular works sold by 10,000 copies, the 5th volume of Love Metronome, and the 4th volume of Super City Academy, are sold on the same day and at the same minute." Kagurazaka Ayam shook his head, his expression gradually becoming more serious. Ying Lily didn't understand much at first, but gradually, she understood something and asked, "What is it?" "Yusujian and Xiaoshizi, they will be able to determine the winners and losers in sales within a week of next week. Our Sanhei library has been hyping up this explosive activity since noon yesterday." Kagurazaka Ayam blinked at Ying Rai, showing a wicked smile. Room 405 of an apartment in Shinjuku, Tokyo. Under Li Yan's stern supervision from the side, even Gabriel of the Fallen Angel had to be subdued, and gave up 2 hours to read the 4th volume of almost 130,000 words, and then used it again. It took an hour to mark the location and comments of the modification, and then Li Yan left contentedly. This guy just wasted 3 hours of this lady's precious time. Gabriel lay helplessly and tiredly on the table, talking to herself. She looked at the closet and asked, "Windy, how long do you plan to hide in it? That idiot has already left." Suddenly, Vanette in the closet made a surprised sound. She hesitated for a while before pushing the closet open, and said with a wry smile, "Well, you know I'm hiding there. Otherwise, the corners of your clothes are always tucked outside, and you are the one who can enter my room with the key." Gabriel narrowed her eyes and said, "Hey, is that? By the way, that man, what is your relationship with him?" Winnie blushed slightly and asked nervously. Gabriel said annoyedly, he is a writer in room 505. Bring me the latest work to read. Ask for suggestions for improvement. Really, don't you think such a guy is super troublesome? When he gets fierce, it seems like want to be the same as me. After all, you are a who repents at any time. Winnie said with a smile. Gabriel looked at the demon in silence. However, during the whole incident, Winnie only saw two people revising the manuscript, and occasionally there was no exchange of a few words. But what surprised Vignette was that Gabriel actually worked hard for the man named Li Yan once. Vignette looked curiously at Gabriel, who had already put on sportswear. For what reason would the fallen Gabriel be so careful that he could change the fallen angel? Li Yan, I remember this name. Winnie looked at Gabriel, whose hair gradually began to split and began to throw trash everywhere, thought. After receiving the revised comments, Li Yan returned to his apartment room and devoted himself entirely to the final writing sprint. What an amazing angel, I want to get all these plots. It is really a bystander, and a fan of the authorities. It will indeed be more exciting to write this way. Li Yan looked at the label, secretly surprised. He considered whether to add the name of Gabriel to the famous characters or write a thank you note at the back of the book. Suddenly, he inadvertently saw on the balcony, another piece of mystery cloth fell onto his balcony. Li Yan narrowed his eyes and sighed helplessly. But when he walked to the balcony and picked it up, he saw that it was not underwear but a convenience store bag. At the same time, he smelled the smell of beer blowing from upstairs, and heard that Irika clearly doesn't drink, and is drinking. The sound of a violent cough after drinking. Chapter 15 The Beautiful Girl Painter Who Speaks Amazingly. In the night scene of Tokyo, the night breeze is slightly cold, and the galaxy is shining. On the balcony on the 6th floor, it was enough to see a certain aerial view. Ying Lily was wearing sportswear and her long golden hair looked dazzled. After she drank the third can of beer, her consciousness became a little confused. What happened today is like Waterloo in her career as an artist. She was suddenly discovered by Miss Kagurazaka Ayam. Her first job was directly as an illustrator for the popular work Super Academy War. She almost gave up on the club. The event, the opportunity to participate in the competition, the sale of the next work, I devoted myself to designing illustrations for Yusuji Yan's work, but in the end, he received a total denial from that writer. Ying Lily, who has always been praised as a genius by friends and family, only became the backbone of the school's animation department in her first year. She has always been a star of C89. She has never suffered such setbacks. She directly dragged some relationships and bought this. A box of beer, drink to ease your sorrows on the balcony. Chapter 18. Shameless Yusuji, it's not wrong for others to scold you. You really have to go to hell. Ying Lily took a sip of beer and began to scold. Don't think that writing a broken book is just a matter of dignity. Competing with Xiaoshizi is completely self-defeating. People are geniuses who have won many literary awards at a young age, and you know that the wrong sentence you wrote makes God Ms. Leben couldn't modify it for 2 days in a row? She is still fantasizing about the superpowers in the second stage, and most of them are not a kid or an old man. Ying Lily lay on the railing of the balcony, looking sadly at the quiet street. She didn't know at this moment whether she really had to accept this difficult task next and draw an outstanding passionate style of illustrations. Basically, she already feels that although she is doing her best, it is too difficult to hand over the passionate illustrations that satisfy Yusuji next Wednesday. Although she is good at drawing the movements of the 18 Forbiddens, it is almost impossible to transform them into fighting movements. The distance to the Pacific Ocean. Ding dong. When she was melancholy, suddenly, the doorbell sounded from the door. Who came here at such a late hour? I remember that no one knew that I lived here. Ying Lily glanced at the direction of the door in the warmth of her arms. She walked over and looked at Cat's Eye, but saw Li Yan, who was wearing a shirt, also looking at Cat's Eye. Miss Beimu, I know you are looking at me inside, I just came over and said, if you drink, don't vomit on my balcony. Li Yan knocked on the door and delivered warm words to the melancholy Ying Lily. Suddenly, the door opened, and Ying Lily stared at him with a fiery expression, and said coldly, "Hey, you know I'm in a bad mood, you paramecium, did you say these cold words to me when you came up in the middle of the night? After all, as soon as I heard you choked like this, I knew you couldn't drink at all. Wait a minute, what do you call me, what paramecium?" Li Yan stared at her, always feeling that this was because he had been hacked all his life. The worst. After all, paramecium is a low-level, lonely, single-celled organism that reproduces parthenosexually. I'm in a bad mood, don't mess with me, go back if you are okay. Ying Lily looked at him dissatisfied and said coldly. Li Yan sighed softly. He picked up the packaged oden in his hand and said, "I can't find chicken wings or duck wings as the food to accompany the wine, so I bought you oden. Don't you know that drinking on an empty stomach is hurting your stomach?" Ying Lily looked at the hot lunch box in Li Yan's hand, and was taken aback for a moment. This guy actually came to give her something to eat. Ahem, there is indeed no food, since you bought it, I will eat a little bit, thank you. Ying Lily was taken aback for a moment, then her expression was a little shy, and she hesitated when she spoke, and took the fragrant box of oden. There was a cooing sound in her belly, making her so frightened that she quickly covered her belly with one hand. Oh! Ying Lily's face flushed, she immediately returned to the room with oden, and was about to close the door. "Well, Miss Baimu, I bought you a midnight snack, didn't you? In exchange, you can bring me a case of beer." Li Yan took out a larger lunch box for himself in the other hand. Ying Lily said. Ying Lily snapped the door directly. Li Yan slammed the door and hurriedly said, 10 cans. 10 cans will do. Open the door, Miss Baimu. As a result, Li Yan got 3 cans of beer after 1/3 of the large portion of oden that Li Yan prepared for him. He thought with a sad look that he was always losing money in business recently. Ying Lily looked sadly in a certain direction, but there was nothing in her eyes. After receiving 3 cans of beer, Li Yan was curious that her always happy and energetic girl was suddenly so lost, and finally asked, "Although it shouldn't be troublesome, as an acquaintance I know, I want to ask, Ms. Baimu, what's wrong with you today? Is there anything unhappy about you?" "Good question." Ying Lily suddenly recovered, looked at him seriously, and said. "Well, do you want to drink together?" Ying Lily asked suddenly. "Hey!" Li Yan was taken aback for a while. "Go to the roof for a drink." "I plan to go by myself, but I can't go up with a case of beer." "Are you a boy? Wouldn't it be difficult to carry a case of beer on the 9th floor?" Ying Lily asked. Li Yan nodded. He asked curiously, "Why are you planning to go to the roof for a drink? You haven't watched movies, serial dramas, and those who are depressed and melancholy go straight to the top of the building to drink? Looking at the bustling night scene of the city, thinking about your own ups and downs, so that you can drink with a feeling." Ying Lily, cheeks slightly blushing, said. "Fortunately, it is a normal idea. I thought you would say that you watched the story of drinking on the roof in Life and Anime or Tokyo Fever, recently, you were scared." Li Yan said in his heart. Although he knows that Ying Lily must be a pure girl, the 18 forbidden painters basically look at them every day, and look for these as materials when they see vomiting. "You go alone, I'm afraid you will be in danger." "Forget it, temporarily put down work and drink with you, I also need a rest recently." Li Yan said with a smile. "Because you can't satisfy the rich ladies?" Ying Lily asked with a flushed face. "If you keep doing this, I will sue you for slander." Li Yan said coldly. On the top of the 9th floor, although this is Tokyo, most of the houses are low, and you can already see a brightly lit Tokyo. It's so beautiful. Ying Lily opened her hands and shouted happily. "Really? Li Yan was slightly relieved as she watched her mood improve. Ying Lily was sitting not far from Li Yan, leaning against the wall, eating oden and drinking a little beer. Bitter and astringent, I really don't know what's so good about this thing. Ying Lily couldn't help but complain. Li Yan sighed and said, then you still buy it. This beer is delicious, but it's not frozen. In the quiet Tokyo, Irie looks quietly at this dark, yet bright, city where young people in Japan pursue their dreams. The streets are shouting shouts of office workers. For some people, it's already late at night, but some people have just begun to drunk and dream of death. You know, I'm a painter of the 18th Prohibition. Actually, Jun Li, just like you came to Japan to study, I came to Tokyo to find my own place. I am not satisfied to be an 18th Prohibition painter. Ying Lily was a little drunk and began to express her pressure. Li Yan was taken aback and asked, isn't the 18 forbidden painters very popular? Who said that in this country full of countless painters, how can it be so easy to make money? Ying Lily said with serious eyes. There are not 300 painters in Japan who can achieve my grade, but there are estimated to be hundreds of thousands of painters who paint at the 18th level. Voice actors, painters, novelists, musicians, almost have been overwhelmed. Ying Lily said. Also, although I have a talent for painting, I also have a style of painting that I am not good at. For example, I can't draw male XXX or female CXO anyway. Ying Lily sighed. When Li Yan heard this, his heart was broken, and he hurriedly said, wait a minute, don't you suddenly say some sensitive words. So, I actually always wanted to change my career and become a respected illustrator instead of the 18th forbidden painter. But recently, my paintings have been rejected, and I have worked so hard to paint them. Ying Lily lowered her head and wiped her tears, and said aggrievedly. Li Yan was taken aback for a moment, looking at her. At this point, he had the same sympathy as Ying Lily. After all, he was scolded by 10,000 people online and became a mouse on the street. What's the matter? It's just that the other party doesn't have artistic cells and doesn't understand your efforts at all. Li Yan said with a wry smile. Yes, but my weakness has caused the other side's contempt, which is also a fact. Therefore, I hope that I can be recognized, rather than shrink back. Ying Lily smiled and looked at Li Yan. Suddenly, Li Yan realized that Ying Lily, who was smiling, was a great beauty. Sure enough, she is a girl in the same world as Xia Shizi. Li Yan thought silently. After about 2 minutes, Li Yan couldn't hear Ying Lily. He looked at it and found that Ying Lily was already leaning against the wall and fell asleep. Chapter 19. What should I do now? I don't know what her parents want to let such a stupid daughter come out and live alone. After Li Yan finished eating, he collected a bunch of garbage and turned on the phone to take selfies all the way to prove that he did not do anything to send her back. She sent Ying Lily back to her bed and carefully checked again that there was no abnormality in every corner of the room before Li Yan locked the door and returned to her room. It should be said that even after crossing, he knew that the people in the animation world are still struggling to pursue their dreams. What qualifications does he have as a real person to be lazy? In the early morning, at the door of the apartment, Li Yan once again met Ying Lily, who had returned from buying vegetables. That. Ying Lily stopped Li Yan with a flushed face. Li Yan was already prepared. As long as Ying Lily asked him if he had done anything to her, she would show her the proof she had recorded. Li Jun, I saw on my desk this morning, someone drew a vivid female oxo on the drawing paper. Did you draw it? Ying Lily looked at him admiringly and asked. Passers-by looked at them again with complicated eyes. Li Yan looked at this neighbor with bewildered eyes. Sometimes, the other party didn't want to fight a conventional war with you. Chapter 16. The world has been small. In the early morning, Ying Lily's room was filled with enough magazines and materials. Okay, start studying. Ying Lily looked at a dozen or 20 book collections, magazines, and even sports posters. She was ready to start learning fighting drawing skills and redraw more than a dozen illustrations of Super Academy War. It should be said that she has never been interested in these things. For Ying Lily, who simply likes girl comics debut, she hasn't looked at the muscles, fists, and hideous face before. As a result, she needs to observe every outline, even the one in the painting. Breath. Do you want to paint like this? It looks a little bit. Ying Lily nodded, and then began to paint, from 7:50 in the morning until 12 noon, after she was awakened by the alarm clock. She came back to her senses. There are densely packed, draft sketches everywhere in the room. Although she practiced very diligently, in Ying Lily's eyes, these sketch illustrations are not comparable to the dynamic pictures drawn by famous cartoonists. Sure enough, the practice for a while is not enough. There is never a crash course in painting. The only comfort is that the painting style can still maintain a certain cuteness and fresh style. After all, it is a campus story. I need to strive to improve it as soon as possible. Its dynamic style and expression. Ying Lily took off her glasses, with a tired expression, ready to go downstairs to find a restaurant to eat. This old apartment has never been equipped with an elevator. Although the environment is clean and beautiful, and the rooms are fresh enough, it is too exhausting to go up and down the stairs. Ying Lily is tired and panting every time. But when Ying Lily walked to the balcony to stretch herself, she finally smelled a scent of fragrance. The sound of cooking came from the 5th floor. It felt like they were frying meat, and the taste was not generally good. Does that guy Li Jun know how to cook for himself? Ying Lily thought curiously. Her belly couldn't help but growl. After I got downstairs, I had to walk about 700 meters to find an oden-cooked snack bar. To eat ramen or rice, I would have to walk a little longer. I was tired. I thought it would be so far. I don't want to go downstairs anymore. Ying Lily sighed and thought. When she was worrying about the 3 meals, suddenly, she saw the half box of beer in the corner of the room. Li Yan served his own fried braised pork and a pile of green vegetables. When he was about to prepare for lunch, he heard the bell ringing at the door. Who? Li Yan asked. It's me. Ying Lily shouted outside. Kashiwa Mu Ying Lily. Li Yan opened the door curiously, and saw Ying Lily dragging a box of beer. It looked like Ying Lily was already sweating profusely and panting slightly. I'll give you this box of beer. Can I replace you with lunch? Ying Lily said sharply. Li Yan looked at Ying Lily with complicated eyes. He thought how Ying Lily knew that he had just cooked the food. After moving the beer into his room, Li Yan Duo took a bowl to Ying Lily, and said, Fortunately, I put a little more rice down today. Otherwise, both of us will not have enough to eat. I don't know what this kind of meal is. It doesn't suit your taste anymore. Ying Lily smiled and said, It's better than walking a mile to eat. She took a mouthful of braised pork, and her eyes suddenly shook. Good to eat. Really, then eat more. Li Yan smiled and said. He knew that the Japanese were more accustomed to eating separately outside, so he divided the 2 dishes into equal parts, half of each. Ying Lily looked at Li Yan with an expression that didn't mind at all. Among so many outsiders she knew, except for her childhood sweetheart, he probably took care of her the most. Not only did she return her underwear before, and helped her to deworm her room, but also helped to comfort her last night, and also specially recorded a video to prove her innocence, and now directly treat her to a meal. What's more, although the fried ones are not professional, they are quite delicious. Li Jun, do you have a girlfriend outside? Ying Lily asked curiously. Girlfriend? No. Li Yan sat opposite Ying Lily and shook his head. Ah, not in China. Ying Lily smiled and said, If you are active enough, you will probably find a girlfriend soon after you get into a good university. I had this plan before, but now, Girlfriend or something, I don't have any consideration for the time being. Li Yan said thoughtfully. After all, he is now in debt of tens of millions, and he has no right to be a girlfriend. Is there no one you like? Ying Lily suddenly became interested and continued to ask. Does the front desk that the elementary school likes count? Li Yan asked. Ying Lily was a little dumb with chopsticks in her arms. Does this paramecium really have human gender consciousness? After dinner, Li Yan packed his chopsticks and dishes. Thank you for the hospitality, then I will go back first. Ying Lily said with a smile. But when Ying Lily was about to hurry back to her room, Li Yan suddenly turned around and asked, What have you been doing in the room? What's on your mind recently? I always feel that your behavior is abnormal recently. Aren't you? You stayed in the room all night, and suddenly went out for another day, and came back late at night. Ying Lily turned her head and smiled brightly, looking at him and asked rhetorically. Li Yan felt that it was the same, perhaps because of work. Last night she was still drinking because of her disappointment at work. If it's hard work during this period of time, come over to me for 3 meals. Li Yan said suddenly. Ying Lily was taken aback, then looked back at Li Yan puzzled. Li Yan looked at her and said, Although it's just a general guess, you don't eat regularly every day. This is not okay. Work and life are important. Don't take sides. Of course, I have to pay for the food. Chapter 20. Ying Lily was about to close the door. After he said that, she was slightly startled and looked at Li Yan again. This guy actually intends to take care of her. Ying Lily smiled and said, That's what you said, there is absolutely no problem with the cost of food, then dinner please. In this way, there will be no worries. Ying Lily returned to her room, and the pressure in her heart suddenly eased a lot. She continued to study painting. Today, she must draw a work and send it to Yusuji teacher's mailbox. On the other hand, Li Yan's manuscript revision is fairly smooth sailing. He is increasingly confident that he can sell more than 120,000 copies of this book. It is only in terms of illustrations, but Kagurazaka Ayam has issued a copy of more than 1,000 words. The email to him indicated that the artist Sawamura hopes to continue to cooperate, and will redraw all the illustrations in the 4th volume, and will send him several works for review these days. Li Yan didn't mind, because he still admired Sawamura's unwillingness, and looked forward to the fact that this partner who had collaborated on the 3-volume novel could really achieve this promise. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the sender named Zekin finally sent him the first email. After Li Yan unzipped the compressed package, he saw a scene where the protagonist used superpowers to fight his opponent in the first round, drawing a fighting style. After reading it, Li Yan was silent for a while, wrote down his own suggestion, and sent it back. Of course, I rejected this work. Although the artist finally understood what he really needed, the artistic conception could hardly satisfy 30% of the original work. The editing system just gave B-level. Speaking of it, it seems to be the first email conversation with Zekin. I am already the first-line illustrator of Sanhei Library. Why should I care so much about cooperation with me? It should be easier to give illustrations to other authors. Li Yan looked at Zekin's reply to the understanding text message, and then thought. After all, big-name painters have a very bullish temper, and it is normal for them to throw a directly. Knowing that at 6 o'clock, Li Yan had already gone to the kitchen to prepare food, but another email was sent. Li Yan put down the kitchen knife and reviewed the illustrations sent over again. Whether it is the editing system or his personal judgment, they are all good works, but they do not conform to the judgment of the illustrations in this book. Once again, I sent back a no reply. Suddenly, Li Yan was still sending, but suddenly heard Ying Lily's angry shout from upstairs. No way again, shamelessly Yusuji, what wonderful work do you need? Obviously you are already passionate enough. I really want to knock you down with this pencil. Perhaps the angry voice was so loud this time, Li Yan finally heard it. What's the matter? Li Yan raised his head in amazement. However, his consciousness tells him that it seems that the world is a little small. Chapter 17. A friend is your lie. It's 6 o'clock at night. While Li Yan was studying the email from Zekin, suddenly there was a doorbell at the door. With a guilty conscience, he immediately covered the notebook. Otako Li, open the door. Ying Lily shouted outside. Li Yan realized that he hadn't cooked yet, but the rice was ready. He opened the door barefoot and saw Ying Lily with a tired face. It seems that she has been painting in her room for a long time, and her mental state is quite unstable. Excuse me, Ying Lily said when she saw Li Yan with a calm smile. No, you come in. By the way, I actually haven't started cooking yet, about 10 minutes will do. Li Yan hurriedly turned around and said directly. Ying Lily looked at Li Yan, always feeling that Li Yan didn't dare to look at her eyes. It was indeed 10 minutes. Li Yan brought out 2 fried fragrant sea fish and squid rolls, plus cauliflower, with a bowl of miso soup, as if it was specially made into Japanese style, but it was in Ying Lily again. In front of the Anglo-Japanese girl, she felt a bit like a Chinese-Japanese mixed for. It's really your style, tonight's food. Ying Lily said. Really? Li Yan looked at the Japanese cuisine he made, doesn't it look like it? Thanks, I'm actually hungry. Ying Lily said with a smile. Really, please eat more. Li Yan said to Ying Lily with a somewhat unnatural smile. Ying Lily looked at Li Yan curiously, and asked, what the is going on with you? I always feel like you care about something, staggering my eyes. Li Yan was sweating profusely, of course it was the sentence she scolded half an hour ago. Shameless Yusuji, this name has almost become a specific word, and after he resumed his negative email to Sawamura, Ying Lily responded. I have to say that he originally thought Sawamura was a standard otaku. But now think about it, Zekin may not be a fat house, not even a male, but also a female. After all, he himself used a pseudonym as a pseudonym, which is quite normal in the creative world. Just now I heard you suddenly shout something shameless Yusuji, what's the matter? Li Yangqiang smiled and asked. Did you hear that? Ying Lily asked in surprise after eating a piece of fish. Li Yan said, you can hear it from the 3rd floor to the 7th floor. Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb the people, but I was so angry. Ying Riri said suddenly annoyed. Li Yan asked, is it because of work again? Yes, although I shouldn't tell you about the pressure of my part-time job, since you have asked, let me talk about it. Actually, I am working as an illustrator for a novel work. Ying Lily said. At this time, Li Yan basically understood that his illustrator was actually upstairs. I was originally a painter of the 18 forbidden artists, so I am still good at painting aesthetic styles and static illustrations, but the writer I worked with responded that my illustrations did not match his work at all, and now I have been revising myself. I hope to get the approval of that writer. Ying Lily seemed to be really hungry and gobbled up food. Sometimes, the world is so small, an angel lives downstairs, and upstairs an illustrator who has been cooperating with him lives. But, I just sent him 2 illustrations in a row, and they were all passed off in the end. It's really disgusting. Although I know my paintings are really not passionate enough, I have been well received, haven't they? My work is really that bad. Is it? Ying Lily complained. Probably, the other party felt that the style was too inconsistent, so I chose to deny it. Li Yan reminded him that there was a ghost in his heart. Is there? Actually, I think the plot of that book is a bit naive. Ying Lily said coldly. This is the so-called mutual harm. In a dim estrangement, even though Li Yan was ridiculed in this way, he was helpless with Ying Lily. Let's eat, Miss Beimu, don't get angry anyway. I hope you will continue to communicate with that writer. After all, the other party is also considering your own work. Li Yan said with a wry smile. Well, why do you think that Li Jun suddenly began to lean towards the writer? He obviously said last night that he didn't understand art or something. Ying Lili looked at Li Yan with a puzzled face and beautiful eyes blankly. Li Yan hesitated and said, this is because, understanding long live. I really don't know how to calm the anger of this female painter. After more than a month of contact, Li Yan thinks that Ying Lili is still a good person. Although the dress is always a little strange, she is an approachable beauty. He is also a neighbor who knows how to care about others, so in all respects, Li Yan does not plan to fall out with Ying Lili. Yes, I think that writer also has his own reasons. Although he denied my work, it looks like he is still waiting for me to draw his satisfactory works. This is enough. I am not a weak person who always complains about myself. I am Sawamura Spencer Irie, so I won't admit defeat. Irie said with an arrogant smile. Chapter 21. Li Yan blinked and asked, Sawamura Sifan. Sawamura Spencer Inrari, this is my real name. If it weren't for my friends, I wouldn't tell them my real name, Jun Li. I treat you as my friend. I don't know if it's not unauthorized decision, but I have already decided. Sure enough, it's impossible to go out without friends. Ying Lili said with a demure smile. Li Yan was taken aback for a moment, and suddenly, his anxiety was gradually wiped out by Ying Lili's friend invitation card. Of course it wasn't an unauthorized decision. It is of course the best to be friends with Miss Beimu. I would like to ask for your advice in the future, Beimu. Li Yan said with a hearty smile. Ying Lili is fine. Ying Lili reminded, chewing the meat. Ying Lili. Li Yan was slightly startled. Although he knew her name, when he really called it out, he suddenly felt that it was a nice name. However, in his own words, whether he really wanted to take the initiative to say that he was her hostile partner Yusuji Yan, denying other people's works, and changing generals halfway through the betrayal, whether it really made Ying Lili understand herself. When Li Yan was hesitating, Ying Lili was already full. She smiled and said, it's really delicious, I beg you tomorrow. It's okay, just remember to pay for the food. Li Yan cleaned up the dishes and added. I got it. Ying Lili squinted her eyes, and was finally moved, saying that she was gone. However, when Li Yan took the bowls and chopsticks to the kitchen and started washing, Ying Lili took out his mobile phone. After checking the time, unexpectedly, he sent the third email pre-stored in the mailbox to Yusuji Yan. Ding dong! Almost at the same time as the sending was successful, suddenly, the notebook computer issued a notification tone indicating that the mail was received. Ying Lili was taken aback for a moment and looked at Li Yan's computer. It's a coincidence. For a moment, Ying Lili suddenly thought of something. Li Yan, Yusuji, both have the word Yan. Well, I forgot to turn off the prompt. Li Yan suddenly felt cold. Before he had finished writing, he was writing and sending and receiving emails. He was forced by Ying Lili to ring the doorbell. He thought that closing the notebook would be foolproof, but he didn't know that he had an open prompt. Li Yan was also shattered by this prompt sound. He immediately stuck his head out and looked at the living room in his room. At this moment, the computer was turned on, and Ying Lili directly saw Li Yan's computer, which directly displayed the name of the letter, Zekan. Zawamura. Ying Lili said coldly while sitting in front of the computer. Yusujian, Li Yan, indeed, the surnames are the names of plants. They go out early and return late, or stay behind closed doors. These habits are not the working style of their creators. Li Yan saw Ying Lili's back, that look seemed to be eclipsed, disappointed, with a sense of cold distance. He had only become friends with her before Ming Ming. Since he is a friend, he doesn't mind, and tell her today that he is her most annoying partner. Can you listen to my explanation? Li Yan asked. Have you always regarded me as an idiot? Ying Lili turned her head, her eyes full of evil and anger. She seemed to have tears in her eyes. She stood up suddenly and left for the door of the room. Li Yan looked at the empty door in silence, his eyes gradually turned into depression after being shocked. Chapter 18 Yusuji vs Kasako. It should be said that lying will pay a price. And silence is a complete injury. In order to confront Kazumi Shiko, he paid a sufficient price, not only gave up his neutral position and took the initiative to approach Gabriel, who was a fallen angel, but also refused to give up on the quality of the illustrations, forcing Kagurazaka Ayum to find only Sawa. The village explained the matter of changing painter. It's all about winning, maybe that's it. After thinking about it, in fact, what he did was not excessive. Even in the time of this day, he had a lot of precious memories, but he still inexplicably hurt the people he felt close. Sure enough, he was a lonely person, destined from birth. Ying Lily left in this way. As a result, there was no time to say anything. The two people maintained a friendship boat for 10 minutes and turned over. Li Yan was sleeping on the bed, his eyes quietly looking at the light on the roof, thinking. Should I apologize? Li Yan thought tangledly. After all, the other party had revealed his identity and real name, and told him to be friends without reservation, but he chose to keep the last secret in the end, which resulted in this contradiction. However, unqualified illustrations means unqualified. He never considered that Ying Lily's illustrations were included in the 4th volume because of his friendship. This is to be responsible for the readers, but also to be responsible for themselves, and even more for the professionalism of Ying Lily. Gradually, with a tired heart, Li Yan fell asleep. Come on, that wild species! Where did your parents go? Did you jump out of the rock? After a burst of harsh mocking laughter, finally, that anger exploded. After a burst of hustle and bustle, when Li Yan recovered, the 3 children who mocked him were already lying on the ground, covering their faces and crying loudly. Ding dong! With a sound, Li Yan was awakened. Li Yan got up in a daze. What's going on? Dream. Li Yan checked the time. It was 7 o'clock, or early morning. It's really an uncomfortable dream. Li Yan thought. Another doorbell rang, and Li Yan put on his coat, walked to the door, looked at it with cat eyes, and saw Ying Lily, who had thought she could no longer speak, stood at his door again. He was slightly startled, and when he took a closer look, he always felt that her face was not very happy. Wouldn't he just bring a stick to avenge him? Secretly opened a crack in the door, Li Yan poked out and whispered, "Good morning." "Good morning, old thief Yusuji," Ying Lily said coldly. At this moment, Ying Lily is still wearing that standard green sportswear. She has long blonde hair that should have been beautiful, but now split very much. Moreover, those dark circles seemed to tell him that Ying Lily was almost all night sleepless. "I actually didn't mean it. I heard you yelling yesterday and I realized that you are Zekken. I always thought Zekken was a fat house." Chapter 22. Li Yan quickly explained. Ying Lily's face changed slightly, and then her anger seemed to weaken a little, and she said directly, "Let me in, I'm going to have a good break with you today." "Calm down, what do you want to do?" Li Yan's face turned blue with fright. "I heard that some women in Japan have gloomy hearts and tend to go to extremes. They turned out to be true. I worked hard all night last night and finally brought my favorite work. This time you will definitely appreciate it," Ying Riri said earnestly. Li Yan was taken aback for a moment, only then saw Ying Lily holding a few scrolls horizontally. Her proud works are probably those. When she entered the room, although Ying Lily was still full of dissatisfaction, she consciously sat in the place where she often sat, quietly waiting for Li Yan's breakfast. "Ying Lily, you will become an outstanding social elite in the future," Li Yan thought. He fried eggs, then poured milk, and put them in front of himself and Ying Lily. "Remember to pay living expenses," Li Yan added. "I know." Ying Lily said angrily. After eating, Ying Lily put his latest illustrations on the floor. For a moment, Li Yan was taken aback and looked at this pair of Ying Lily's most powerful works. This is the first illustration of the fourth volume of the reset, but compared with all the previous works, it is almost a qualitative change, powerful combat performance, and rich character expressions. If you add color to it, it should be very good. Illustrated works. The editing system automatically starts scoring. Work, Super Academy War Illustration 01. Evaluation, A. Suggestion, basically meet the requirements, it will help to increase the sales of the work to a certain extent. It's amazing, Miss Beimu, you really did it. Li Yan looked surprised and said. Of course, I worked hard to draw the best work after hundreds of illustrations, and I watched a lot of fighting movies. Ying Lily carried this pair of dark circles, supported her with confidence, and said with a smile. But, my opinion is still no. Li Yan looked at it and said solemnly. Ying Lily looked at Li Yan blankly. Li Yan's eyes were cold and harsh, not joking. Why on earth do you guys always deny my work? Obviously you have said it very well, haven't you? At this moment, Ying Lily seems to have a feeling of being completely denied. Li Yan is right in front of her, once again. Denied her best work. I admit that this painting has met my requirements, but I can also see that Ying Lily, your painting skills and sense of responsibility, this painting is very good, but it is not up to the standard you should have. All things considered, I finally understand. The reason is that no one seriously tells you the story of the fourth volume I wrote. Just like friends, although they are always together, they still don't understand what kind of person the other person is. After all, I can't cooperate tacitly, so, after I will tell you the plot of the novel in detail today, I would like to ask you to illustrate again, and it should be a better work. That's a masterpiece from Teacher Zekin. Li Yan sneered at Ying Lily and said, it belongs to our partner, the best illustration. Ying Lily understood what Li Yan meant. Perhaps, at this moment, she really began to understand what Li Yan was because of, and suddenly she was able to be called master in a short time. His harshness, and his love for novels, almost it was burning like a fire, and came over in the adversity that was constantly denied. But after seeing Li Yan's cold eyes, Ying Lily suddenly had a new inspiration. The expression of the eyes is enough to be a wonderful story. Okay, tell me about it. Ying Lily nodded and said. Listening to the story conceived by Li Yan, the protagonist's heart, the enemy's persistence, the two sides are also competing between righteousness and evil, Ying Lily listened to it, and indeed imagined a sufficiently exciting picture in her consciousness. She was directly in Li Yan's room and began to sketch. When the first painting was drawn, Li Yan suddenly looked dumbfounded. It's more exciting than he thought. So, this is what Ying Lily should have drawn. Li Yan thought. With first-class illustrations and first-class revisions, Li Yan felt that he would definitely win over 400,000 fans of Xiaoshaizi. Sanhe Wenku, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Kagurazaka Ayam suddenly received an email from Ying Lily in his sleepiness. The email sent 15 pictures in an instant. The first one was a collection of works that Yusuji Yan recognized and admired Sawamura's revised work, and when the second one began, Kagurazaka Ayam immediately shined. After reading the 15th picture, Kagurazaka Ayam replied, reviewed, quite excellent text message. She thought happily, as if the effect of the activity had exceeded her expectations. It was really fruitful. Okay, Yusuji's army is also ready. Xiaoshai's army has already been assembled. One has a bad reputation, and the other is beautiful. I really want to see how the two of them perform after the results of the game. I really look forward to it. Kagurazaka Ayam smiled, she should start working overtime. Chapter 19, A Different Senior Sister. One day has passed since the submission deadline. The smoke of war dissipated. Once the work on his shoulders passed, Li Yan stopped paying attention. After all, before the victory or defeat, he had gone all out and did everything he needed to do. After receiving the OK from Kagurazaka Ayam, Li Yan completely abandoned the laptop and turned around and plunged into the wave of review. Because he is a prospective candidate, a Chinese student who has spent more than 100,000 yuan studying here. Today is a freshman consultation event at Waseda University. Li Yan received this piece of news from his high school teacher. It is undoubtedly valuable information for Li Yan, whose grades are fair. After thanking the teacher of the Japanese high school where he studied abroad, he chose to complete it. After working, I immediately set off for Waseda University. In fact, Li Yan didn't know it himself. For his high school, Li Yan was also a legendary figure. Because in this parallel world, he was originally just a rich second generation who can spend money, know how to enjoy, and also learned cars and bought luxury cars, but at school, he was robbed of protection fees by foreign schools in Japan. Cowardly guy who leads a sullen life. As a result, after inheriting this mess, he sold the luxury car and beat the bullies who threatened him to the point that his parents didn't recognize him. His grades in school were leaps and bounds, and his style changed suddenly, but his actions became mysterious and weird. While the teacher felt that he had become pragmatic and gratified, he was also worried about whether he had gone from one extreme to another. Li Yan has no friends or even acquaintances at school. He is a lonely person and lives like this at the school. Taking the shuttle bus to this prestigious school with historical origins for the Chinese, Waseda University, Li Yan always has a sense of longing for returning to history. After all, among the graduates of this university, Song Jiaran, Li Dazhao, Liao Zongkai, Su Manchu, Jin Chuofu, Yang Lunbei, all graduated from this university. They are not among the most famous universities in Japan, but they are enough. A good university that aroused Li Yan's interest. Many people. After Li Yan got out of the car, he saw a crowd of people at the entrance of the campus. There was still a period of time away from the entrance examination, so there was a sense of tension in the examination room. Most of the people in student uniforms are accompanied by family members. There are not many students who come to see him alone. It's really troublesome. I originally planned to take a college with a higher score, but now it seems that I always feel like a bunch of top students compete with me wherever I take the exam. Li Yan thought. Chapter 23. Hello, find out. Suddenly, a girl who looked like a volunteer from Waseda University sent him a leaflet and said to him with a polite smile. Li Yan was taken aback for a moment, then he took it over and said with a polite smile, "Thank you." But in the eyes of a few female volunteers, it seemed as if spring was blooming in an instant. Li Yan's somewhat nasty smile and angular, sunny face seemed to outline the souls of others like a devil. "Please be sure to enter this school, please." The senior sisters bowed and said. Li Yan nodded in panic. Are all Waseda's senior sisters so enthusiastic? He opened the poster and took a look. It mainly talked about school history, outstanding graduates, and the literature, politics, and economics departments are particularly famous. Indeed, otherwise he would not come here. Because the last time he was admitted to a well-known industrial university, he was blown up when he studied chemical engineering. Until now, he didn't know that he had made any mistakes in his operation, which would cause an explosion. So this time it's better to study economics, make more money, and be safe. Li Yan. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Li Yan's thoughts, and he was taken aback for a moment. How come someone here knew him and looked back? As a result, he saw a girl with long hair, with a delicate and beautiful face with a touch of surprise, wearing a casual female uniform, with a slightly strong voice. Li Yan took a closer look and found no impression, but he always felt like he had seen it somewhere. It's really you, did you come to this university to learn about this school? The girl was a little surprised and asked with a smile. Hello, long time no see. Li Yan showed a polite smile and hurriedly said hello. Although I couldn't recognize it, I felt that I had seen it. I couldn't directly tell the truth about what I didn't know, and said, I just came here to find out. I'm not sure if I can't pass the exam. Li Yan showed a smile that seemed familiar to her, and looked at her face in wonder. He had met such a beautiful girl in school, and finally he lost his memory. Can't you remember? However, he always felt that his body was slightly tense. It was strange. He obviously had no idea when he saw this young girl. This young girl smiled and said, I know your grades have become quite good now. The 7th place from the bottom, suddenly broke through to the top 3 in one fell swoop. It should be possible to fight for a better university, but Waseda University it is also a good university, at least the atmosphere is much better than that of Tongzi University. Li Yan was taken aback for a moment. This is correct, after all, it is a university. And the girl looked at him curiously and asked, I should be talking to you for the first time. Why do you seem to be familiar with me? Have we met before? Li Yan stared at this girl with wide eyes, and there was an embarrassment in the air. There is always a feeling of being tricked. I seem to have seen you in school, and I am a little familiar, but I haven't seen you before. Li Yan reacted immediately and said politely. The girl coughed a few times, and she said with a serious expression, when we first met, my name is Amakusa Shino, and I am the former president of the student council. I have now stepped down. Please advise. My hobby is reading books and going to the beach. Suddenly, the girl issued a solemn statement. Quite interested in ghosts. Beep beep beep. The next few sentences were basically automatically beeped. Li Yan and the group of people around them were all dumbfounded as they watched the self-introduction exploded by this beautiful girl just now. The editing system suddenly rang. Work, Duxiang Student Union. Evaluation, B+. Suggestion, a daily comic with a proper scale. Although it is not as popular as the Love Campus, it also has a group of loyal fans. In his memory, Li Yan finally remembered that Amakusa Shino was the president of the student council when he was still in high school and the most popular senior sister. President Amakusa? As I remember, you are the president of the school. Li Yan was taken aback for a moment, and found the memory of the previous one in his memory. More importantly, it seems that the one in the previous world, the one he has a crush on, is Amakusa Shino. Thinking of this Li Yan's memory, he quickly complained to himself, don't dream, you still want to be close to such an excellent girl who pretends to be free. However, Li Yan is also 100% sure that this beautiful president must be a terrible character, and it is better not to get too close. President, are you here alone? Li Yan asked curiously. Yeah, it's a person, a person. Amakusa Shino seemed to have reached the ambiguity side, feeling a little lost in her heart. Li Yan smiled bitterly, and hurriedly said, well, I'm going to walk by myself, so I won't bother you, the senior sister of the president. What are you talking about? Since it's my younger brother, I will certainly take you around. After all, this is my alma mater. Amakusa Shino pressed his shoulder directly from behind, and said with a smile. Li Yan could only long for in his heart. When walking, he wouldn't hear this beautiful senior sister break out of that explosive yellow accent again. Not far away, a black-haired girl realized that Amakusa Shino seemed to have taken a person to the campus area, and she was taken aback. By the way, she also recognized that man. Li Yan, under the pen name Yusujian, is a writer who quarreled with her the other day. Kazuma Jayakashiwa was surrounded by senior sisters from the Waseda Faculty of Literature. She stared at Li Yan coldly. In the end, what is the relationship between him and Sasa Amakusa? Chapter 20 Li Yan the Literary Thug. Today is the regular open day of Waseda University. In a few days, it will be the beginning of the university, and the junior high and high school holidays will officially end. For high school students preparing for the exam, after the first semester of the holiday, there is a hard fight, so every major school will choose this period of time to recruit outstanding students to visit their schools and consult, so that they can be used in the next few months. After passing, attract them to the school to take the entrance examination. However, who would say that the focus of the university is only on the students in the third year of high school? As a second year in high school, with excellent grades and good looks, the top student Kazuma Shiwa, who had already published books in high school, has been the goal of Waseda University from a very early age. It is almost a semi-open battle for Japanese universities to recruit outstanding students who performed well in high school. It is not only Waseda that has an olive branch in the depths of Kazuma Shiba, but even the University of Tokyo, Kyoto University, and other first-class universities have already acted. Over. Chapter 24. Kazuma Shiba, this time participating in the Waseda publicity meeting, was also invited by the Minister of the Waseda Literature Club. The name of the Minister of Waseda Literature Club is exactly Amakusa Shino. This man with both talents and appearance was selected as the new pillar of Waseda, who was dug up by the Minister of Waseda University's previous literary club in every possible way. She also graduated with the highest grade in the school, and even served as the president of the student union for 3 years. Until now, the talented girl who has been talked about by the high school campus came to the Waseda Department of Literature. This is the fastest promotion rate in Waseda University history. It is also because after several contacts with Amakusa Shino, she was influenced by Amakusa Shino's charm, and she wanted to know more about Waseda University. It should be said that although Waseda University is not the best, but the Literature Club is a group of monsters. Every bit has a lot of history, and this moment attracted Sasuke Hoshiu. However, in the event of coming to learn about Waseda University this time, she saw her respected Minister of Literature, but brought her old enemy to the campus. Senior Amakusa. Sasuke Hoshiu thought silently, what is the relationship between the two of them? Shiu, let me introduce you to our school library, it's super awesome. A sophomore girl took her hand and said with a smile. Senior sister, but I'm only a high school student, and I'm not a candidate, can I really go see it? Sasuke Hoshiu looked at her and asked curiously. Of course, what does it matter? Shiu also planned to go over and take a look, but was dragged away by this group of girls. This is the gymnasium warehouse. This is an empty classroom that no one uses. This is a public toilet for men and women. This is a sparsely traveled grove. This is a fascinating swimming pool where very few people swim. Amakusa Shino was full of excitement and smiled, and introduced Li Yan to the best place in Waseda University in her opinion. Stop it, Amakusa-senpai. Li Yan thought in shock. Why the other seniors introduced the library, classrooms, and dormitories to the high school students who came to visit, while his school sister introduced the Mizi warehouse, Ms. Hikong classroom, Mizi the toilet, the mysterious grove. It seems that Waseda University is already filled with pink atmosphere at this moment. Brother, you already feel the charm of Waseda University? Amakusa Shino asked Li Yan with sharp eyes. Li Yan nodded silently, and said sternly, I don't plan to take the Waseda University entrance exam at all now. Hey! Amakusa Sasa made a strange voice in surprise. Wait a minute, Li Jun, is my introduction so bad? It's clearly stated that you have been targeted, are you really not attracted? Amakusa Shino asked with a flushed face. Li Yan said helplessly, please don't look at me with such eyes. What kind of person am I in your eyes, the president? So, look at our literature club, how about it? Amakusa Shino smiled, tossed her hair, and asked. Literature club? Li Yan asked in a daze. Amakusa Shino smiled and stretched out a finger, and said proudly, yes, the literature club, no matter what school you are in, and no matter what bloodline you inherited, when it comes to Waseda University, you have to talk about the literature here. If you like literature, of course you have to consider entering this university with the goal of entering our literary club, right? Here comes again, a small fresh dream. Although Li Yan admires them a little, he has basically never been out of society. People who feel lonely and breadwinner cannot understand that a certain material foundation is needed as a prerequisite for such a dream to come true. Wrong, President. Li Yan shook his head directly and said politely, I don't want to work in the field of literature. My goal is to make money, to make a lot of money. Okay. Amakusa Xiao was taken aback and looked at him. Although doing well in literature is indeed very profitable, I personally feel that my writing is still lacking. I always deduct the most points when I take the test. I remember writing off the question several times. Moreover, I can't be like you guys. To engage in literature quietly, I need a lot of money to do things. For me, who has no literary talent, literature will not be my purpose in choosing a university. Li Yan shook his head helplessly and said. Moreover, facing the Japanese-style test questions, he actually feels a little strenuous, and he is still uncertain whether he can pass the exam. Amakusa thought for a while and said, without literary talent, you can sell 400,000 copies in 2 months. Li Jun, who even defeated Xia Shizi in certain fields, would say that. It's too modest. Suddenly, Li Yan stared at her blankly. Amakusa Shino looked at him in silence, and after a while, he said, Old thief Yusuji. As if directly pierced his little heart with a sword. Wait a minute, how did you know? Li Yan asked with wide eyes. Hey! Amakusa Xiao was taken aback for a moment, and then said, Li Jun, don't you know this? After being exposed to literature for a long time, if you have read that person's book, or even a few words, once you see him when an article is written, it can be directly analyzed that the article was written by that person. What's more, your writing style is so easy to recognize. Amakusa Shino said. Li Yan was taken aback for a moment. He was a little skeptical, and asked, No, President, even if the method you said makes sense, you shouldn't have seen my writing before, right? Who has it? Didn't you directly write a love letter to me in your second year of high school? Amakusa Xiao asked curiously. What? Li Yan asked in astonishment, covering his head. Thinking about it again, it seems that it is true that the self in this world has a thick skin and stuffed a love letter into the chairperson's cabinet, but she corrected the typo and sentence and sent it back. This is really the style of President Amakusa. It is simply self-inflicted. Li Yan covered his face and whispered, Wait a minute, President, please don't tell others, okay, I just want to go to school quietly, write a book, and make some money. Please forget about writing love letters. Well, I don't remember anymore. Don't worry, I will keep it secret. But, let's not discuss the literature club, and the question of college entrance. Li Jun, now that I have encountered it, I want to ask you one thing. Amakusa Shino suddenly turned his face. They all got serious and asked. What's the matter? Li Yan looked at her with some fear and asked. Chapter 25. Amakusa asked, Is it true that there are rumors about the sales of you and Xia Shizi on the internet? Li Yan was silent for a while, and said, There is such a thing. After winning, I was random SM by the opponent. Amakusa asked, blushing. Li Yan widened his eyes and shouted, No, there is absolutely no such thing. Sasa Amakusa coughed a few times and said seriously, Then, please cancel this kind of competition. This is clearly an advertisement created by your company. You are operated as a commercial tool. Are you really willing to be used like this? Why? Li Yan asked. After all, it is not a good thing for anyone to win or lose in such a thing. Both of you are people who like literature. If you use literary works as a tool for personal grievances, I think it is unreasonable. The president's preaching time began up. Although it was presumptuous, I still refused. Li Yan's eyes began to cool, and he said, although I don't know what the senior sister, you and Xia Shiza have, the game between us was carried out by mutual consent, so there is no fraud. Amakusa Xiao looked at Li Yan quietly. The once cowardly rich second generation, at this moment, was a sneer enjoying the competition, as if enjoying it. Is this really the same person? The arrow is on the string, and I have to send it. If I lose, I will let teacher Xia Shizi understand that the so-called love novel is basically the same as McDonald's junk food. It tastes good enough, but it has no nutrients at all, the president, and nothing else. I'll leave the matter. Li Yan's eyes exuded a dark atmosphere, and said coldly. Amakusa Xiao quietly looked at Li Yan, who had left after bowing to her. That kind of feeling, trying to destroy a madman master of a book series, is more appropriate to call it literary thug. Chapter 21. This is the opponent of Xia's Haikihoshiu. According to Amakusa's analysis, as Li Yan himself confessed, his literary skills are not very deep, and there may even be mistakes in sentences and typos. However, Li Yan has extraordinary talents purely in the aspect of story shaping, and is a calm and explosive writer with dual characteristics. The name Yan is quite suitable for describing this senior international student. It is almost like two fires, one burning the opponent and the other burning himself. Amakusa Shino pondered for a moment, and it seemed that her negotiation and reconciliation phalanx had been passed by the opponent without hesitation. Okay, all the people watching the show have come out, and the negotiations have completely failed. Amakusa Shino closed her eyes and shouted. It's really strong. Is it really just a senior high school student? A literate young man who walked out not far away asked with a smile. I thought he would do something illegal just now. It's a terrible expression. Another girl with glasses and a little shy came out with the literary youth and said in fear. I knew it was you, Qinghai, Yoko. Amakusa Shino sighed and asked, has the school magazine work done? Of course, when will we violate the minister's order? The handsome man named Qinghai said with a faint smile. 100% will satisfy Minister Amakusa. Yoko said with a smile. Amakusa Xiao smiled and said, that's good, you are really reliable. Takahashi Qinghai and Takeda Yoko are all classmates who joined the literary club in the same class as Amakusa Shino. They wrote a historical novel and a collection of essays. The scores in the entrance examination and composition are almost directly close. Full marks, they are all very powerful young writers. Amakusa Sasa used to have 3 very good assistants to help. The student Takari Suda has inherited the post of student council president. This year he is also preparing for the university entrance examination. Heiji Murasuzu is still working as an accountant. I heard that she will study abroad. In the same year, Kijo Tiantian was admitted to a key women's college. It's a pity not to be on the same campus. However, currently at Waseda University, she also lives very happily, with a group of new partners around her, and can learn new things every day. Director Amakusa, by the way, is it possible that Yusujian can defeat Shiba-chan? Yoko Takeda asked in a low voice. After all, we don't really understand the genre of light novels, and we can't study it as real literature, but I still think that no matter the readability of the story or the proficiency of writing, few people can really surpass it. Crossing the hill of Xia. Takahashi Qinghai said seriously. Yoko Takeda smiled and said, yes, Shiba-chan is super strong. The novels she wrote are really good looking. I am also a fan of her. Amakusa Shino was silent for a while, and said, according to theory, but the game should officially start tomorrow. Everything in the game is full of uncertainty, but I still don't want the two sides to use literature as weapons to attack each other. Personally, I like it. If they are allowed to join the Waseda Literature Club, we will definitely be able to get close to the famous universities such as Tokyo University and Kyoto University in terms of fame. It's a shame to suddenly have conflicts. After all, the seniors and senior sisters will give her the management of literary society, and they must do their best to win more literary talents for their alma mater. However, the change is really big, I almost can't recognize it. Before, as the president of the student union, I needed to control suspicious students. I noticed that Li Yan, an international student, was extravagant. I thought he would do so in the future. He didn't have to go to university and return to China. Anyway, he is so rich, he doesn't feel nervous at all. Amakusa Xiao said. Later, suddenly, his whole person changed drastically. Hearing from Suda, he suddenly ranked in the top 3 in his grades overnight. He was still fighting secretly outside the school. He knocked down 4 or 5 gangsters alone. Very frugal, but I didn't expect him to become a famous writer of light novels. It feels complicated, and I always feel full of mysteries. Takahashi Qinghai shouted in surprise. Full of doubts, isn't it because the soul suddenly changed? Takeda Yoko said with a smile. Where is there such a magical thing? Takahashi Qinghai was taken aback for a moment and said. Amakusa Shino nodded and said, it's indeed a big change. This is simply an amazing change from shaking M to pure S. Takahashi Qinghai awkwardly reminded, I think Minister Amakusa, you would better change the description of the example. Hehe, I think it's very vivid. The girl with glasses said with a smile. Forget it, there is still time after all, Minister, you can fight for it again, but I suggest that if you can't be neutral, it is more appropriate to choose Zaya's Haikyuu. Wen Qingyuth helped his glasses and said helplessly. Yes, after all, I was a little afraid of the foreign student. When I laughed just now, it seemed like a villain. A literary thug, and Minister Amakusa described it as too accurate. Yoko Takeda said with lingering fear. Amakusa Shino was silent, without agreeing or denying. Is she still in the library? Amakusa Shino asked. Well, people in our club are still introducing her, and she seems to be in a good mood. Yoko said with a smile. That's good, after we finish the meeting, I will apologize to her again. Amakusa Xiao smiled and said. She said, well, let's go to the meeting. Please work harder for the next national literary competition. It is good. Okay. Amakusa Shino walked in front of Qinghai and Yoko and stepped into a relatively new teaching building. In a community classroom on the 3rd floor, she opened the classroom door. Inside, the men and women, with an invisible arrogance and literary atmosphere, with a smile, any member here has won an award in the national competition. After all, Waisda's literary club has always been well known throughout the country. Seniors, classmates, I have been waiting for a long time, and now we are starting to hold a specific event about the literary competition. Amakusa Shino stood on the podium, preparing for an important competition about the university's reputation in front of the group of writers. Whether light novels are considered literary works, there has always been a strong social controversy. If you have received a high degree of literary education like Xia Shizi and Qian Shao Kunzan, and the works written by them are literary, they can be called literary works, but if they are based on Izumi Masamune, Shitong Qiaguang is a part-time job. Because of the lack of sufficient writing skills and the selling point of cartoon stories, the written works can hardly be called literary works by the society. Chapter 26. Li Yan was caught in the middle, some of it couldn't get up. Therefore, when Amakusa Shino proposed to come to the literature club, he was almost in entanglement as to whether he was really a literary writer or a writer. But these are not important for the time being. The important thing is that after he returned from Waisda University, he has been working hard to review his homework almost all the time. Knowing that the day before the week's sales were announced, Li Yan finally couldn't sit still and wanted to read his book. What is the sales volume? If you go to the forum, the reply will always be swear words like MMP. He decides to go to the bookstore to see his books, as well as Xiaoshai's books. Welcome. The girl in the bookstore bowed and smiled. A man wore a mask and a duckbill cap, and he was the legendary literary thug. He felt that reading his own book was nothing, but reading Xiaoshai's book always felt a guilty conscience. As a result, in the light novel section of a large bookstore, his books were piled full, neatly and uniformly, and they didn't look like they were sold at all. Isn't it? Li Yan's heart suddenly chilled, looking at the exquisite cover, the familiar title of the book. On the opposite side, Xiaoshai's book appeared to be half sold. Suddenly, Li Yan seemed to have thought of the game of apology that Xiaoshai used a dog trap around his neck and crawled around the square. "Hello, do you want to buy the 5th volume of Love Metronome?" the cashier girl asked. "Yes," Li Yan said in a hoarse voice. He wanted to buy a copy and study it carefully to see if the quality of the book is really so popular, but the editing system did not respond, which surprised him, otherwise he would not spend a few hundred yuan to buy a rival book of. "I really like the series of Love Metronome, sir, do you like it too?" the cashier asked with a smile. "Yes, I like it so much," Li Yan said with a smile, with helpless tears and not wanting to hurt Xiaoshai's readers. The cashier looked at Li Yan in amazement, and he liked it to the point of tears. He must be a super fan. Just taking out the bookstore, Li Yan opened the cover of the Love Metronome, ready to take a look. But when I opened it, I saw the first story, the story of the male lead and the female lead kissing. Eyes. Li Yan covered his eyes and struggled in pain. At this moment, his phone rang suddenly. Li Yan was taken aback for a moment, and then he saw the call from Kagurazaka Iris. Suddenly, an electric current flowed through his body, letting Li Yan understand what this call meant. "Hey, this is Li Yan." Li Yan answered the phone and asked. "Yusuji teacher, excuse me. Although today is the 7th day, it seems that there is no suspense in the sales competition between the two of you, and the outcome of the victory or defeat is already there." Kagurazaka Ayam smiled and asked, "Do you think you won, or Xiaoshai won?" Chapter 22. At noon, the sky gradually became clearer and cloudy, the breath of spring gradually disappeared, and the temperature gradually warmed up. The sun was still shining an hour ago, and there was a torrential rain at any time. A thunderstorm caused Li Yan to be surprised. He looked at the sky and thought depressed, "It's going to rain again. What I hate most is rainy days. Now there is no need to write novels, and no need to care about the outcome. There is only one thing left to think about, and that is how to face that opponent, Xiaoshai." When he was thinking anxiously about how he would end up next, suddenly, his hand was cut with a kitchen knife. "Well!" Li Yan suddenly snorted. He immediately covered his fingers, found disinfectant and band-aids for treatment. He looked tired, looked at his fingers depressed, and could only say that he would clean up the incidents he caused himself. At 12:05, Ying Lily, who was upstairs, arrived in room 505 on time. She didn't seem to know if she stayed up all night and worked overtime again, and finished her latest comic series before the deadline, with a dizzy expression on her face. Sleeping expression. At this time, Li Yan prepared Ying Lily lemonade with a calming effect. After taking a sip, Ying Lily felt better. She always felt that Li Yan seemed to take care of others quite well, and she was just a high school student. "Okay." After taking a bite of the fried squid Ying Lily, his eyes brightened and he said, "It's delicious, Otako Li, your cooking skills seem to have improved." But at the original praise, Li Yan would basically be ecstatic and unable to control himself, but this time Li Yan didn't say anything, holding a bowl of rice and staring blankly, his eyes flashed with confusion, and later decided what after that, it repeated it again. "What's wrong, Li Yan? Ying Lily asked curiously. This question, but as if he had not heard anything, Li Yan was still thinking about something. Is the kidney weak? Ying Lily asked. What? Wait a minute, you girl, don't suddenly say something inexplicable. Who has kidney deficiency? Li Yan immediately reacted, staring at her and asked. Ying Lily smiled and said, otherwise, why are you eating? The dishes are pretty good today. Fresh squid, Chinese cabbage, and pork ribs. The hardest working hours have passed. What are you still struggling with? She just put the chopsticks in her mouth, and suddenly she remembered something. Li Yan sweats a little on his forehead, always feeling that Ying Lily doesn't open which pot to lift. Wait. Ying Lily stared at him blankly and asked, today is the last day of the week. Although Kagurazaka said that she would announce the results only in the future, she basically has the answer today. Could it be that you already know that you and Xiaji has the victory or defeat between Xiaxizi? Suddenly, the room was filled with a tense atmosphere. Ying Lily's eyes stared at Li Yan almost feverishly. After all, although the book was written by Li Yan, the illustrations are part of the book. It also has the same meaning. Why are you so clever all of a sudden? Li Yan said unexpectedly. Quickly tell me, do you think it's just your personal achievement? Do you know how much effort I have put in to draw you illustrations? You guy is not always decisive, so why don't you give it to me at this time? Come on this set, say it. Ying Lily directly flogged Li Yan with a double ponytail, and said angrily. Understood, you stop. No, your double ponytails will stop. Li Yan said, caught off guard by the beat. What kind of world, he thought to himself in amazement. This was the first time he was attacked by a double ponytail. 60,000 copies. Li Yan calmly said to Ying Lily. Hey! Ying Lily was taken aback and didn't react. It can be seen that Ying Lily's mathematical estimation is not very good, and he has not even figured out what 60,000 books are referring to. Chapter 27. On the first Saturday, Wanban ranked number 1 in sales in Sanhe Library. The game between me and Xia Shizi, so I won. Li Yan looked at Ying Lily with a stunned look, and said. The books we wrote sold 60,000 in the first week. Now the light novel area of major bookstores stocks a large amount of our 4th volume of light novels. Basically, most of the stores are in an anxious period of out of stock. Kagura editor Saka told me that on the first day I heard, my book fans suddenly called to queue up to buy books, but on the first day of sales, more than 30,000 copies were sold. Animation production companies and game companies have already gone there. Hiwinku, I hope to reach a cooperation with me as soon as possible for the animation of the 4th volume and the opening of the new game map. Basically, it sells very well, right? There were stars shining around Li Yan, and he said happily. 60,000. Ying Lily suddenly shouted in surprise. The sales volume of 60,000 books per week has almost refreshed the record of Sanhe Library, and even far exceeded the sales volume of 5,000 copies per week by Qianshao Village Zheng. Li Yan has really become a veritable Yusuji old thief. Is the news true? Ying Lily asked excitedly. Yes, the sales are only the sales that ended yesterday. If we count today, maybe our book sales are not just these, it is estimated that they will exceed 70,000. Li Yan said calmly. Ying Lily was so happy that she rushed over, put her arms around Li Yan's neck, tears in her eyes, and laughed and said, finally, you have worked hard. Li Yan, you worked so hard, and we worked so hard. Finally, the dream has come true. These days, it's been so hard for you, Ying Lily. Li Yan was caught off guard, but he felt that Ying Lily was so relieved with everyone's hard work these hours. He gradually got up with joy, looked at Ying Lily's blonde hair, and whispered, after you finish your manga, I will take you and another hero to eat out for a meal. Please also please in the future and work hard to advance in the cause we love. To celebrate with your partner, for the time being, it's an expression of true feelings. However, Ying Lily also realized that even with the astonishing sales of 70,000 copies, she did not see Li Yan's complacent expression of triumphant and master style. On the contrary, she couldn't understand it and couldn't let it go. Let go of Li Yan, blushing, and stepping back a bit, curiously asked, "Wait a second, you sell 70,000 novels a week, why do you look unhappy at all?" Li Yan was taken aback for a moment. "Of course I am happy, I don't know how happy it is, but after being happy on the phone, my happiness can only be happy for a few minutes. After all, my journey has to go on, giving me the confidence to continue writing this novel, but after calming down, I cared about the sales of Xia Shizi." Li Yan continued thinking. "So, what is her sales volume? After all, she is famous before you, and has always been a popular writer. You have 70,000 copies, and she has at least 40,000 copies." Ying Lily asked curiously. "As of yesterday, only 11,000 copies of Love Metronome have been sold," Li Yan said. Suddenly, Ying Lily seemed to feel that she had heard it wrong. After all, the 5th volume of The Metronome of Love should be the one with the most exciting part of the plot in all the series of Xia's Haikyushu. So I won, and it directly surpassed the other party's sales by almost 6 times, and completely won Xia Shizi," Li Yan said. When Li Yan heard about the sales of Xia Shizi on the phone from Kagurazaka Ayam, he was taken aback. He also didn't believe that Xia Shizi's sales would be so bad. Li Yan, who had exhausted all resources to defeat Xia Shizi, even wanted to win in his dreams, but he never hoped that his opponent would lose like this. Like Wu Qi, he was eager to fight and win, but he never longed to let the opponent really lose in the fight, not on his own. "What are you kidding?" At that time, Li Yan frowned and blurted out. 10,000 copies, almost 1/3 of the 4th volume of The Metronome of Love. "Xia Shizi, what are you doing?" Li Yan thought about this. The indifferent girl who used to be in the hotel and made him feel pressured, just like this, she fell. Before Ying Lily left, she said that perhaps it was the beginning of school, and the teenage readers had not yet had time to travel and other market judgments, but Li Yan felt that Xia Shizi had made some mistakes herself. There was a sudden flash of thunder in the sky, and gradually, it rained. "It's so pattering, it makes people feel a bit lonely." Li Yan looked at the sky. Ding dong! The line of the mobile phone issued a reminder. Li Yan picked up the mobile phone and looked at it. There was a text message on the line that shocked him all over. "Xia Shizi, to fulfill the promise of the competition, we will meet at the coffee shop at number 15 Zosing Street, Koto District, Tokyo at 3 o'clock this afternoon." Chapter 23 Looking for encounters in the police station. Rustle. It was raining heavily outside, and even Kagurazaka Ayam, who had been busy at work, was attracted. She walked to the window of her office, opened the blinds, and saw the grey rain scene. It rained so much, Kagurazaka Ayam said to himself. Summer is about to come, and the weather will change as soon as it changes, just like a girl's mind. The sun was still shining an hour before, and it was like this after an hour. The 5th volume of Xia Shizi's Love Metronome has been sold. So far, it has only reached 11,653 copies. It should be said that it is the worst sales performance among the first-line writers. Kagurazaka Ayam thought quietly, "Xia Shizi, can you survive this test?" After all, based on her professional knowledge and experience, Kagurazaka Ayam has long determined that the 5th volume of The Metronome of Love will repeat the same mistakes. When the first volume started writing as a novice, Kazumi Shiko simply put her fantasy romance into it. In the story, although the writing style is very amazing and the plot is also interesting, it ignores the operating requirements of the market, that is, the plot is too flat and the characters lack mature cuteness, so after encountering the cold sales results, let her and the editor has no plans to reprint. Then, after Kagura Sakekobyo carefully read Kazumi Shiko's first book, he chose to keep it and took a huge risk. He became the editor in charge of Kazushiko and took the initiative to retain Kasuko Shiko to stay in Sanhei. After the library, he was responsible for the review and sale of the next novel series. As a result, she really lived up to her expectations. The second volume of Xiaoshiza began to take a turn for the better. The story became more and more exciting. By the time the fourth volume was released, the sales totaled 420,000 copies. Hot sale in one roll. Therefore, she herself and Xiaoshiza have experienced many storms together, and she can be regarded as an editor and author who trusts each other. Suddenly, Kagurazaka's phone rang. Okay. Kagurazaka Ayam was taken aback for a moment, and the caller ID of the mobile phone appeared to be a call from the illustrator Iri Kashiwagi. Hey, Mr. Kashiwagi, why would you have time to call me? Kagurazaka Ayam asked with a smile. You can still laugh. Ms. Kagurazaka. Ying Lily asked with a sigh. Kagurazaka Ayam curiously asked, what's wrong? I have heard about Xiaoshiza, the volume of her latest work seems to be only 11,000 copies sold. This should be her worst performance since her debut. Well, it's like this right now. Did Mr. Yusuji tell you about sales? Kagurazaka Ayam asked for a moment after thinking about it. Ying Lily's voice suddenly hesitated. Chapter 28. After all, we are partners. Isn't it a matter of course to know the sales? Ying Lily vaguely said that she was worried that these sales might involve company secrets, but Li Yan revealed it to her. Don't worry, just ask casually. If it doesn't involve company secrets, the information will be published on the website soon. And you know it's quite reasonable, and it's not a person outside the company. I'm just curious about when you will follow Yusuji-sensei is so close. Kagurazaka Ayam said with a smile. Ying Lily suddenly became silent, and soon Ying Lily anxiously explained. We are partners after all. The last time we had an illustration, we had a good communication, and of course it's a good relationship. That's good, I'm relieved, Mr. Shangshan's novels and your illustrations are really wonderful collaborations. Such results are also expected. Kagurazaka Ayam said happily. However, Ying Lily still asked suspiciously, what about Xiaoshiza? The sales of Xiaoshi's sub-amount, long before it was put on the shelves, was also in my expectation. Kagurazaka Ayam thought for a while, and said. Then why? Why did you know that there was such a big mistake in that book, but you deliberately caused a sales competition between her and Yusuji? Didn't that ruin her series of works? Ying Lily asked with a reproachful voice. It is precisely because I knew that the sales of Xiaoshiza's next volume would have a major decline, so I did this deliberately. Although it is a coincidence, the conflict between Yusuji and Xiaoshiza may be a good thing. That's why I organized this event further. Kagurazaka Ayam smiled faintly and said. Ying Lily was taken aback, and she didn't understand what she wanted to ask on the phone, but Kagurazaka Ayam said what she wanted to ask. Kagurazaka Ayam said, in fact, the fifth volume of The Metronome of Love did not make much mistakes, but there were serious mistakes in the fourth volume. In the fourth volume, Xiaoshiza was directly involved in the plot. When it reached the peak, suddenly, with different ambitions, the actor and actress who were gradually warming up emotionally were dismantled, which led to a large number of readers complaining to Sanhei Library and losing many loyal readers. So Sanhei Wenko itself has no expectations for the sales of Volume 5. She looked at the heavy rain outside the window and said, it's just that I will not give up any writer in my hand. Even if the sales are too poor, the company will be held accountable if he rushes to the shelves. I also hope that Xiaoshiza will continue to write. Everyone's editors, if you don't stand up at this time, how can you stop Xiaoshiza from quitting the novel world? So, I put all my hopes on Yusuji teacher. Ying Lily was dumbfounded. It turned out that the chess played by Kagurazaka Ayam turned out to be bigger than expected. Editor Kagurazaka, now the president wants you to talk about some things about the poor sales of Mr. Xiaoshi's works. Suddenly, Kagurazaka Icarus was knocked on the door, making Kagurazaka Icarus a moment of stun, and she immediately pondered for a while and said, "Well, I know, thank you." Sure enough, I was held accountable. Kagurazaka Ayam habitually stretched out his hand and pinched his chin to think about how to answer questions from the president and other senior executives. After all, there was a problem with the sales of the first-line author, and she had a considerable responsibility as a responsible editor. "Well then, I'm going to the president's room," Kagurazaka Ayam said with a smile. "Wait a minute, Kagurazaka-san, I still don't understand. Why did you suddenly get involved with Li Yusuji? Xiaoshi's talents should be recognized by everyone, but she also has an obvious weakness, that is, she is an overly emotional person and is easily disturbed by the outside world." Kagurazaka Ayam opened the door, smiled and said, "Yusuji-sensei has a characteristic that allows people to see what they need to do, and I think Kazumi Shiko will understand it later." Tokyo, Koto District. A misty world, lush green trees, empty streets, quiet Tokyo, immersed in this peaceful world. In the quiet coffee street, he stood on the subway entrance and came to Jiangdong District. Standing at the entrance of the subway, Li Yan thought it would rain for an hour, but now it is still pouring rain. As a result, he and other passers-by who came out of the subway could only wait at the door for a while. "It's such a heavy rain directly calling me out. Can't you really surrender to me another day?" Li Yan looked at the lightning and thunderous sky, and the grey raining scene, and thought to himself. The sales gap is too big, so it has been a steady win, but what is surprising is that he thought that the arrogant Xiaoshiza would only ask him for an interview in a few days, but she directly sent out a meeting SMS to fulfill the promise. After all, this time the sales competition was not won entirely because of his strength, but Xiaoshi's own work had a serious problem. In the case of the problem, Li Yan also guessed that it might still be in the fourth volume. Although the fourth volume has the highest sales in the Love Metronome series, it is because of the serious mistakes in the previous volume that it directly leads to the fifth volume. The sale was postponed several times, and even the sales were not satisfactory. "Forget it, I don't need to think about her anymore. Anyway, I won. This is the most important thing." Li Yan calmly arranged his suit, thinking. Suddenly, a commotion came from the subway mouth behind him. "Wait a minute, who on earth is that woman? You must make it clear today. Can you control this stinky girl?" Li Yan and the others were taken aback. Looking back at the stairs, a muscular young man hugged a young girl, and a woman in her 20s who looked very bright and had an argument. "Takia, why did you do this? Are you so worthy of me? I worked so hard to support the two of us. You betrayed me. This is all of your own will. Since you found out, I don't plan to be with you anymore. You old woman, let me get away." Li Yan looked at each other and thought, why is there such a thing again? It's really annoying to see it, so I said, the stupid idea that you can pay for everything with love is written in light novels. What a misguided society. But this time with so many people, he didn't dare to take care of the other party's private affairs, pretending not to see it, causing a conflict here, and it is estimated that he will be sent back to the country. The woman in her 20s rushed up, took the young man's arm, and shouted, "Let's go home, Takia, even if it does, I will forgive you, as long as our feelings can be restored." Suddenly, there was a muffled sound that caught Li Yan's attention. He looked back and saw that the young man pushed the begging woman to the ground. "Enough, really embarrassing," the young man said with a sneer. Li Yan stared blankly, the original indifferent eyes gradually exuding intense anger. At the entrance of the crowded stairs, a road suddenly separated, and when the young man with strong muscles noticed someone coming, the powerful punch had already hit his cheek. With a snap, blood splashed directly. But this man named Takia didn't seem to be an ordinary person. He immediately backed away, without much harm. He stared at Li Yan angrily and shouted, "Who are you, kid? I'm the one who sent you to hell." Li Yan pulled off his tie, exuding that anger, and rushed over after speaking. In a semi-outdoor cafe, Xiao's Haikyushiu is still waiting for Li Yan to come. There is a cup of coffee in front of the table. Black and beautiful long hair draped on the chair, and the unparalleled face attracts everyone who passes by, as if this girl sitting alone in the rain is a perfect oil painting. Late. At 3:35, when Xiao's Haikyushiu looked at the phone, her face suddenly became dark, and she said coldly. She just took out her mobile phone and wanted to use the line to ask, but suddenly the phone rang and it was still an unfamiliar phone number. "Hello?" Xiao's Haikyushiu answered and asked. "Hello, is it Miss Xia Shizi?" a strange man asked. "Yes, who are you?" Xiao's Haikyushiu asked curiously. Chapter 29. Hello, I am Police Officer Ishida, the contact person of the National Police Agency. Your friend is currently being interrogated at the National Police Agency because of a fight in public. If he is to be released, someone needs to come over to prove and bail. Do you have time to come here now? Chapter 24. Passerby Heroines and Literary Thugs. It should be said that this is a kind of fate. In the private Kiz Haifeng Middle School, although everyone thinks that the two girls who are known as the most outstanding and beautiful have always been in a strange state, some people even imagine that they are in a relationship of mutual appreciation, but in fact this is the case. The meeting is almost always a good battle between the heroines. When Ying Lily and Kazujayaka Shiwa met at the entrance of the police hall, suddenly, a long-lost breath of resentment and disgust spread at the entrance of the police hall. "Why are you here?" Sawamura Spencer, Ying Lily asked coldly with her hands between her waist. "I'm just about to ask you, this place should be far away from your home. How can someone like you come here alone?" Xiao's Haikyushiu gently smoothed her long hair with her hands, her face looked cold and frosty. Asked rhetorically. "I came here, of course there is something important." Ying Lily looked at her with disdain, and said, "I'm here to pick up my friend." "Okay." Xiao's Haikyushiu was taken aback for a moment, and looked at Ying Lily. She seemed to realize Ying Lily's friends, except for the group of companion girls who may or may not claim to be friends, that is, her childhood sweetheart. How could she still have a friend, or in the police station? "Then what are you doing here?" Ying Lily asked sternly. "I'm also here to bring a friend out." Xiao's Haikyushiu replied with a relaxed expression. However, all of a sudden, they all realized that the friends they talked about were probably the same person. "Could it be that the person you are going to pick up is Li Yan, Ms. Yusuji?" Ying Lily and Kazujayaka Shiu asked in unison. The two girls were suddenly shocked. Why suddenly the police would call two witnesses to come here? What crime did they commit and asked so many people to come to bail for Li Yan? Will it be manslaughter or disability? The girls' complexions changed one after another, always thinking that the shameless Yusuji who was sneered and sneered might do so. If it is normal, Ying Lily and Kazujayaka Shiu will choose each other to pick up the person, and they are leaving, but this time, the person who met at the entrance of the police station was the person who was the most uncomfortable at the same time. At the same time, they ignored the other party and started to move forward. "Go in the police station." "What are you going in for?" Xiao's Haikyushiu asked calmly. "I just wanted to ask you, when have you been friends with Li Jun?" Ying Lily asked annoyed. "Although this is the case, I seem to be more reliable, don't you? What if you say something wrong and cause Yusuji-sensei to go to jail? I'm not that stupid." "Hello, is there anything I can help?" A policewoman who was in charge of receiving the alarm at the door had already seen the Shura-like aura of the two beautiful high school girls at the door. At this moment, she smiled slightly and asked. I'll pick someone up. Kazujayaka Shiu and Ying Lily said in unison. Who is it? The policewoman felt the pressure doubled, and faced the two fierce young girls with a smile. Li Yan, thank you, the two girls said tacitly together again. The female police officer immediately searched for the suspect's name on the computer, and hurriedly dialed the backstage phone, called the police officer Ishida in charge of this ordinary fighting incident, and asked him to come out to pick up the prover. In the office area inside the National Police Agency, the experienced officer Ishida quickly learned why the front desk colleagues were a little trembling when they spoke. He was faced with two female high school students who were very good-looking and talented, but they were the female high school students who continued the Cold War with each other. He suddenly felt that the foreign student named Li Yan was really unforgivable, and he would be imprisoned for life. The police officers around didn't even dare to look at it, and they felt that the heart load was somewhat increased. It's actually like this. Officer Ishida said, we received the report that a fight occurred at the Ueno subway entrance in Koto district, so we immediately rushed to arrest two people involved in the fight, one named Takia Uekawa, and the other is your friend, Chinese student Li Inflammation. Shiu Kazumajayaka was slightly surprised. The Ueno subway exit was the subway exit near the commercial street where she agreed to meet Li Yan. Ying Lily noticed Zayas Hikihoshiu's reaction, and it really had something to do with her. Two people accuse each other of using violence, so we need to find a witness to prove what their daily behavior is like. Don't worry, it's not a major case. Officer Ishida smiled and said, there is another one. We need to apologize for the matter. When we were looking for witnesses, we randomly searched for contacts from the other party's phone number. At first, we called a contact person named Kagurazaka Ayam, but we were on the phone all the time. I got through to Iri Sawamura, and I was on the phone. So the third call was made to a caller called Xiaoshizi, and a bailer was actually called. Understood, so you are superfluous. Xiaoshikihoshiu suddenly said to Ying Lily. Ying Lily clenched her fists, stared at the other person bitterly, calmly, and said coldly, after seeing the missed call, I immediately dialed the call back and rushed as soon as I learned that Li Jun was arrested. Come here, I am not superfluous. Officer Ishida looked at the two girls who had started fighting again with a melancholy expression. He thought that the girls now were too powerful, and he became more determined to prevent his daughter from having a relationship with an unreliable boy. No, it's better to have two over here. I have read the information of both of you. They are both excellent students in school, so the credibility is relatively high. Then, I will start to ask a few questions. Please answer truthfully. Take legal responsibility, please answer carefully. Officer Ishida interrupted the secret battle between the two of them, coughed a few times, and asked. Yet. Xiaoshikihoshiu nodded and agreed. Okay. Ying Lily was a little nervous. It was the first time she entered the police station since she was a child. The basic question is to investigate Li Yan's personal life, income, and whether he has bad habits such as good gambling and going to the red light district. Xiaoshikihoshiu didn't know what kind of person Li Yan was. When he hesitated a little, the investigation report had been signed by Ying Lily. Okay. Xiaoshikihoshiu always felt that she had lost something this time. The time she met Yusugan was too short. But Ying Lily trusts him so much, probably Li Yan should be a good person in daily life. Very well, we have understood his personality and we have reason to believe his testimony. In about 20 minutes, our police department will release Mr. Li. Officer Ishida smiled, put away the information, and said. I really trouble you. Ying Lily said with a hurried bow. Trouble you, Officer Ishida. Xiaoshikihoshiu also bowed. It doesn't matter. After all, Mr. Li also did good deeds. Our police department needs to learn more about the information of this international student before deciding whether to award it or not. Officer Ishida said with a smile. Good people and good things. The two girls were in a daze. Didn't Li Yan participate in the fight? Seeing his aggressive appearance, he is a handsome guy in a suit, and he is a gangster when he takes off his suit. He was fighting with that guy named Kamikawa Takia to protect an unknown accompaniment girl. We have already found out that Kamikawa Takia is an authentic villain, and we've been wanting him all the time and he used it. I have escaped many times under false identities. But your friend is really amazing. The opponent is a guy who has served in the self-defense force and won a trophy in physical surgery. He was able to beat him to the hospital. Officer Ishida smiled and said. Hearing Ishida's words, Kazuma Jayakashiu suddenly felt a shock in her heart, staring at the policeman blankly. Chapter 30. So it's like that. Ying Lily breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile showing her teeth. Yusuji-sensei, it turns out to be the same style as in the books, do you live a life? Syazuhiki Yoshio whispered, with a surprised and serious expression, and asked a very strange word with doubts. But it sounds very literary and melancholy. Well, Mr. Yusuji. Officer Ishida was taken aback for a moment and asked. This is his pen name. Li Yan is writing light novels, and his pen name is Yusuji Yan. Ying Lily hurriedly explained. Police Officer Ishida, and several other young police officers and female police officers looked over, and the expressions for a moment made Ying Riri and Shiba feel strange. So that's the case, then please follow me to pick him up. Officer Ishida said with a smile. Several police officers also followed Officer Ishida and left. Shiyu was silent, and suddenly remembered in the Ginza Hotel, the young writer with cold eyes, arrogant attitude, and hurt all over his body. Syazuhiki, although I shouldn't have said it, but I still want to tell you something about her heart. Ying Riri looked at her worryingly, and said suddenly. Hey! Syazuhiki Yoshio was taken aback, looking at Ying Lily. Ying Riri looked at her and said in a low voice, I didn't understand the meaning of Kagurazaka editing at first, but now I suddenly understand why the sales of your work have been unstable and lost to Yusujian. The work you wrote is while continuing your illusion and longing for real life, Yusuji Yan's works are extended from life. Therefore, he is still a bit remarkable. This sentence made Syazuhiki Yoshio's heart completely shaken. When she was thinking about something hesitantly, she came to a separate small room, and when she opened the door, Li Yan was sitting in it with a bruise on her cheek, and she seemed to have eaten a lot of fists. With a tired and sloppy expression, Syazuhiki Yoshio suddenly had an illusion, as if just now, she walked into a world of novels, a light novel that was interesting but never touched. Hey, why are you two here? Li Yan asked in a sudden shock. We're here to pick you up, idiot. Ying Lily said coldly with a stern face. Li Yan understood. It turned out that it was not Miss Kagurazaka who came here, but the two of them. He put on the damaged suit and jacket, smiled and said, Sorry, you have worked hard. Suddenly, a group of policemen gathered around Li Yan, touching here and squeezing there. Ms. Yusuji, should you be able to walk? Officer Ishida asked with a smile. Finger. Isn't it hurt? A young police officer looked at his finger and asked. Is it clear? A girl police officer asked. Li Yan always felt a little scared. He smiled bitterly and said, It's okay, thank you. So, after I go back, can I update it? A police officer wearing glasses asked with a sullen smile. No problem. Li Yan said with a blue smile. In the world, good people are respected, except for the only writer named Yusuji Yan. Chapter 25 Travel Holiday belonging to writers. It was drizzling. At the entrance of the police station, Li Yan was wearing a somewhat torn suit with bruises on his face. He looked sloppy and accustomed to wind and rain. People who didn't know looked at it and thought it was both good and evil. Genius criminal. There is a trace of evil, and a trace of righteousness. I only wore it twice, a suit worth 400,000 yuan, it's over. Li Yan touched a hole in his suit, feeling melancholy and sad. 400,000? It should be regarded as an ordinary mid-range suit. Just buy one more. Ying Lili looked at a hole in the suit and said. Li Yan was shocked and said, 400,000, you know, 400,000 is my living expenses for 2 full months, including the rent for the house, right? Your food has not yet been paid. I know, I will hand it to you immediately. Ying Riri replied impatiently. However, Ying Lili was puzzled, frowned, and said, it's strange to say that you are obviously doing good deeds, why are you still arrested? Because the fight was too fierce. Li Yan recalled carefully, and said, after all, that opponent had considerable fighting ability and a foundation in boxing, and could move the pace. I couldn't hold him for a while, so I directly used the assault technique of holding and throwing. He pressed down on the ground and gave a few punches, so there are probably not a few times in the street for technical fighters. Are you sure you are telling a novel story? Shiuzaya's Haikyu, who was following, was a little surprised, and she couldn't help but vomit. Ying Lili sighed, looked at Li Yan with a helpless expression, and reproached, I have heard that you will fight the gangsters because of something you can't understand. It would be bad if you encounter someone with a weapon. Now I can still sign for you to guarantee that it doesn't matter at all, but what if you are seriously injured? So next time I use my brain and act again, okay? Li Yan was taken aback for a moment. His guarantee was actually signed by Ying Lili, but if you think about it carefully, after all, Ying Lili has known him for a longer time and familiarity with him. Ying Lili believes in him so much, and he is also quite relieved. No problem, I promise that I won't trouble you like this again next time. Li Yan said with a bright smile. Li Yan also silently considered in his heart that next time, he must not take any more risks, after all, this has already involved Ying Lili in it. That's fine. Ying Lili said with a smile. Xiao's Haikyu Shiu has always been by her side. In any case, she lost that game. As a promise, she will definitely fulfill it. In fact, it's very strange. She knew that if she was really against Shan Yan, the black horse of this year, the mistakes in the 4th volume had left her with little chance of winning, but at the Ginza Hotel, she faced the flames of the writer. At that time, she agreed to Kagurasaka Ayam and decided to fight. It should be said that it was not to win or lose, but to protect the honor of her work from the bottom of her heart. Xiao's Haikyu Shiu was thinking in silence, what would she do next, and how the gambling agreement with Li Yan would end. By the way, I still have work to do. Most of the afternoon has passed. Don't you two still have things to discuss? Remember, don't cause any more trouble. Suddenly, Ying Lili's voice interrupted Zaya's Haikyu Shiu's thoughts, and Ying Lili looked at Zaya's Haikyu Shiu meaningfully. Then turned and left with a hum. Only then did Li Yan remember what he was doing when he came here. He turned around and looked at Xiao's Haikyu Shiu, the most arrogant and dark-bellied woman he had ever seen. After the two writers confronted each other in the Ginza Hotel last time, this time they once again formally pointed their needles to Maimeng. In this somewhat cold, rainy day, everything seemed to be quiet. However, arrogant writers, whether they win or lose their eyes, their arrogance is always contained in the light of the pupils. Hey! Xiao's Haikyu Shiu closed her eyes and ignored Li Yan. I understand, teacher Xia Shizi, you are convinced that you haven't lost yet. Li Yan raised his eyebrows with an annoyed expression in his eyes, thinking with a black face. Ying Lili got into a Honda car around the corner. Kagurazaka Icarus was still secretly watching Li Yan and Zaya's Haikyu Shiu, but after seeing the two of them saying a word, he walked towards the coffee shop. Although he cared a little, he decided not to follow. Teacher Kashiwagi, it's really hard for you. Fortunately you are here, otherwise Yusuji-san will not be able to get out for a while. Kagurazaka Ayam smiled and looked at the back seat and said. Ying Lili said, after all, Li Jun is also my friend. He is the only person I have seen so many ages, who can really understand me and can always bear my temper. Although I personally don't like Xia Shizi, but as someone who is also creating works, I also understand her heart. After all, I don't want her to play emotionally and give up her novel career. Chapter 31. Well, speaking of it, Mr. Kashiwagi, you are really gentle, really amazing. Kagurazaka Ayam praised with a smile. Where is it? Don't talk nonsense about whether it is good or not. It's not a moving thing. Ying Lily blushed and whispered. Kagurazaka Ayam said with annoyance, I was held accountable by the company's upper management for a full 1.5 hours, the operation department, the editorial department, the finance department. A group of old men and women asked me to explain why the release of Love Metronome failed. It's really annoying. I just made a little less money. I've been working hard for Sanhei Library until now. So I didn't even receive such an important call. I'm really sorry to Yusuji. I'm already 24 years old. I haven't dated a boyfriend at the moment. All my thoughts are given to work. Sometimes when I think about it, I feel so stupid. But I also think that because of this job recognition it's a lucky thing. Kagurazaka Ayam smiled bitterly and said. Okay. Yingriri smiled and nodded. I guess everyone thinks that it is lucky that the editor is Kagurazaka Ayam. A few days later, are you going to move back to your own home? Kagurazaka Ayam started the car and asked. Yes, school is about to start, after all, the journey is a little long. Irie said with a smile, but occasionally, I will come to Shinjuku to find everyone. Ying Lily looked at such a rainy day, but she suddenly felt melancholy in her heart. Leaving the apartment building that I finally got acquainted with, that one, on the roof of the building where I had drunk and cursed, I felt a sense of loneliness in my heart. Walking with an umbrella on the road in the rainy season, Li Yan looked at Xiao's Hikihoshiu, who had been talking less, and felt that silence like this was no way, and said directly, So, are you planning to apologize to me? Xiao's Hikihoshiu groaned for a while, staring at him earnestly and said, I declare in advance that I didn't come here and apologize directly. Although I did lose, I can only be defeated in the name of my own work. You laugh, but please don't laugh at the books of the entire love series. What do you think? I am not about things to people. I have no dissatisfaction with Xiaoshizi. However, I am always opposed to love novels. Don't underestimate such things as novels. Sometimes, it can also harm people. Li Yan looked at Xiao's Hikihoshiu and said. Harmful? I don't understand what you are talking about. Xiao's Hikihoshiu's eyes were frosty, but then she was always curious about one thing and asked, Yusuji-sensei, why have you always been so disgusted with the love department? Fiction. Li Yan's face suddenly sank. Is it because it was thrown by someone? Is there a psychological shadow? Xiao's Hikihoshiu continued to ask in a thorny tone. What are you talking about? I have never talked about any romance. Li Yan's eyes widened. Why slander others innocent? Xiao's Hikihoshiu was taken aback for a moment, but she was not being dumped and she was psychologically shadowed. She looked at Li Yan and asked, What is the reason? If you tell me, I will carefully examine your paranoid views of the teacher. Make a decision. Li Yan held his umbrella and stopped under the misty tram bridge. He was silent for a moment, considering whether it was necessary to speak out. In other words, you are the winner, isn't it necessary for the other party to apologize unconditionally? But once Xiaoshizi withdrew from the romance department, he basically destroyed 1/10 of the romance department in light novels, which is a great achievement. Suddenly, for an instant, he saw the opposite, a car with a child, and a middle-aged couple, talking and laughing, and happily. Li Yan settled there, watching in silence. Xiao's Hikihoshiu looked at the opposite side curiously, and didn't understand what was so good about it, but from Li Yan's eyes, there was a sad look deep in the bone marrow. Sure enough, I still don't want to say, sorry. Li Yan's melancholy eyes suddenly pretended to look at Yu Jing. He glanced at Xia's Haiqiushiu and said, and today, teacher Xia Shizi, you came to the police station to help me. If it weren't for your willingness to agree to it, I don't think it would be so easy. So, the gambling about eating dinner will be completely wiped out of your kindness. Xia's Haiqiushiu was taken aback for a moment and looked at him. This person, what on earth was thinking, why she didn't understand him more and more. But next time I have a chance, I still want to compete with you. At that time, I hope teacher Xia Shizi will not become a victim of absurd love novels and show your strength. But remember, you have already lost. Once again. A tram rumbling past the bridge, in the rainy day flashing lights, the ticking sound came slowly. Xia's Haiqiushiu and this weird Yusuji Yan's gambling game was resolved because of accidental police agency incidents. Up. The victims of love novels, including me, sitting in person, think about it, it seems to make sense. Xia's Haiqiushiu closed her eyes and stood in the rain. She dialed a phone call, and soon, Kagurazaka Ayam's voice came. It's me. Shiyu said, standing under the bridge. I told you before that I will postpone a little bit about exiting the light novel industry. There is a book that I suddenly wanted to write about. I don't consider the story of the campus romance department for the time being. Yes, that person is so conspicuous, so I was suddenly inspired and wanted to write it. Xia's Haiqiushiu's eyes were calm and said, after calming down, sure enough, I still want to train this ecstatic guy well. Going back to the novel from reality, although I don't know why I suddenly wanted to write with reference to a certain type of people I had never cared about before, but Shiyu had an idea for the first time. Is it possible to live so freely like him? So, what is the good thing? Kagurazaka Ayam told him. Li Yan was holding a bag of toilet paper and thinking with a straight face, but what he has encountered so far is all unhappy. While thinking, he went to draw a lottery in a team of several people. Congratulations, second prize. Li Yan was taken aback, staring blankly at the paper he had drawn, and he was actually drawn the second prize. Congratulations, this guest, now I'm giving you a free travel ticket for 3 days and 2 nights. You are really lucky. The boss said with a simple smile. Li Yan's eyes flashed suddenly, here, finally here, the blessing of goddess Kagurazaka. In the applause of everyone, Li Yan was immersed in the ocean of happiness. What tourist route would he be greeted by? Chapter 26 Kagurazaka's New Prophecy. Hey! You said you are going to travel. In the evening, Ying Lily, who was eating, suddenly heard a breaking news and stayed at home all the time. Apart from writing novels, fighting, and writing novels, the old thief Yusuji, who was caught in the police station, was planning to leave. Li Yan flipped through a simplified travel brochure he was sent, and said cheerfully, yes, yes, the second prize and food and accommodation are included. Looking at the photos, it should be a landscaped garden. Great place. Ying Lily looked at him curiously, always feeling that Li Yan seemed really happy to travel. Where? Ying Lily asked. It's a rural area in Hitoyoji City, Kumamoto Prefecture. Li Yan looked at the address of the brochure and said. It's a bit far away, although the small village between the mountains and rivers is very nice, but sometimes it can be very boring. Ying Lily immediately began to smear and said. Li Yan showed a contemptuous expression, as if looking at the eyes of a child who didn't understand anything, so Ying Lily saw the sudden angry double ponytails and flew up. So a child is a child, and I actually think that the mountains and rivers are boring places. In fact, there are far more leisure activities in the countryside than we know, such as fishing, picnics, and picking strawberries and tomatoes between the fields. Or drifting on the mountains and rivers. Feel the fun of being surrounded by nature, away from the hustle and bustle of the city, temporarily forgetting things like debt. This is the real vacation. The most important thing is free. Li Yan showed a very yearning expression and said with a smile. Ying Lily looked at Li Yan, who was already writing a travel plan, and said, I always think that these interests of yours are almost the same as those of your 30-something uncle. After crossing over, he wrote 4 volumes of novels in a row, was scolded by readers for tens of thousands of comments, and he had to review the entrance exam a few months later. He was working under heavy pressure almost every day. Now suddenly the opportunity to travel for free is just as excited as having a chicken blood. I will leave early tomorrow morning. I will go to the Shinkansen station at about 7:30 and wait. Then I will transfer to the country hotel by tram in the center of Hitoyoji City in Kumamoto Prefecture. I understand. Li Yan read the guide area carefully. Nodded. Chapter 32. Wait a minute, you're traveling, what should I do for dinner these days? Ying Lily paled and asked nervously. Yes. Li Yan was taken aback for a while, he remembered that Ying Lily was still eating at his house. He thought for a moment and said, then you can go out and eat in these 3 days, or you can buy some instant noodles back. Ying Lily suddenly angrily shouted, I have no conscience. It's not impossible, after all, it's finally a free opportunity. After 2 months of continuous work and study, you can relax before the university entrance exam. So you, a high school student, must take care of yourself. Li Yan looked at Ying Lily troubledly and said. Do you know how busy I am? I need to draw and revise 15 pages of comics every day. Without the help of an assistant, I relied on myself to draw one by one, so I didn't have time to cook, and Ying Lily turned his head, a little did not want to admit it, but she had to admit that she tangled and said, I cooked it myself, it tastes a bit. It's true that the smell has drifted from upstairs and I have smelled it. It's not only unpalatable, it's burnt. Li Yan squinted and thought. Ying Lily remembered something and reminded him, also, although you have just released the 4th volume of the novel, there are a bunch of readers on the Sanhei library and your blog. They know that you haven't even started writing the 5th volume, so they will die with you in the flame bottle. What? Li Yan suddenly sucked in a cold breath and asked. He turned on the computer's blog, and he really saw the dense curses and circles on his blog. Although there was no reminder, each article requires the author to write the 5th volume with all his heart and scold the 4th volume. It's worthless, throw it in the trash can and don't even want to pass by the cockroach. Li Yan's face was black, and none of the 1st to the 51st articles were not ridiculing and insulting. This group of is becoming more and more like a group of criminals. Why do other authors have no criticism for a month of delay, so I will suffer if I take a 3-day vacation? Li Yan covered his face and asked angrily. Ying Lily saw a complicated mood in her eyes, thinking, probably other authors want your treatment, and there is no way to get it. I just said that I was hit by a car and I am healing now. Li Yan typed quickly and sent out a new blog message. Wait a minute, is this really okay? Ying Lily asked in surprise. Li Yan showed a confident smile, closed the computer, and said, it doesn't matter, then readers will be able to understand me, and then wait for me to come back to update. After all, I was hit by a car. Ying Lily is silent, always feeling that readers are not that simple. Actually, as a tutor, I have met several very enthusiastic housewives. Not only are they knowledgeable and reasonable, but the meals they make are also very delicious. Do you want me to ask them to come over and cook for you? Li Yan took out his cell phone and asked. Wait a minute, I don't want to starve to death. Ying Lily immediately retorted and said angrily. But then, while she was eating dinner, watching Li Yan still thinking about how to arrange her diet, Ying Lily felt warm in her heart, and then exhaled slightly, showing a bright smile, and said, actually, you said it's not wrong. It's time for you to take a good rest. I can't always rely on you like this. Let me think about how to spend these 3 days. Then can you really eat 3 meals a day on time? Li Yan asked, looking at her back. Of course, don't forget. I am Ying Lily. I have been taking care of myself for more than a month by myself. Don't worry. Ying Lily smiled at the door, and after reaching out her hand, she closed the door. Li Yan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had been worrying too much. Ying Lily was quite reliable. Early the next morning, the apartment in Shinjuku was downstairs. Standing at the door with a backpack on his back, Li Yan looked at the door with shocked expressions of young girls and boys. Not only Ying Lily, but also Kazumajaya Kashiba, who just wrote the next war note yesterday, as well as the Kusanari Ryuki, Shido Kunamitsu, who had just met a few days ago, and even Kagurazaka Ayam, who had always thought that he had never had a holiday. Up. Good morning. Everyone said hello together. Morning. Li Yan smiled and stretched out his hand, ready to say hello. Wait a minute, you guys. Li Yan looked at them in surprise. Then, he stared at the culprit, Ying Lily, who was hiding in a corner, pretending to know nothing, and asked coldly, "Where are you going?" Ying Riri was a little nervous, flushed with a smile, and said, "Well, I thought of a lot of ways yesterday, but there was nothing I could do. I could only ask Ms. Kagurazaka if there is any way to get a place to cover board and lodging, God." As soon as Miss Leben heard that Li, the otaku, you were going to travel, she simply organized this trip for all the contracted writers and illustrators, and she couldn't stop her. That's the case. As a result, I directly ordered a tourist ticket to Kumamoto Prefecture online. Although it seems that it is not a popular tourist route, it is at least formal, so I just applied for this activity with the company, anyway. How much is it? Kagurazaka Ayam said with a smile. It's really troublesome, Kusanari Longhui said coldly. However, it is really rare that Ms. Kagurazaka will travel with us. Shitong Kuogwang said with a smile. Kagurazaka Ayam smiled happily. It seems that she herself likes this kind of activity. She said, "After all, I have been busy for a long time. I have hundreds of days of vacation. Now that there is such an opportunity, everyone's school is about to start or work, so just go experience nature together. Ms. Yusuji, would you mind it?" Kagurazaka Ayam asked with a smile. "Of course, there is no problem at all." Li Yan replied with a sweaty smile. He always felt that if he told the truth that they had ruined his chance to relax by himself, he would definitely offend the rhythm of an industry. After all, he is used to acting alone, living alone. Xiaohiki Hoshio looked at Li Yan's uncomfortable appearance. She realized that Li Yan seemed not good at group activities. That's good. By the way, I've seen it on the internet. Hitoyoshi City, Kumamoto Prefecture, seems to be a famous hometown of monsters. Maybe some of us will be taken away by monsters. Kagurazaka Ayam smiled and joked. Li Yan stared at Kagurazaka Calamus. Why, suddenly he wanted to say this sentence. The monster arrested people, so just don't go. However, even if Li Yan said Ms. Changpu's prediction with an accuracy of 70%, no one would believe it. However, Li Yan was also curious, really, in such a civilized era, will there really be monsters? According to legend, Hitoyoshi City is a place with many legends of monsters and a sparse population. However, witnessing of monsters is one of the most areas on the Japanese network. Chapter 27 Welcome to the Forgotten World. Li Yan's unremarkable travel plan was completely ruined. But suddenly, in front of his eyes, there was a crowd of noisy people, the editor Kagurazaka Icarus, who had been very excited, Kuzarariawai who had always been very angry, and Tong Kuogwang, the pseudonymous lion who had been circling Kagurazaka. There is also Ying Lily, who has always been as gentle as a good girl, and finally, Xiaohiki Hoshio, who exudes a deserted temperament and does not speak much. The breeze was blowing on his bangs, and those eyes that had been somewhat indifferent and helpless gradually became brighter. Ah, forget it. Li Yan smiled helplessly. He couldn't help but look back at room 405 on the 4th floor with some lazy eyes. He clearly said that he would invite Gabriel, the hero, to have a good meal, but it was temporarily impossible. After he came back, he would take care of it. Treat yourself. Gabriel hasn't seen it in the past few days. Although she warned her not to disturb her playing games after the game, she could still see the occasional roar of "Go to hell" coming from her room at night. It's still full of energy. Moreover, even the fallen angel seemed to see her friends often go to her at the door, and he was much happier than him. Chapter 33. But Jia Bailey had better not specify any high-end Western-style restaurant or the like. Li Yan thought with a chill. The car is coming, let's get in the car. Suddenly, a van stopped on the edge of the intersection, and Kagurazaka Ayam called to everyone. By the way, Ms. Kagurazaka, where's Izumi-sensei? Li Yan was startled. He looked around, but the junior didn't come over and asked carelessly. Teacher Izumi can't say it. He said he has to take care of his younger sister. It's really a pity. However, I am going to buy some souvenirs and give them back to him. I will have many opportunities to travel together in the future, Mr. Yusuji. Kagurazaka Ayam said with a smile. Li Yan's expression suddenly changed. What, there is a younger sister, this abominable winner in life, it's no wonder that a quarter of the plot of his novel is about a younger sister. Otako Li, why are you staying? Get in the car for me. Ying Lily yelled sullenly. The others were shocked and looked at Ying Lily. Suddenly, what happened to this beautiful and sunny illustrator? Ying Lily realized her gaffe, and quickly changed her breath. Well, Yusuji-sensei, it's time to get in the car now. Ying Riri immediately exudes a shining beautiful girl's light, with a gentle tone, and said with a smile. Everyone recovered their looks one after another. Maybe this beautiful girl was too anxious just now. Oh, thank you. Li Yan returned to his senses and replied. In fact, Li Yan is quite familiar with Ying Lily's lifestyle. The beautiful girl's false mask and the arrogant and impatience have always alternated with each other. Li Yan still understands her considerations, and the false mask is just for protection. It's just the first good impression that others have imposed on her. Although it is a bit false, this is actually a kind of expression of Ying Lily's inner tenderness. Get in the car together, I don't want to sit with Xiaoshizi. Let's sit at the back together, please, Ying Lily said with anxiety on her face and whispered to Li Yan beside her. Even though I felt it yesterday, when did you have such a bad relationship with her? Li Yan asked suspiciously. Ying Lily said with a stern face, and said coldly, before we knew you anyway, we two were already incompatible. Li Yan was startled slightly, and then realized that they were acquaintances, but their relationship was so bad that they didn't even have a word. Everyone, it seems that there are not enough seats. Luggage occupies one seat space. I will arrange for the girls to sit in the two front seats. The boys and I sit in the back and squeeze. Mr. Lion Boy, you just caught a cold. Your body is still a bit weak, so just sit in the passenger seat. Kagurazaka Ayam looked inside the car, turned around and said to everyone. What? Ying Lily and Shitong Qiaoguang asked suddenly. From the back row, Li Yan and Kusanagi Longhui looked at the two front row seats, Ying Lily and Kazan Ukashiu, who were sitting in a row with strong resentment, and the desolate lion boy Qiaoguang. This arrangement was really cruel. The arrangements for going to the hotel are also planned. Men and women have a room. If the group leader, the man will be the group leader. You are the oldest writer. I will be in charge of the women's group, that's it. Kagurazaka Akaris, who was crowded next to Li Yan, wrote down the list on the car and said with a smile. Although the van of Sanwa Bunko was narrow, everyone changed to the Shinkansen after 40 minutes. The spacious space and soft seats of the Shinkansen suddenly made everyone relaxed. It's great, I finally got out of the disturbing space. Sawamura Ying Riri said with a smile on his face. I feel the same way, Sawamura. Li Zayas Hikihoshiya said coldly behind Ying Lily. Ying Riri looked at Kazuma Jayaka with an annoyed look, and whispered, "Damn Kazuma Jayaka. Fortunately, I was sitting with Ms. Kagurazaka in the Shinkansen seat. Otherwise, the few hours journey will make me feel bad. It's ruined." At present, Kazuma Jayaka, in addition to showing obvious disharmony with Ying Lily, talked and laughed with other people such as Kagurazaka Ayam, and got along well, but by the way, the one sitting next to Kazujayaka was actually righteous. It was Yusuji who had a serious conflict with her. "It's a coincidence, teacher Yusuji." Xiao's Hikihoshiya looked at Li Yan with a pair of calm water-like eyes, and said, "Yes, what a coincidence, teacher Xiaoshaizi." Li Yan greeted with a bitter smile, ashamed. Yesterday, the two people who had just ended their dispute temporarily sat in their seats on a random seating arrangement. However, Li Yan also noticed that other passengers around quickly cast their eyes on them. After all, in this trip, Xiu and Ying Lily seemed to be so dazzling everywhere. However, Ying Lily also saw that a bunch of housewives in their early 20s and 30s were also looking at the somewhat cynical Li Yan. She supported her cheeks with her hands, and she really didn't want to complain. However, Zaya's Hikihoshiya didn't care much. She put a notebook on the small table that came with her seat, and began to make ideas while writing something down. Li Yan pretended to look at the surrounding scenery and secretly glanced at the notebook. Suddenly, he seemed to see a line of book titles on that notebook. Poems of Legal Affairs. Beautiful handwriting, as if you can feel the author's serious attitude when writing the title of this book. Li Yan soon realized that Xiaoshaiza was actually preparing to open a new book. The title of the book seems to be a legal story. Such a type of novel requires the author to have considerable judicial knowledge. If other people still dare not say that he can write it, but if it is Xiaoshaiza, that's different. Awesome, I really gave up writing romance novels. Not only did my goal be achieved, but the effect was remarkable. Didn't teacher Xiaoshaiza just write light novels that interest me all? Li Yan thought to himself. Sorry, Yusuji teacher, can you not read what I wrote? Xiao's Hikihoshiya suddenly looked at him coldly and asked. Hey? I don't understand what you said, I didn't read it, really. Li Yan coughed a few times without changing his face. I'm sorry. Xiao's Hikihoshiya was silent for a while, said casually, and started to write an outline again. Li Yan looked at the scenery by the window, but in those calm eyes, the pupils turned secretly again, and glanced at the outline of Zaya's Hikihoshiya's new book, like a pupil peeking at the answer. Of course, he has no intention of stealing creativity. The so-called confidant knows that he is not dead in 100 battles, but he invited Xiaoshaiza to compete next time. Of course, he needs to see how powerful Xiaoshaiza will write, which is out of the romance novel style. On the contrary, the pure note-taking mode cannot be graded by the editing system for the time being. But before Li Yan saw a line of words, Xiaoshaiza seemed to have taken notes and put it back in her shoulder bag. Sorry, I suddenly remembered that I haven't introduced myself formally. Mr. Yusuji is no longer a stranger anyway. Out of politeness, I will introduce myself. Xiao's Hikihoshiya smiled politely, looked at Li Yan, and said, My real name is Xiao's Hikihoshiya. I am currently in the 2nd grade of the private Kiz Haifeng Middle School. Please give me your advice. With a smile, the wisdom of the ancients is still admired. My name is Li Yan, and I am an international student. I am currently in the 3rd grade of private Yingke Middle School. I would like to ask for more advice in the future. Li Yan was startled by the olive branch Xiaoshaiza suddenly found, and he also introduced himself. Yingke Middle School. Kazuma Jayaka thought about it. And then realized that Yusuji Yan and Amakusa Shino were the relationship between the younger brother and the younger sister. I heard from Changpu last night that Mr. Yusuji actually planned to travel a long distance, so we also want to go to Kumamoto Prefecture with you before the end of the holiday. Are you looking for writing inspiration between the mountains and rivers? Chu Xiu asked. No, it's just relaxation. Even Superman needs a vacation, not to mention that people who like to be lazy like me always feel that oxygen is not enough, so after winning the second prize, they come out to breathe. Li Yan leaned on the chair and said with a feeling of exhaustion as if his body was hollowed out. Xiao's Haiqiu smiled faintly. Although some do not want to admit defeat, among the first-line popular writers of Sanhe Bunko in the first half of the year, although Senshao Sensui is the first, Yusujian is temporarily second, and the third, her current sales are only less than 55,000 behind him. Thousands of books, but the title of master recognized by readers on the internet is only Yusujian. This is the fatigue of being a master. After several hours of journey, at 11 o'clock that morning, the group transferred to the tram and finally arrived at the legendary resort. After all, it rained yesterday, but facing this piece of people is extremely rare, a world of grey mountains and rivers like ink and wash, it still makes them a little dumbfounded. Perhaps, urbanites really forgot where the most beautiful place is. Chapter 34. It's not bad. Kagurazaka Ayam said happily. Yes. Kuzaner Longhui couldn't help but agree. However, this station is a bit shabby, with bushes and bushes everywhere. When Li Yan followed Kagurazaka and others about to step into the interior of the station, suddenly, the editing system made a sound. He was taken aback for a moment, then looked over. Not far from the deserted station, between the grass and the shade of the woods, there was a young girl in a kimono, quietly watching their group. Quietly, her gaze fell on Li Yan's face, the corners of her mouth moved and then smiled, but Li Yan instantly understood what she was talking about. Welcome, come to Hitoyoshi City. Chapter 28 Mysterious Girl in Black Kimono. In an instant, the editing system in the consciousness had no time to scan in the future, and the young girl quietly disappeared into the woods like a dream. Li Yan's expression was the same as the chili sauce that came out of the sweet roll, and he was dumbfounded. 6 souls have no master. Idiot, what are you still in a daze? The travel agency is waiting for us, we are going to pass. Sawamura Yingrai pushed him from behind, frowning. Li Yan was surprised to hold Iralai's shoulder with both hands, pointed Iralai in the direction of the girl in the kimono, and asked, Wait a minute, Iralai, can you help me see if there is a girl in a black kimono over there? Where are you standing? Hey! Sawamura Ying Lily was taken aback for a while, looked over there, but there was nothing in the desert, and said, Don't be nervous, are you too tired? You have hallucinations when you write a novel. What? No. Li Yan asked with horror, his eyes widened. Let's go, don't yell here. Ying Lily got angry and urged directly. Li Yan did see it, and his consciousness system also gave hints. However, since it is a character that can be sensed by the editing system, most of it is a character from the virtual world. Monster? Or a ghost? Perhaps, I shouldn't have to alarm the girl in the kimono, but her gaze just now really looked over. Very beautiful and gorgeous girl, but there is a dark and mysterious oriental charm. Beautiful and mysterious things are always accompanied by crises, which makes Li Yan feel inaccessible. The old station, the simple ticket booth, when a group of people walked out of the station, finally, the world suddenly opened up, as if there was a feeling of coming to a hidden world. When I first look at it, I feel that this area is filled with a layer of mist, the rolling mountains, if the shadow is visible, under the dim sky, there is a faint misty color. When Li Yan stopped to watch, it was vaguely true. I feel that there may be monsters in the traditional sense here. Okay. Xiao's Haiqiu pulled the suitcase, looked a little thoughtful, looked at the long and ink-like world, and said, It seems to be a bit backward here, and it feels like it's very sparsely populated. And it feels like the time here has stayed 20 years ago. Although many ancient furnishings have a historical flavor, they make people care about whether life is convenient enough. Don't say there, just talk about this station, although most of them all roads can be towed, but there is neither an elevator nor a cargo slide. Now dragging luggage is really tired. Sawamura Hydri was dragging the suitcase with a tired look, and rarely agreed with Kazujaya Kashiu's words. Li Yan's mood suddenly fell into the cold. Just as if he saw an incredible ghost, he felt that the trip was a little discounted. Now listening to them, it seems that it is really the case. No wonder when he was drawn to the second prize. The boss uncle tried to tell him really lucky, and so on. Although this is the case, you have to follow it yourself, don't throw the pot on my back. Li Yan said to Xiaohiki Hoshiu and the others as he watched a cow passing slowly by the roadside. Hey? You are misunderstood, I didn't say that this place is backward, there is no fun, but I like it very much, I finally came to a completely strange world, quite looking forward to it. Xiaohiki Hoshiu smiled. Said. Li Yan looked in his eyes and was taken aback. He always felt that Xiaohiki Hoshiu really liked such a place. Ying Lily sighed. She looked helplessly at Kasuga no Okashiu, and said helplessly, it's great to finish the book. I'm worried now. It's better to have a mailbox in this place, otherwise how do I send my paintings? Go out. Li Yan was startled, squinted his eyes and asked, sure enough, you still haven't finished your work. Did you follow me directly for the 3 meals? You're so long-winded. Ying Lily flushed and said angrily. Teachers, we are going to the car and going to the hotel. Kagurazaka Ayam put away his brand new camera and waved to everyone happily. Ah, Kagurazaka-san is so cute. Shitong Kuogwang exuded a golden light of longing and whispered with a smile. Li Yan, Ying Lily, and others looked at Lion Tong Kuogwang. This writer, who is not too close to their age, is really in a crush on Kagurazaka Iris. Forget it, even if there are real monsters here, just come over and compete with one another. I have to travel happily. As long as I avoid the readers, I won't be afraid of anything. Li Yan thought. Nodded with a smile. He stepped on the first foot of the tour bus. Suddenly, a strong wind swept across. He swept away inadvertently. As a result, when the vast lawn was blown down by the wind for a moment, a large swath of foxes and civet cats were exposed. Strange sculpture of horse head. Li Yan suddenly felt cold behind his back. Hitoyoji City in Kumamoto Prefecture is located in the monsoon blowing from the sea, and the mountainous forest bordering this mountainous area. The rain that just fell yesterday is filled with mist, the green trees are crisp, and the grasses are surrounded. Many ancient buildings have been preserved in this area, which seems to bring people back to the scene 20 or 30 years ago. Kagurazaka Arayu and his group got on this tourist bus. About half of the tourists participated in this trip. Along the way, there were lush woods and occasionally a few families on the side of the road, but the scenery was very different. In other words, it is really quite beautiful, so everyone is full of longing and hope to really see the beauty of the idyllic landscape. Most of the tourists should look out the window with a relaxed mood like this, but Li Yan is not. He has collected all the monsters in Hitoyoji on the internet, especially the cute and amazing monsters in kimono that look like dolls. Data, but nothing was found. We should go back. Li Yan put away the phone, frowning. However, who would believe that about the monsters, and the 70% accuracy of Kagurazaka's predictions? Moreover, the photos and rumors on the internet are almost all fake, and in the end they have no clue. Ding dong! Suddenly, Li Yan's mobile phone line had information, and Li Yan was taken aback for a moment. He took out his mobile phone to check and saw Shuesia Yang Nai. That one, a very well-connected eldest lady. Since he and this young lady named Yang Nai have added line friends, she has always come to chat on the initiative. In a week of chatting experience, Li Yan vaguely thinks that this girl is very smart and weird. According to his eyes, it is not a bad person, but the city is not shallow, and his cynicism is a bit serious. But this time, Li Yan suddenly thought of something and immediately clicked online. Yaneo, I heard that you were hit by a car. Modern readers are concerned about your injury. As soon as I heard about it, I came over and asked about it. It's okay. It won't affect travel, right? Naughty. Li Yan suddenly felt a chill. She actually caught clues from some of the information he had released, knowing that he was out for a trip. But these are not important. What is important is that he hopes to use Yang Nai's contacts and social networks to help find useful information. He sent out a message of inquiry, "Can you do me a favor? I saw a beautiful girl in a kimono in Hitoyoshi. It may be a monster. There is no information about this monster on the internet. Could you help me find it? Some useful information? Yaneo, I think about it. I think I can find such information in some act games." Laugh. Li Yan's face was dark. This guy thought he had stepped into the fantasy of the second dimension. Very suspicious. Ying Lily squinted and looked suspiciously at Li Yan in the back row. What's the matter? Xiaohai Hoshiu, who was sitting in the back row, asked curiously. Don't you think he has been in the car from the beginning, and the line keeps ringing all the way, and seeing his expression, he is flattering, it feels very disgusting. Ying Lily frowned and said in a low voice. It's probably just an ordinary friend or a girlfriend. It's normal for a friend to be interested in asking when traveling, isn't it? Xiaohai Hoshiu held her chin with her fingers, and looked back quietly while thinking. She really felt that Li Yan was using the software to talk very seriously, and she was very curious about the friends who could make the arrogant Li Yan talk so seriously. What is sacred? It would not be Amakusa-senpai, but if you think about it carefully, it seems that Amakusa Shino is an electronic idiot, who is not good at operating many functions of computers and smartphones. Chapter 35. Ying Lily continued to take a peek, and said, You haven't known each other for long. That guy has that kind of EQ. You thought he would have a girlfriend? I don't know that besides being good at writing novels and fighting fights, that guy is actually the best. What I'm good at is dealing with a group of women in their 20s and 30s. They are the potential of natural soft rice men. Xiaohai Hoshiu seemed to feel that she had misheard, even she couldn't help but change her eyes slightly, staring at Ying Lily blankly. This is impossible, especially Yusujian, who can exude a flame aura that even stuns her. What's more, he has now published 4 volumes of novels. After animation and gamification, he has already worth tens of millions of dollars anyway. Income does not need any dependence at all. Ying Lily noticed that Shiukazu Majayaka was unbelieving, and said, Look at how many women in the car now always look back at him, and he knows no less than 20 people in their 20s and 40s. Female, I remember he added my line and said that I am his only friend group under the age of 20 now. Wait a minute, why should I tell you? Ying Lily was slightly taken aback, and then asked angrily. Xiaohai Hoshiu looked at her indifferently, and said, Well, I don't mind, Sawamura classmate. I mind it. Ying Lily suddenly let out a low growl of anger, and stopped paying attention to her. However, Xiaohai Hoshiu also noticed that some of the wives and mature girls in the car looked back at Li Yan, and felt that some of the 3 views were rewritten. She secretly looked back at Li Yan, indeed, in a certain sense. The dress is a bit sloppy, but when it is quiet, it will make people feel a little wicked and gentle. This is the type of taste that most 20-year-old women prefer. What an incredible talent, teacher Yusuji. Xiaohai Hoshiu closed her eyes, thinking slightly embarrassed. Finally, at 12 o'clock, when the sun was in the sky, the tour bus finally stopped in the parking lot next to the hotel. Okay, we're going to get off, everyone. Our company has taken over 2 large rooms. The boys' room is room 203 and the girls' room is room 204. Don't forget. Let's put the luggage in the hotel room first. We will go to the dining hall for dinner later, and visit an ancient shrine at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Don't be late, everyone. Kagurazaka Ayam said to the writers behind him with a smile. Yes. Everyone nodded. In room 203, Li Yan just put down his backpack, and suddenly he heard Lian Tong Kuogwang's ha sound. What's the matter? Li Yan and Kusuna Longhui asked. It's weird, there seems to be a problem with my camera, there is a white shadow in all the photos I took. Lian Tong Kuogwang said distressedly. Li Yan was taken aback for a moment, and took the pictures taken by the Polaroid camera. Indeed, there were pictures with a white shadow, and he followed Kagurazaka Calamus, looking like they were in the car with them. Sorry, did you follow me? Li Yan was shocked and thought to himself. Suddenly, the photo in his hand, the exposed picture suddenly caught fire in his eyes, and the white shadow instantly turned into a girl in a kimono. She turned her head in the photo and looked at Li Yan quietly. Li Yan's eyes trembled. Her lips moved again, but Li Yan, who didn't understand lips, understood her. Why, can you see? Chapter 29 The Girl in the Wanhua Mirror. Teacher Yusuji, what's wrong with you? Lian Tong Kuogwang suddenly said, breaking Li Yan's distraction. Li Yan was taken aback for a moment, then he raised his head to look at Lian Tong Kuogwang and Kuo Nao Longhui, but when he looked at the photo again, he found that the photo had returned to the original normal exposure photo. This photo is just a normal exposure, nothing special. You must have aimed at a light spot and didn't adjust the focus when you took the photo. Li Yan calmed his mind and said with a smile to Lian Tong Kuogwang. Lion Boy Kuogwang nodded, smiled bitterly, and said, it is true. Although it was cloudy at the time, the station was full of glass, which could easily affect the shooting effect. Please return the photo to me, even if it is defective. Affect the quality of this photo. But when Shitong Kuogwang smiled and wanted to get back this photo, he found that Li Yan pinched it very tightly, and couldn't move it no matter what. I found Teacher Lion Boy, you seem to be all secretly filmed, this is already a crime, Teacher Lion Boy. Li Yan looked at him coldly and said. Shitong Kuogwang was sweating profusely, and said with an awkward smile, you have misunderstood, I just accidentally photographed Miss Kagurazaka in the scenery. Then next, Kuzana Longhui put up his sleeves and approached Lian Tong Kuogwang. Wait a minute, Mr. Kusuna, it's not what you think, my photo, wait a minute, no, don't delete it anyway, Mr. Yusuji. That's it. We finally rescued you from the edge of crime. You have to treat us to a meal, Teacher Lion. The Lion Boy Kuogwang, whose hands were controlled by Longhui Kuzana, watched Li Yan holding his camera with tears, and deleted all the photos taken one by one. As a result, all the photos were destroyed, and all the archives were deleted. Li Yan, who looked like he had done a good job, and the disdainful Longhui Cao Now Longhui stood by Kuogwang, the lion boy who was holding his camera and weeping silently, patted him on the shoulder, and said comfortingly. What are you talking about? Go downstairs to eat. Kagurazaka Iris passing by the door looked at them curiously and asked. Yes, let's go down together now, Yusuji-sensei, Kuzanara-sensei, don't let the beautiful ladies wait too long. Kuogwang, the lion boy who was distressed for his photos, recovered his hearty personality and temperament in an instant, and said to everyone with a gentle smile. He, you are really good at coaxing people, Teacher Lion Boy. Then let's go to dinner together. In the afternoon, we are going to visit an ancient shrine. Remember to lock the door well. Kagurazaka Ayam said with a smile. I have always told the truth, you should know me, Kagurazaka-san. Ms. Yusuji. Kuzanaru Longhui looked in his eyes and whispered. I know, I will be more vigilant at night. Li Yan replied in a low voice. The two of them felt a chill rushing up from their spine. After all, such a flexible person, who knows if he would kill for those secretly taken pictures at night. The hotel is built on the hillside, and when you pass the yard, you can see the vast sea of trees. The lush woods are filled with white mist, as if there is a misty feeling like living in high-altitude mountain forests. This meal can be regarded as a rich meal, which makes the tour group feel good value for money. Although there are not many tourist attractions in this area, good food and a good stay will basically let the tour group members have half satisfaction. In the vast dining room, Li Yan just finished eating. He heard the sound of the phone line. Li Yan immediately remembered something, and quickly walked out. Stare! Ying Lily suddenly narrowed her eyes, still chewing, but couldn't help but want to see if Li Yan would really go astray. If you care, just ask directly, classmate Zekin. Suddenly, Xia's Haikyushiu, who was sitting opposite, asked blankly. Ying Lily shook her head and said sternly, don't do it. Although I am really worried. But Li Yan's character is not problematic, but because of financial difficulties, he really can't stand the mature big sisters. The temptation to go astray. Well, but this sounds really hard to worry about at all. Xia's Haikyushiu said calmly. Wait a minute, why do I want to tell you this, Kazumajayaka? It seems that you have been talking to me recently, right? I tell you, I have a deep-rooted opinion of you, don't intend to confuse me. Suddenly he was taken aback, and then angrily said to the opposite Xia's Haikyushiu, that tiger tooth was particularly conspicuous. Xia's Haikyushiu smiled and said, I think you are much better than when you were in school. It's not bad to keep it like this. It's not good, let's not talk about it, I will eat. Ying Lily said displeasedly and continued to eat. Kazumajayaka looked at Ying Lily quietly. There was indeed a feeling that Ying Lily, who had always had a sense of loneliness, had really changed. She hadn't seen it in just over a month, as if she was much more cheerful. Are these, thanks to Yui Shanyan? Chapter 36. After walking out of the yard, Li Yan opened the line software. Directly, it was a document sent over. It seemed that Yakoshita Yang Nao not only collected the information about the girl in the kimono, but also collected a lot, which was completely beyond Li Yan's expectation. Although I understand that this eldest lady has a very wide network of connections, but the monster is a mysterious existence, how powerful is her ability? After receiving and opening the document, what was unfolded was a piece of information collected by folklore scholars. Yang Nai specifically stated that it was sent to Li Yan by the professor of the folklore department of her university. The first rumors about the appearance of this gorgeous girl in black kimono were in 1961, and then there were also folk rumors in 1970, 1980, 1995, and 2003 respectively. The description was only the reporter, and there was no person who had seen it. Because all the parties have disappeared. The reporters all claimed that the missing people's evaluation of the girl was very good, beautiful, generous, and mysterious, and they couldn't stop them from seeing her again until she disappeared. However, the strange thing is that even if the reporters kept knowing the girl's name, they couldn't remember it anyway. Although the contact had no fear or even doubt before, it was certain that there was danger, perhaps it was a monster, fantasy phenomenon, or the like, so stay away. After more than 50 years, the result is still a little girl. No matter what you think, it won't be a human anyway. Li Yan thought. Even so, he didn't plan to let this kimono girl approach him. Why can you see? Suddenly, he also recalled the words of the mysterious girl. He always felt that he was surprised that he could see it. Did it mean that the welcome speech she said at the beginning was not for him, but someone else? Boom boom boom. Just thinking of this, suddenly Li Yan's cell phone rang, and Swexia Yang directly called him. Hey, Miss Swexia. Li Yan answered and asked politely. It seems that you are still at your fingertips. The other party does seem to be a monster. I was also taken aback. I asked a folklorist I happen to know that he actually has this information. What are your plans now? My plan is that the well water will not violate the river water. If it does, don't blame my well for flooding her directly. Li Yan said directly. Haha, you really deserve to be, so you are really interesting, but my advice is that you have already started fighting a prepared war, don't be impatient, just go on according to your plan. Among the missing, there are no limits to men, women, or children, but they are basically the same profession as you. Li Yan was taken aback for a moment. Painters, novelists, sculptors, performance artists, and emotional people are all the objects of her special attention. In other words, I still have some doubts, are you really monsters? Swexia Yangna still felt that monsters and other things were really unbelievable. Li Yan was just about to answer. Suddenly, from the corner of the unmanned corridor, a drunk fat cat dragged a bottle of shaku and walked out staggeringly. Li Yan was stunned for a moment. Mr. Li? Miss Swexia, have you ever seen a cat drinking and stealing wine on two legs? Li Yan asked in astonishment. What? I don't understand. Suddenly, the editing system sent out an induction and feedback information. Work, Natsum Friends account. Evaluation, A++. Suggestion, the warm daily story of monsters, the gentle and quiet Takashi Natsum, after obtaining the account of Natsum's friends, began to meet with the monsters. Meet, goodbye, bit by bit, is the only market in the market that does not rely on love, cuteness, and girls. An evergreen masterpiece of comics. So that's it, he's a character only in another world, no, a monster? Please wait! Li Yan shouted in surprise. The fat cat was shocked, and even yelled, well, there are still humans, too careless. Immediately, the fat cat, which looked like a lucky cat, swept its legs and ran, and it turned out to be very agile. When Li Yan was startled, he was really a monster. His fear was instantly suppressed, and reason took the initiative. Wherever he was willing to let go, the monsters would know the most about the monsters, and he also chased them at an extremely fast speed. Go up! In the corridor, Xiaohiki Hoshio walked out, looked around curiously, and thought, what's the matter? It seems that I heard a strange cry from teacher Shang Shan, but people are not here. However, suddenly, behind Xiaohiki Hoshio, a voice came. You are very beautiful. Xiaohiki Hoshio was taken aback for a moment, then turned around and saw the beautiful and unrealistic girl who looked like a doll. Chapter 30 The Unyielding Light Novel Master. Rustle. The sound of a crisp blade of grass. Coming to the hillside of a vast withered grassland, Li Yan followed the fat monster cat to this strange place, far away from the depths of the woods where humans live. He realized what this monster was doing to lure him here. Come out, I know you are here, I don't think you led me here just to escape. Li Yan's eyes sharpened, he looked around and said. Suddenly, a strong wind blew from the woods, which directly swept up a piece of dry grass, disturbing Li Yan's vision. It's really annoying guy, Demon Master, but you really messed up your opponent this time, and I will leave a profound lesson for you. Li Yan suddenly felt a suffocating breath, and secretly felt bad in his heart. The other party seemed to have misidentified him. He hurriedly shouted, wait a minute. For an instant, Li Yan's back swish, you can hear this fast speed, almost like a flash of thunder. He turned around in an instant, and suddenly, under the huge shadow, raised his head and looked at the huge white demon wolf that was enough to swallow him in one bite. For the time being, it's like a demon wolf. In those cold wolf eyes, there was contempt. Is this a monster? Li Yan thought in astonishment. In Li Yan's eyes, a trace of consternation flashed slightly, and the pores all over his body seemed to open. Immediately, he was forced to calm down in his heart. Monster, is this the legendary monster? Although it was a bit vague, in general, this one in front of his eyes would definitely not be a monster that could be seen daily. Unlike the cute and old-fashioned tone of the cat monster heard in the hotel, This monster's voice is calm and powerful, majestic and unyielding. He wondered if he was following the wrong target. So, what is going on? Actually, there will be monsters. Li Yan was thinking about this issue in his heart at the moment. Traversing has been legendary and interpreted in countless stories, but he is the only one who clearly traversed into the parallel space, but not only met the fallen angel, but now confronted a monster in a real sense. Next, what kind of existence will he encounter again? It seems that he himself has become a part of a story and is arranged to wander in this world. Sometimes it's beautiful, but sometimes it's crisis everywhere. Ah! I suddenly felt that the joke in this world was a bit big. Chapter 37. Li Yan sighed softly, a wry smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, but he seemed to be extremely arrogant, thinking, although it is not clear and it seems that it cannot be explained, but at this moment, in order to protect myself and them, in short, use my strength to resist. Boom! With a bang, that swift wolf claw was dodged by Li Yan at the moment of his death, but his clothes were torn open in an instant, and traces of blood splashed out. Get out of the way! The demon wolf was slightly startled. When did humans have such agility? Moreover, it also realized that this person can see its deity just like Natsum, but it always feels that something is wrong. Natsum has enough spiritual talent to see the monster, but this person, not so much its spiritual power, it's better to say. He can see the same with his simple naked eyes. What are you? It was slightly surprised and wanted to ask. However, suddenly, this man had already jumped up and hit the huge and beautiful demon wolf with a punch. Naive, you think that ordinary human fists can hurt the deity? That high-level monster looked at his fist arrogantly, with mockery in his eyes. But before the words fell, that punch was almost like a blockbuster, smashing this huge high-level monster heavily. At this moment, this high-level monster was completely shocked, with an astonishing pain, but this was not a gift from spiritual power, but pure fist power. When leaning to one side, it also saw Li Yana clearly. A pair of eyes. Splashing blood, dark and fierce face, calm and fearless, as if it was a normal punch in the street in response to an opponent. You guy, really interesting. This gorgeous white demon wolf seemed to have begun to become interested, and said to Li Yan. With a bang, the body of this huge monster fell to the ground, and the whole ground couldn't help shaking, splashing a cloud of dust. However, before the smoke and dust had dissipated, Li Yan knew that this arrogant monster would not fall so easily. Amidst the smoke and dust, the huge wolf shadow came again quietly. Li Yan with the scars on his body, he looked at the monster like a hill without saying a word, and stepped forward. Stop! Teacher cat! Suddenly, a young man's voice uttered a tense cry, which stopped the brief battle. Natsum? What are you doing here? It's dangerous. Suddenly, this high-level monster abandoned his opponent and returned to this young man named Xiaomei. Teacher cat, I just wanted to ask what you are doing here, the young man frowned and asked. The annoying demon master came to harass me again, of course I will take the initiative to attack, the last time the pain of the wound, I remember clearly. The monster with scars on his cheek said coldly. No, you just misunderstood. Suddenly, inside the dust, the figure of the young man said. With blood on his body and a tattered coat, a 17-year-old young man walked out of the dust without fear, and said, I am not a monk, let alone a demon killer, I am a novelist. In the hotel, people from the tour group gathered in front of the tour bus and began to wait for the bus to go to a shrine and historic site. However, Kagurazaka Ayam was anxiously anxious on the side of the car. She tried to call Li Yan again. But like the dozen or so phones before, they are turned off. Yusuji-sensei, where did you go? Kagurazaka Ayam covered his forehead, thinking annoyingly. This idiot, won't you really go out with some woman after eating? Ying Lily clenched her hands tightly and yelled. Others already felt that the image of Miss Ying Lily had been completely destroyed by Li Yan's influence. Lion Boy Qiaoguang said, "No, although it is not clear whether you are joking, Yusuji teacher ran out alone when he was seen by others. If he followed that road, there should be a town. Probably I went shopping." However, in their group, Xia's Haikyushia was extremely quiet, which aroused Ying Lily's curiosity. She always felt that Xia's Haikyushia seemed to be a little out of control, and her eyes seemed to have lost their light. "Xia's Haikyu, what's wrong with you, do you feel uncomfortable?" Ying Lily sternly said, but said words of concern. Xia's Haikyushia was taken aback for a moment, her eyes recovered, and then she smiled slightly and said, "It's okay, thank you." Really, I'm not caring about you, don't get me wrong, it's best not to catch a cold and delay our trip." Ying Lily blushed slightly and snorted, and said. As a result, because he couldn't wait for Li Yan to return, Kagurazaka Ayam had to be urged by the travel agency to get on the last tourist bus. However, everyone did not notice that Xia's Haikyushia sitting by the window secretly turned her head and looked at the hotel. Her dim eyes seemed to be still paying attention to that incredible item in the hotel. "That thing is called Wanhuajing, isn't it? My name is Takashi Natsum, and I am a student studying here." He put away the torn clothes and said with a gentle smile. Because his clothes were damaged during the fight, Li Yan put on the clothes Natsum Shiki brought from home, which barely fit. In this wilderness, Li Yan had another wound covered with dust. Work, Natsum friend's account. Evaluation, A++. Suggestion, everyone is waiting for the next season. As always, the system will begin to feed back information from people from other worlds. Takashi Natsum and the monster are both characters in the same world, and it can be seen that this 15-year-old student is still quite a gentle and kind-hearted person. "Thank you, when I get home, I will send the clothes back to you," Li Yan said with a bitter smile. "No, because Mr. Kitty damaged your clothes, so I should give you one. I don't know if you like it," Natsum Shiki said with a faint smile. "What nonsense, obviously he hurt my face too, look. Teacher Kitty put her cheek in front of Shiki Natsum's eyes and shouted. But even Madara, Teacher Cat, can't understand. With such agile skills, he can hide enough not to be smelled by him. With his keen judgment, even most rigorously trained demon masters cannot track him like this. This young man in a windbreaker for travel turned out to be just a novelist. That's the teacher, you don't make sense at first, and you attack others directly, right?" Natsum Shiki said with a sigh. During the quarrel between Natsum Shiki and Teacher Cat, Li Yan coughed a few times and interrupted the voice between them. "Please allow me to make a long story short. I actually came here for help. I am an ordinary writer who came to travel, but I found that my friends and I were stared at by a mysterious girl in a black kimono. It was different from me. I need to know her danger from a friend in the demon world, and have the corresponding abilities, so that I can be prepared to deal with her. Please, Teacher Cat, Natsum, can you help me?" Li Yan looked at them sincerely and asked seriously. "Aren't you already very strong? You can beat me up, why do you still think you are not the opponent of that monster?" Teacher Cat asked. Li Yan replied, "Because, if it is a pure opponent like you, I can have the determination to deal with her, but what I fear most is that it is easy to hide with a spear, and it is difficult to guard against an arrow. As a mortal, I can't deal with black magic anyway since she can hide her body at any time and use photos to convey information, neither of my companions and I will be able to prevent her assault." "Smart, so you should go back. You probably won't be her prey, but if your friends are tempted, you won't be able to help them," Teacher Cat said. Li Yan was stunned, then shook his head, and said, "No, I won't let any of them be taken away, so, no matter what, please tell me about her information, I will try my best to stop her." Action. Chapter 38. Li Yan's vicissitudes of life looked unwilling. "Teacher Cat, if you know anything, Please tell Senior Lee. Natsume Takashi said. Teacher Cat thought quietly, and then said, you do have a certain possibility to stop that woman. Our monsters will not dare to approach her, even within 10 meters of her room. We can't. I know her name, but I know she should live in the hotel where you live, and Li Yanjun, don't look at that mirror. Mirror? Li Yan asked in a daze. Yes, that is called Wanhuajing. I heard that as a person with predestined relationship, he will fall into the beautiful dream that he likes most and hopes to peak it. There are all dreams, and it will also remember the memory of human beings. Stay with the soul in the mirror. As long as you see it for the 5th time, all human souls will be inhaled by the mirror. Li Yan was in a cold sweat and listened blankly. It turned out to be such a thing. In short, don't think that Wanhua mirror is a beautiful thing, don't just look at it at first glance, remember. Teacher Cat said. Chapter 31 The Gorgeous Girl of Sin and Dream. See synonyms. It. Wanhua mirror, also known as a kaleidoscope, was made by 2 European inventors in the 19th century. It is essentially an optical toy. When one looks inside, one can see the beautiful and colorful world. Therefore, Wanhua mirror is not a mirror in the true sense. This kind of toy was once very popular among Japanese girls, but in the 21st century, such traditional toys have long been forgotten. Who knows, I just know that what she shows to humans is called Wanhuajing. The cat teacher licked his hair and said to Natsume Takashi, who taught the cat teacher to popularize science. So Teacher Cat, haven't you seen that girl in kimono? Li Yan asked in surprise. Ah, you don't need to run around to steal wine, just go to the warehouse. Teacher Cat said with a smile. But, isn't a beautiful world just in line with the magical meaning of that Wanhua mirror? It is based on human imagination to create the beautiful world that viewers desire most. Whether it is a human or a monster, there will be a certain degree in itself. Where the desire is, that is to say, we can't fight the mysterious woman who sees through the desire itself. Teacher Cat raised her rounded head and said, looking at Li Yan. So, don't look at Wanhua mirror, so you are safe. I understand. Li Yan nodded and stood up. In other words, even the monsters can't get close to this kimono girl, but at least one thing is certain. If you don't look at the other party's Wanhua mirror, which is commonly known as the kaleidoscope, the other party can't hurt human beings, just make up a reasonable story for Kagurazaka Ayam and the others, and don't look at anyone's kaleidoscope during these 3 days. He smiled and said, thank you very much, Teacher Cat, and Natsume. I am going to go back and talk to everyone. Time is running out, so I first realize this, Natsume, add a friend, and get in touch later. You're welcome, as long as it's not a demon master, I won't easily hate others. Teacher Cat said with a smile. Natsume Takashi smiled and said, well, it's great to be able to help you. If you are a good friend, I will add seniors. Li Yan and Takashi Natsume exchanged line friends. At this time, he saw a dozen missed calls, and was slightly startled to leave. Hold on, Li Yanjun. Teacher Cat said suddenly. What's the matter, Teacher Cat? Li Yan was taken aback for a moment, then looked back at the lucky cat. One sentence is a bit offensive, you. Teacher Cat's eyes suddenly sharpened and asked, I can't smell you. You don't have any spiritual power, but you can touch me. The only explanation is whether you are reborn after leaving this world. Man of. Natsume Takashi and Li Yan were shocked, and immediately, Natsume Takashi asked anxiously, Teacher Cat, what are you asking? It's too rude. Then there is no need to answer, and I already know. It rubbed its cat's face with its front foot, and said. Well, then I'll leave first. Li Yan nodded and turned to leave. If you can't avoid it, if it's you, try to break it. Teacher Cat looked at him and said meaningfully. Li Yan hadn't understood the meaning of this monster cat, but he remembered that he nodded and thanked him again before leaving. Natsum, this person is useful, much more reliable than the group of people you know, you should contact him more. The cat teacher looked at Natsum Takashi and said. Natsum Takashi sighed slightly and said with a faint smile, "You are saying this again, Mr. Kitty, my friends, no matter who they are, wherever they are, I will treat them with the same mood." However, the cat teacher just now suddenly asked like this. "What's the matter?" Moreover, Li Yan's expression looked only surprised, but he didn't have any rebuttal. Will anyone really be able to be born again? Okay, let's not talk about it, I want to eat ramen, ramen, ramen. The cat teacher suddenly rolled around. Just after drinking the soju and eating a bowl of ramen, the demon student is the winner. Regardless of this parallel world or his own original world, strictly speaking, Li Yan did lose everything and then gained a new life. So the words of the cat monster awakened Li Yan. In any case, he will not be an ordinary person. From the words of Teacher Kitty and Takashi Natsum, it turns out that in the eyes of ordinary people, monsters do not exist, are invisible, and cannot be touched, but Li Yan himself feels that he has nothing to say. Spiritual power, it should be said that it is probably because of this opportunity that he can travel freely in the world of humans, ghosts, and monsters. The next light novel, let's use this theme, it should be able to make a lot of money. Li Yan thought seriously, thinking. He doesn't always think about monsters. His Super Academy War will be finished after writing 2 more volumes, and he is preparing for the second new book. When he returned to the hotel, Li Yan discovered that at only 1:30, the rows of tourist buses in the parking lot had all driven away. He stood alone there. There were no tourist attractions on the first day. See. When I took out my cell phone and planned to ask Kagurazaka Ayam, I felt that it was really unnecessary to interrupt their trip. I just had to give up this day's trip. So what am I doing here? Li Yan stood alone in a cold wind, thinking in confusion. Basically, winning the second prize is indeed a good thing, but after Kagurazaka Ayam added a prophecy, it completely changed. Had to go back to the hotel room and wait for them to come back. No matter how you look at this hotel, it is just an ordinary private hotel with a patina and retains the unique style of the Edo period, but the girl in kimono may live in one of the rooms inside. Okay. Li Yan smelled a peculiar smell, the smell of soil, the smell of blood, and the smell of sweat. He sniffed himself. It turned out to be his own smell, which made Li Yan suddenly startled. In any case, he went everywhere like this. Disliked, even suspected. I have to wash it. But at noon, did the hot spring pool start to open? Li Yan thought. However, when he found the entrance of the male hot spring pool in the yard, Li Yan saw the door sign saying opening hours, 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Li Yan directly reversed the sign, and the house sign said opening. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief, saying that it's okay, and walked into the hot spring pool to take a good dip. After taking off his clothes, the 3 scratches are not relevant for the time being. Although there was a lot of blood, he didn't even look at him who was used to being injured. After taking off his clothes, he was quietly under the shower. Shower. The patter of clear water was like rain, and his eyes gradually dimmed. Ah, what's the melancholy? I'm getting more and more out of character lately. I always feel that the authorship title of Wenjianzan is really not suitable for me. If I go to college, I will study finance and help my family get rid of debt. A home like this. Li Yan was annoyed, muttering to himself in Chinese to enlighten him. In the mist filled with water, the sound of sprinkling water, and a cold girl's words suddenly made Li Yan chill behind his back. Do you really intend to spoil my good deeds? Clear and beautiful, but with a deserted female voice, as if coming out of thin air. Chapter 39. Li Yan was shocked, and suddenly turned his head. On the edge of the misty hot spring pool, a beautiful girl in a black kimono watched him quietly with emerald green eyes. I have been looking for you. From the first sight, I knew you were looking at the people next to me, but no matter who you are looking at, I advise you not to mess around, or don't blame me for being impolite. Li Yan's eyes trembled slightly in surprise, his sharp gaze fixed on her, then he clenched his fist and said coldly. This girl in a kimono began to look at Li Yan's waist. Wait! Li Yan immediately noticed that he was still naked at the moment, and for an instant, he immediately covered his sensitive parts with a towel in horror and embarrassment. He didn't expect that monsters would be gender conscious, and the usual setting of novels that said good monsters had relatively low gender differences did not happen. Appearance, 85 points. Suddenly, the girl looked at Li Yan and said, Hey! Li Yan was taken aback. Talent and temperament, only 60 points. The kimono girl quietly continued to rate. What are you talking about? Li Yan was a little dissatisfied, actually thinking that his talent was only 60 points. The cuteness of the reaction just now, I can barely give you 100 points. The beautiful face of the kimono girl calmly gave the last comment. Li Yan looked at her in shock, feeling that he had been severely insulted just now. Of course, these are all jokes, I hate people who don't know how to joke. The dark kimono with flowers swayed slightly in the wind blowing in the skylight of the bathroom, and the beautiful girl's long black hair was slightly floating. Those eyes were watching quietly, preparing to obstruct her uninvited guests in secret. In the bathroom, Li Yan, who was surrounded by towels, finally met the dreamlike girl. My name is Lian Hua. Chapter 32 The Gamble Between Novelist and Girl. The ancient shrine, I don't know when it was built, and when it was abandoned here. Even the plaque of the shrine is unclear, but it is said to be the only one in Japan because it is rumored that it is very effective to make a wish here. The mysterious shrine, guarded by priests and maidens, is always open during the day when visitors from other places and locals come to pray for blessings. That's it, a shrine without priests and maidens, it feels very mysterious. Kagurazaka Ayam nodded with a smile and said. It can be seen that Kagurazaka Ayam, who has not been out for breathable for many years, feels like a supernatural craftsman. Ying Lily showed a bewildered look, and said, I won't say anything about its effectiveness, but as a tourist attraction, it doesn't look like many mysterious and interesting attractions. You don't know this, Teacher Zekin. Lion Boy Qiaoguang smiled and said, I have asked the tour guides and tourists here and said that this is more than that. Legend has it that there have always been pilgrims missing when they came here, and most of the missing people suddenly knew nothing. 2 days later, they will come back without incident, and some people have disappeared and they don't know where they have gone. But the pilgrims who got back have a clear consciousness, are unharmed, and have always hoped to be missing again. Swim, but even they don't know why they want to go back to that mysterious place. Hey, isn't this a very dangerous place? Sawamura Yingriri asked with a look of surprise. Suddenly, a burst of cherry blossoms danced past, and the long-talking Kusanagi Longhui looked at the scenery where the petals were flying, and said intently, No, I feel that if they are sent back, it seems that most of the missing will be stay or come back voluntarily. In this quiet shrine with brilliant cherry blossoms and beautiful grasses, perhaps it is because of the ancient and beautiful environment that attracts beautiful gods to settle here, attracting men and women who meet, and go to the gods to love the hidden place of the world. Ying Lily and Shitong Qiaoguang suddenly looked at a loss. Is this person a bad-tempered or a delicate love novelist? As expected to be Mr. Kuzaneru, let's write down the next book with this feeling. Kagurazaka Ayam said with a smile. What? I'm so annoying, I'm not interested. Kuzaneru Longhui nodded in agreement at first, but immediately reacted and immediately rudely refuted Kagurazaka Ayam's proposal. Hehe, don't be shy, please come to the next masterpiece of pure love novels, Kagurazaka Ayam said with a smile. Ying Lily looked astonished, as if the three views were completely ruined. This guy dressed in punk style, speaking with cynicism and fierce eyes, turned out to be a pure love novel. She was curious to think about the recent situation, thinking, "It's strange, since I met Lee, the otaku, I suddenly found that more and more weird people gathered around, although it is not a weird person, but it should be rarely seen in school." The type of seeing, is this the complexity of the light novel world? Thinking of this, Ying Lily once again looked back at Zayas Hikihoshiu, who was at the end of the team. In this team, she was the only person familiar. Although Zayas Hikihoshiu didn't say much to strangers, she had been stunned this afternoon. The taciturn Zayas Hikihoshiu was the first time she saw her, and she always felt that she was uncomfortable and seemed to be thinking about something. And when I asked, I thanked her, which was really abnormal. Really? Suddenly, Kagurazaka Ayam next to him took the phone and whispered with a worried look. "What's the matter?" Ying Lily blinked and asked. Kagurazaka Ayam smiled and said, "I'm calling Yusuji-sensei's number, but I haven't gotten through until now. It's strange, where did he go? That guy don't care about him, maybe she's on the line with which big sister now?" Ying Lily said with a cold face. "What?" As soon as Zayas Hikihoshiu heard Yusujian's name, her distracted eyes lit up, looking at the group of people in front of her. "Well, it's possible," Kagurazaka Ayam nodded and said. "If Mr. Yusuji returns to the hotel, he should rest in room 203. It is not realistic to come here now," said Kuzaner Longhui. Shitong Kuogwang looked at Kagurazaka Ayam with a worried look, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared and turned into a weak "That one." Suddenly, Shiukasho Majayaka, who was silent along the way, looked at them and suggested, "I think we have basically seen all the attractions of the shrine. If there is nothing else, should we go back earlier? It's better to have a good rest. After all, tomorrow I'm going to go shopping in the city to see Kumamoto bears, and I'll go mountain climbing in the afternoon. Enough energy is needed." There is indeed nothing to look at here," Kuzaner Longhui said in silence for a while. It was too timely. Ying Lily immediately cheered up. She had long wanted to go back and work overtime to draw her own comics. She owed at least a dozen pages of comics, and I don't know why. Recently, Zayas Hikihoshiu can always give her an assist. He smiled and said, yes, there is nothing good at all. It is better for everyone to go back to the hot springs earlier. At night, it is estimated that there will be hot springs, table tennis, pillow fights and so on. Kagurazaka Ayam thought it made sense, smiled and said, "Oh, pillow fight, it's great for you guys to want to play these." "I think so, just go back to see if Yusuji-sensei is back. But first go back to the departure time of the tour bus, it's 3:30 o'clock. It's almost the same, there is almost half an hour left, wait a minute, we will go back first." Zayas Hikihoshiu's eyes lightened a bit. The mysterious girl named Lianhua borrowed something called Wanhuajing for her. As a result, she did see what Lianhua had mentioned and hoped to see. Dream. A story that extinguished hope, but gave birth to hope. Male hot spring room in hot spring hotel. Li Yan looked at the girl who claimed to be Lianhua with a look of astonishment. "I always feel that the girl that appeared this time, he did have an impression, as if he had seen it in an anime, and it was his only non-blood combat anime. The same hairstyle, the same clothing, the same height, the same beautiful." Chapter 40. However, the biggest difference is that this monster girl smiles slightly. In the hot spring hotel filled with mist, she stood there quietly, as if she had had a strong interest in Li Yan early in the morning, and smiled slightly, completely ignoring that the other party was just the part wrapped in a towel, if she didn't take it seriously. "I thought it was just a beautiful doll. This smile is darker than the kimono she wears. I don't know whether it was caused by the heat of the hot spring pool, or his nervousness, and a drop of cold sweat shed on his wet forehead." He squinted to think about his situation, but now he hasn't put on any defensive equipment. Is it really okay to face a monster girl wrapped in a towel? And the system is no longer moving. The last time it was not scanned accurately, the editing system will not scan the same person a second time. Your name? Suddenly, the girl asked. My name is Yusujian. Li Yan gave out his pen name in case the other party had any traps. Yusujian, a nice name. Well, Mr. Yusuji, I actually always plan to have a good chat with you. Sure enough, you have noticed my existence. Lian Hua stood quietly by the steam-filled, quiet hot spring pool. She said, You. Sure enough, you can watch the world that the mortal world can't touch without any scruples. At first, I thought you were just a mistake. That's it, what's the matter with you? It is obvious that the mind, soul, and desires are not suitable for Wan Huajing, but you can still see me and talk to me like this? Lian Hua's beautiful emerald green eye pupils stared at Li Yan's face and said, I'm very curious, who you are, and it's just someone else's business. You really want to feel like this? Will the injury also hinder my work? Jobs. Li Yan was taken aback for a moment and asked. Causality is like a spinning wheel, a multifaceted mirror of brilliance. Life is like a dream, just a moment. I am the guardian of dreams, the viewer of illusion. Only in the mirror of Wan Hua, it will last forever. Lian Hua read this old saying. She stretched out her hands to put her hands on her abdomen, and said with a faint smile, showing people in a dream, this is my job, but unfortunately, I still rarely see, Mr. Yusuji, you will be a traveler who can't even give you dreams. By Wan Huajing will naturally not be my guest. Li Yan shook his head, his eyes under the bangs were cold, and said, No, it's not that your Wan Hua mirror can't be given, but that I am not tempted by your broken mirror at all. Since I can't be tempted from the beginning, I will naturally follow. There is no need to call me over. He looked at this mysterious girl and said, In any case, I will not let you take away any of my friends. Even if you go through fire and water, you will not succeed, Miss Lian Hua, no matter what. Are you a human, a ghost, a demon or a soul? If you are acquainted, just give up now. I usually don't attack women, but there are always exceptions, right? Extremely rude, you are the man with the worst attitude I have ever seen, but that's interesting, isn't it? You are completely different from Natsuhiko Fukami, even though they are both novelists. At least if you have something to say, this is a big deal. The difference. Lian Hua thought, looked at Li Yan and said, but, as a human, Mr. Yusuji can't compete with Wan Huajing at all. I have said that all this has been arranged. If your friend can live in Wan Hua in the mirror, it is also a blessing. She is so sad and confused, but eager to understand some things. This is the place Wan Huajing gave her a shelter. If you don't want to disappear from now on, please don't have the intention to hinder my work. At the last remark, Lian Hua stretched out her hand and aimed at Li Yan. Suddenly, a strong vapor heat wave formed between her and Li Yan. But that sentence completely shocked Li Yan. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and penetrated into the scorching heat wave, and the sudden tingling pain passed into his consciousness, causing Li Yan to be shocked, but he still forcibly breaking through that layer of strong heat wave storm, reaching to Lian Hua. It hurts, but how can you do whatever you want? He trembled with pain and his eyes became firmer. He looked at Lian Hua and said, Wait a minute, please don't hurt them. No matter how good the dream is, it can't replace our real life. I have always had this idea. Who survived, Miss Lian Hua? It's not eternal. It's just a dream that consumes vitality. Even if it's a evaporating end, I won't be a tortoise. Do you believe me? I will let you lose. On the opposite side of the mist, the figure of the young girl stood there quietly. After hearing these words, she was silent, and the whole black figure stood there. Do you seriously think so? What I said, of course, is my promise. So before that, how about you and I have a gambling game? Li Yan secretly knew that his aggressive method had succeeded, and said. gambling. Lianhua immediately remembered the dream Xia's Haikyoshiu had seen. She seems to have lost to Yusujian. Then, Mr. Yusuji, let's take a gamble, whether you stop me first, or I take the child away first. I am a fair person. Here is a reminder, you must first find the place where I live, which is in this hot spring hotel room, filled with dolls. The penalty game of winning or losing, let's talk about it, Mr. Yusuji. After the gorgeous girl finished speaking, a meaningful smile appeared in Cherry's little mouth, looking at Li Yan's red-hot arm. This time, it was a life and death bet. Chapter 33 A House Full of Dolls. That hand, in the heat wave, still passes through at a certain speed. It hurts, almost to the point that ordinary humans can't bear it, but Li Yan can't take care of that much. In any case, he needs to catch this instigator now. He knows that if he really gave up this opportunity, he would have to deal with her next time, and even grasp the traces of her actions. It would be at least 10 times more difficult than breaking through the steam now. The scorching steam flame almost severely burned his arm. Li Yan clenched his fist, just a little bit short of being able to catch the girl's figure. With this kind of willpower, Lianhua saw a little ripple in her heart. This person, what's going on? She looked at him puzzled. I have never seen someone who has been so steadfast for others. She secretly thought. Suddenly she couldn't help but stretched out her hand, hoping to touch the palm of this person who opened it towards her, but in the end, she hesitated for a while and put it away. She was curious about what she wanted to do just now. What am I doing? Lianhua took a step back, and gradually dissipated like a dream. Looking at Li Yan, who was so desperate, she smiled, her lonely voice with a smile, and said, "Give up, Mr. Yusuji, no matter how hard you try, you want to immediately. It is impossible to catch me to win. No one can catch me, including my hand. But your courage is really admirable. If you really have the ability, I will wait in my room. You, try your best." The young girl let out a nice but gloomy laugh, and the figure screamed along with the blocking heat wave, and disappeared. At the moment when the resistance disappeared, Li Yan almost fell straight forward. His outstretched hand did indeed touch Lianhua's gorgeous kimono, but the girl flew away like a butterfly. He walked a few times. Step, murmured secretly in my heart, it's awful. The mysterious girl disappeared again. But after a little thought, Li Yan suddenly denied, no. Li Yan calmed down and observed his surroundings. Even if it was a witchcraft, it could be inferred from the camera that Lianhua could not teleport, but instead relied on walking to walk. Therefore, Lianhua may still be in this area. But immediately, he also found that his originally severely burned arm was unscathed at the moment, and the real pain disappeared immediately, as if everything was an illusion. Is her ability like this? Li Yan was startled secretly in his heart, thinking. What the is going on? The pain of scalding is so real, it's no use thinking so much now. I have to try my best to catch her at this time, so that I won. Who is it? Huajing, Teacher Lion, or Teacher Kusanagi? Li Yan thought quietly. Tick, tick. Suddenly, he heard footsteps. In that misty room, there was a tick and tick sound, which made Li Yan pay attention to it. Suddenly, he stepped and grabbed a piece of clothing from the mist. Chapter 41. Li Yan's eyes sharpened, and he said in a deep voice, I have caught you. Unfortunately, even if the magic can hide your body, as long as there is a sound, I can quickly catch it. I hope you will stop here. Don't do harm to the world. But as soon as the water mist dissipated, Li Yan's originally focused eyes were suddenly startled. The one who was caught by him was not Lianhua, but a big sister with brown hair. She was beautiful and looked like a lady in her 20s, wearing employee costumes, but this with a pull, her clothes were about to be torn off, revealing her white fragrant shoulders. Woo! The girl flushed, looking at Li Yan in horror, her tears couldn't help falling. Li Yan looked at her quietly, "Who are you?" But no matter who it is, this talk, the administrative penalty that probably requires police detention for more than 3 days is nowhere to go. Well, please don't call the police. I didn't mean it. Actually, I was waiting for a friend of mine, and was about to teach him how to come here so late. Ah, that's it. Li Yan sweated profusely and explained with a smile. However, the scarf that was originally not tightly tied suddenly slipped and fell directly, interrupting Li Yan's explanation. "Senior Inamori, I have cleaned the outside area. Is my work over?" Suddenly, a little girl with long blonde hair came in and said. However, she saw a young man she knew was naked in a misty room, standing in front of the trembling and motionless Inamori Haru. Li Yan immediately subconsciously covered himself, his face flushed with nervousness. Looking at the little cute girl, she was shocked for a moment. "Gabriel." Now, I had to enter the police station again. Li Yan looked at Gabriel in astonishment, thinking, playing hooliganism in public, and probably sentenced to several years in prison. Gabriel's face was flushed, and her expression was a bit complicated. He stammered at Li Yan and said, You are perverted." In the corridor of the Hot Spring Hotel. Gabriel actually worked through online photos 2 days ago, and came to this hotel part-time job all the way. "I heard that all the living expenses have been spent, but next month there will be a hot topic that she is looking forward to. The game will be on the shelves, so the lazy Miss Angel can only grit her teeth and apply for this job with the highest salary. This one is my predecessor, Miss Inamori Haru. Don't think that the other party honestly thinks that such a thing is fine. It's true. Not only did you open the bathroom door number without authorization, but it took more than an hour to wash it. Snatching someone else's clothes naked, if not for my personal guarantee, you would have already entered the police station." Gabriel preached to Li Yan badly, and said. "I'm really sorry, Miss Inamori," Li Yan said apologetically. When he thought that there might be a fan of his book in the police station, if he went in this time and was found to be lying on the blog, he probably wouldn't be able to get it out if he didn't write the 5th volume. "Well, it's okay, please pay attention next time, Mr. Li." Inamori Haruyuki's white cheeks were still a little red, and he said with a smile. However, Damari-shun looked at Li Yan with some care. After all, she heard Li Yan calling a girl's name. Gabriel smiled arrogantly and said, "Out of the principle of friendly and mutual assistance, next time you have to help me queue up to buy a game to pay off my affection." "Yes." Li Yan lowered his head, reluctantly covering his forehead. Sure enough, the other party is still an opponent who likes to tease others. He deliberately attracted his attention and almost made him enter the police station. Maybe her movement didn't even need to make a sound. "Well, Mr. Li, your wound, doesn't it matter?" the girl named Haru Inamori asked with some worry. "It's okay, thank you for your concern," Li Yan said with a smile. "Is that so? But the 3 wounds feel painful, that's good, Damari-shun said with a smile, looking at Li Yan with a slightly flushed cheek. Gabriel suddenly realized something. She always felt that it was an illusion. Not only did Inamori Haru Sr. hate Li Yan, she seemed to be full of interest instead. Li Yan was still on the left, and his eyes were chasing Lian Hua's pace like a torch, but suddenly, the editing system in his consciousness changed. Work, beautiful girl Wan Hua mirror. Evaluation, B. Suggestion, personality and music are the only bonus points for this work. The story is dark, violent, and full of ridicule and contempt for human nature. The work is an age-restricted game and it is not recommended for you to play. Li Yan was stunned for a moment. The name mentioned by the system, Wan Huajing, no matter what he thinks, implies that there is a character here who is in the same world as Lian Hua. He is already familiar with Jia Bailey, with the only exception. Only the beautiful girl Haru Inamori whose clothes were almost pulled off by him. He immediately raised his head, looked at the ignorant Inamori Haru, and asked with a puzzled look, "Miss Inamori, do you know a girl named Lianhua?" Sure enough, this young man was really there, talking to Lianhua. "Lianhua, Mr. Li, how did you know this name?" Inamori-chun asked hesitantly. "One of my partners has been spotted. The situation is urgent. I want to save someone. If you know anything, Miss Inamori, please tell me, where is the doll's room?" Li Yan frowned and looked at it. She said, "Although I know, I'm sorry, I don't know where Miss Lianhua will live. I don't know a lot about Miss Lianhua, I just know that she lives here." "Well, if I know something, I will tell you," Inamori-chun said to Li Yan, looking very hard. "Thank you, if you have information, please tell me." Li Yan could see that Inamori Haru was not a lie. Whoever said the same person in the world must know the bottom line. Gabriel was taken aback for a moment, and then said, "Oh, you were concerned about this. Gabriel, do you know anything?" Li Yan asked in a daze. "I don't know, don't bother me. Besides, I just came here to work, but I am not interested in these things at all." Gabriel shrugged and said with an indifferent expression, but she raised her head and looked at Li Yan with seriousness. "But, since you said that, I'll investigate it for the time being. Li Yan, let's get to the top of my ugly words. Don't easily confront this kind of existence beyond your knowledge. I'll deal with it. You don't interfere." Inamori-chun's face was ugly. Looking at Li Yan, his appearance and the breath of looking for lotus blossoms are very similar to Fukami Natsuhiko, who has been missing for more than a year. However, that kind of terrifying memory makes her can't tell before his lovely younger generation. "Well, Miss Inamori, let's add a line. If you have anything you think of at that time, you can tell me." Li Yan took out his mobile phone and said, Okay." Inamori Haru nodded and said. At this moment, Kagurazaka Ayam and his party just came back. They suddenly saw that Li Yan was exchanging line accounts with a beautiful and even big sister. Suddenly, Ying Lily and Kazujayaka Shiu's face changed. Appeared, the legendary big sister with money and good looks. What am I talking about? Look, the compensation is in action. Ying Lily gritted her teeth. Hehe, what are you talking about? What's wrong with boys pursuing some mature girls? Lion Tong Qiaoguang immediately became happy and said. When the group of people was still arguing, Xiao's Haiqiu Shiu suddenly felt something. Tonight, please see Wanhua mirror for the second time, Shiyu. Xiao's Haiqiu Shiu turned her head, her rose-colored eyes, quietly looked at the black kimono girl at the end of the corridor, quietly standing there, like a doll like lotus. She smiled slightly as if she was entertaining guests. So, what are you? Xiao's Haiqiu Shiu thought. Chapter 42. However, in any case, she couldn't give up halfway, and she would never give up looking at that strange and beautiful Wanhua mirror again without watching that person's life. At night, 2 o'clock in the morning. Everything was quiet, and the silent night seemed to be enchanting, strangely quiet and strangely beautiful. In such a beautiful night, moonlight shone on everyone sleeping from the window. Li Yan couldn't sleep. He sat crouched by the window, watching his roommates quietly, drinking free black tea. For the past 3 days, he wanted to guard against this crowd of people, and the world would suddenly evaporate. Up one. Clatter. Suddenly, he heard something that awakened him suddenly and looked outside the door. The light from a mobile phone, so dim, passed through his room. Who is there? Cold sweat broke out on Li Yan's forehead. He stood up and walked over to see what happened. Although he is not afraid of the sky, he is also a little afraid of the ghosts that have been rumored for a long time, and he will not be offended. Tick, tick. The ancient bells were still returning. When Li Yan walked out, he suddenly felt that the corridor was darker than ever, and it seemed boundless than ever. Li Yan walked out of the door and stood in this terrifying dark corridor that seemed to have never existed until now. The black-haired girl in pajamas asked, "Wait a minute, may I ask you?" Before Li Yan's words were finished, suddenly, the young girl noticed a movement, turned around and looked at him. This time, Li Yan was completely stunned, looking at her. Although the two people were separated by 10 meters, they both recognized each other. "Teacher Xia Shizi, what are you doing?" Li Yan's eyes were taken aback, and he realized something. Xia's Haiqiuxiu looked at Li Yan with those eyes that seemed to have found a demon. "Ms. Yusuji." Xia's Haiqiuxiu called out softly. Suddenly, in the darkness behind the girl, a door suddenly opened. In the dim light, the arms of countless female dolls stretched out like tentacles, and after embracing Xia's Haiqiuxiu Tuan, dragged it in. The cold wind was blowing in this corridor, whirring gloomily, accompanied by the laughter of the dolls. Li Yan looked at everything that happened at this moment with a look of astonishment. Xia's Haiqiuxiu looked at him like this, and gradually, further and further away, was dragged into the room full of dolls. Chapter 34 Gambling Banquet, Showdown between Reality and Unreal, Extended Version. In this vast world, who can guarantee that there must be no legendary creatures in this world, living in the same world? Ghosts, monsters, and legends are awe-inspiring existences. When human beings really encounter existences beyond their own consciousness, what kind of state of mind will they respond to? Hunting for the cold wind, Li Yan looked at the door that suddenly opened in the darkness, and watched Xia's Haiqiuxiu let him be dragged into the unknown space. His heart was filled with fear and awe of the unknown. He was born in the countryside. My son, how come he hasn't heard the weird and mysterious story, but he couldn't help but move and walk away. Whatever. This is how he shouted in his heart, no matter who the opponent was, he didn't want to show a fearful expression. Especially, at that moment, when he saw the eyes of Xia's Haiqiuxiu, he had the urge to grab it back anyway, and rushed away, grabbing the confusion before the door was closed. People in the world of Wanhua Mirror. Please. Please let me enter the doll's room, I don't want to lose anyway. Li Yan thought to himself. Wait. He mustered his strength, and when he saw the last gap in the gate, he jumped up and flew towards the gate. In the dark corridor, a faint whisper from a young girl came. This, but it won't work. Late at night, 2:30 in the morning. The originally quiet hotel suddenly heard the crisp sound of a window cracking, and some residents near the window were suddenly awakened. Everyone came out one after another to see what was going on. The antique paper window was hit and damaged, but there was no animal activity in the corridor on the second floor or around the courtyard on the first floor. It must be a kitten or a bird accidentally smashing the window. The 70-year-old lady boss was by the window, explaining to everyone. No, the boss, look at the traces left in the yard on this floor. It's obviously a human figure who fell face down. It's not someone who fell. A tourist explained. Another middle-aged female tourist had a different point of view, saying, what are you talking about? If someone falls, they will fracture at the lightest level, but there are no injured people around, right? Yes. Everyone nodded. A thin tourist said curiously, could there be anything in this hotel, right? There was some commotion among the crowd, and everyone's expressions were complicated. If there are running shadows or sculptures in the corridor, it will feel like, no, terrible. Ah, is that the case? But this is unlikely, said the white-haired, somewhat rickety boss lady. Grandma, it doesn't work. If you say this, it makes everyone think that our hotel really has monsters. A girl beside her hurriedly said in a low voice. The grandmother said slowly, it's okay. After all, it's an old store for hundreds of years, but this hotel is sluggish regardless of whether it is employees or rats. I really don't think there will be such monsters who like to run and exercise live in such a place. The grandmother's words made it impossible for all men, women, young and old employees present to refute it, as if it really was. It's weird, why is Yusuji teacher gone at this time, have you gone to the toilet? Kagurazaka Ayum in the crowd looked around curiously and asked. But Ying Lily and Gabriel squinted at this human-shaped mud mark. They always felt that they could imagine a certain person would do such a stupid thing, and then after falling down, they could pat there and leave without injury. Who? I guess somewhere, hold his waist and call it hurts. Ying Lily sighed and said. Gabriel looked at Ying Lily with some curiosity, and the group of people behind him, and the beautiful girl with long black hair, also staying quietly beside Kagurazaka Icarus. However, the key in my hand is in my left hand. Chapter 43. And in a corridor not far away, Li Yan was covered in mud, sitting on the edge of the wooden corridor and covering his forehead, helpless. As if being ridiculed again, he could almost rush into the doll's room with a leap, but the door suddenly retreated, and he returned to the world and rushed out of the window. It wasn't until I was 1 meter away from the first floor that I really left the hallucinations. I couldn't react to falling to the ground and fell to the ground. In the end, he was helped by Inamori Haru, who he met during the day, so as not to attract people's attention and startle the snake. Well, Mr. Lee, are you okay? Inamori-chan asked, looking at him worriedly. It's okay, it's just a little pain from falling, it doesn't matter. Li Yan shook his head and said. Falling down from 4 or 5 meters, it was only a pain from the fall, and Haru Inamori felt a little weird. She breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Li Yan in a sad tone, and said, please don't mess around. Miss Lianhua is a very mysterious existence. There is no ordinary way to deal with her. Although she knows that Miss Lianhua has always been I'm showing people Wanhua mirror, but please don't resent anyone, because resentment in your heart can only make it even more difficult to defeat Miss Lianhua. So, Miss Inamori, how much do you hesitate to tell me, although I won't force you to tell me, but if I can't find her before she summons my friend 5 times, I can't save anyone. You can't even get in with yourself. Now there are 2 lives. I hope you can tell me anything you know. Li Yan looked at her and said. Dao Sen-chun was silent, she took out the towel and helped Li Yan clean her face. However, those eyes made Inamori Haru, as if she felt like a light shining in the dark, so dazzling, different from the previous people who had fallen into self-madness. Inamori Haru was astonished. This person may really be able to see through the legendary Wanhua mirror. I understand. Haru Inamori nodded. She looked at Li Yan and said, I really don't know where Miss Lianhua lives, but I saw Mr. Xia Yan tell me that in the hotel, a doll can be found at the end room. See Xia Yan deeply. Li Yan was taken aback for a moment, as if he had also heard the name from Lianhua. Well, it's because of Mr. Shen Jian that I hesitate to let you continue to investigate further. Mr. Shen Jian is the only horror novel writer I have ever met who claims to have seen Lianhua, and came to seek inspiration. Inamori-chun hesitated, and became firm again, and said, Mr. Fukami is the one I learned about. The last time I met Miss Lianhua, it should be said that he is a young writer who is not very gregarious, but at least he is very kind. People. However, one day, Mr. Shen Jian, suddenly a little strange, that day, he told me that a little girl named Lianhua showed him a Wanhua mirror, let him see the world's most beautiful story. But... Suddenly, Inamori Haru whispered, breathing a little bit quickly, said. What's wrong? Li Yan asked curiously. Inamori-chun looked at Li Yan with an expression as if arguing about something, and said, I noticed several times that when Mr. Fukami passed the mirror, there was no Mr. Fukami in the mirror. Li Yan looked at Inamori-chun with surprise, as if for an instant he understood that there was a secret hidden in this key clue. Li Yan asked, no reflection. Although it was just a guess, and even, it was just a whimsical, but Wanhua Jing and Lianhua gave him the problem, he was finally able to see clearly. In the dark night, under this dimly lit street lamp, Inamori Haru continued, at first. I would think that Miss Lianhua and Mr. Fukami really fell in love at first sight. Miss Lianhua brought him what he thought was the most wonderful. His dreams also made him write a novel that was nearly finished, but, suddenly, Mr. Shenjian disappeared. When he wrote the 4th volume of his novel, he suddenly wrote that one. The novel was handed to me, saying that he could no longer escape. I still don't understand what he meant. After that, he seemed to have evaporated. Hundreds of policemen were dispatched at that time, but no trace of Mr. Fukami was found. She looked at Li Yan and said shyly, I just know these, can these help you? Sure enough, even if I saw Xia Yan deeply at that time, he was aware of the reason why he couldn't escape. He must have written the key things in that book. However, all this is getting more and more thoughtful and terrifying, which makes people shudder. I understand, thank you. Now I understand that the doll's room will be there. Although it is a guess, the novelist, the most important thing is imagination and thinking extension ability. You must try it. Yes, Miss Inamori, Mr. Shenjian's unfinished novel is still here, can you show it to me? Li Yan looked at Haru Inamori with a worried expression and said with a smile, don't worry, I am not a writer of horror novels. I am a writer of light novels. At least things are much more peaceful than what Mr. Shenjian dreamed of. Hope, it's like this. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Li Yan finally understood what Xia Yan had written. What should be said, it was something that would only be written by a pervert. It can be seen that Xia Yan is not a good person. At least, the hunger and thirst for desire hidden in the polite and friendly appearance is almost crazy, but he is also smart enough that he did not let Lianhua and Wan Huajing notice that he stayed. A key message was given to the next writer to visit. With a bang, the sliding door of room 204 behind him was opened, and Xiao's Haikyushio with dim eyes came out. After the two met, they were taken aback for a moment. Well, did you get up so early? Xiao's Haikyushio looked at him and asked curiously. I never slept last night. Li Yan looked at her and said. Xiao's Haikyushio looked at him angrily and asked, why, do you have insomnia? Don't you remember what happened last night? Li Yan asked. Last night, did you mean that the window was broken by the kitten? Xiao's Haikyushio asked suspiciously. Sure enough, the memory was once again washed away, so it went round and round, even Xiao's Haikyushio could not really know where the doll's room would be. I am entrusted by others to take you to a place to meet him. Don't worry, it won't be a remote corner. If you just call Shan Yan, I will probably be stuffed into the toilet directly. By the way, after I get there, I will show you this unfinished work. Xiao's Haikyushio looked at Li Yan with dark circles in doubt. What was going on? It was mysterious and natural. She would not think that Li Yan would be a lunatic who made rude behavior, but vaguely, I always felt that Li Yan also knew about Wan Huajing. There is also the manuscript with the name of Fukami Xia Yan. Who is it? Follow Li Yan to a long corridor leading to the utility room not far away. Outside the window is a splendid view of cherry blossoms, and on the surrounding walls are ukiyo paintings of ancient girls. On the opposite side is an ancient mirror used to ward off evil spirits. It should be here. This hotel is not big, I think this is the most suitable place. Li Yan said to Xiao's Haikyushio. What are you talking about, and who on earth wants to see me? Li Yan gave this manuscript to Xiao's Haikyushio, and said, Mr. Fukami Xia Yan, the author of this horror novel, you have a cursory look at the message he wants to convey here. Xiao's Haikyushio looked confused, took the stack of manuscripts, and read it. As far as the story is concerned, it is almost a perverted content. At first, Xiao's Haikyushio felt that she couldn't stand it, but gradually, as a writer, she realized a problem. Why, the more he writes to the back, the more blurred his handwriting. Because his soul is getting less and less. Soul. Yes, just like you have been asleep after seeing Wanhu a mirror, and your soul came out of the mirror, Xia Shizi, you have been completely poisoned by Wanhu a mirror. Li Yan looked at Xia's Haiqiuxiu with a look of astonishment, and said. What are you talking about, teacher Yusuji? Xia's Haiqiuxiu asked in surprise. This is the message that Mr. Fucking left us. Until the 4th volume, the words are almost written transparently. His existence is about to disappear. So entrust this book to others. You are the same as him from the beginning. After the first glance at Wan Huajing, I have been asleep, never leaving the doll's room. So you can't escape from Lian Hua at all. The morning light passed through the window. Li Yan looked at Xia's Haiqiuxiu at the intersection of light and darkness, and said. The flesh has been sleeping, but the soul has returned from the mirror to this world, that is, the you in the mirror, so the mirror will never have you again. Legend has it that the mirror is regarded as the gate to the devil in China, Europe, and even Africa. The mirror it is possible to photograph a person's soul. I didn't believe it at first, but now, I need your soul to return to the body immediately. He let go of his body, and suddenly, a mirror shone on Xia's Haiqiuxiu's body. She could still see her own reflection in front of her at first, but she seemed to be awakened. Gradually, she really couldn't see the mirror. By myself. Chapter 44. When I was living in the countryside, I heard that by calling out the names of people who have lost their souls, they can be called back into my body. Now I am going to send you back to the doll's room, Xia Shizi, I will save you. Don't worry. Waiting for me. Li Yan clasped his hands together, snapped, and suddenly shouted, Xia's Haiqiuxiu. As if shouting out with all her strength, Xia's Haiqiuxiu's body began to emit a faint light suddenly, and she looked at everything in front of her in surprise. Li Yan shouted again, Xia's Haiqiuxiu's body had all turned into light, and this was the soul body that had taken off the mirror illusion. When the dream wakes up, you will definitely think that reality will be better than dreams, Xia Shizi. Li Yan raised his head, looked at the girl who was somewhat transparent and floating in the air, and said with a smile. Xia's Haiqiuxiu looked at him quietly. So that's it. I haven't woken up since the beginning. That's why I feel that I have always been in a dream, and maybe I understand why my dream is so longing. The soul returned to the mirror in an instant, and the mirror radiated a faint light for an instant. That is the entrance to the room of the legendary doll. I am looking forward to my daily travel routine, is this the result? Li Yan looked at the faint light and smiled bitterly. He stretched out his hand and went straight through the mirror. There is a warm feeling in the room of a doll. It does not look very strange. However, in that quiet room, Shiu Xia's Haiqiu is lying on the table quietly, as if an ordinary asleep, and standing the girl in kimono with long black hair in front of Shiu turned to look at Li Yan and smiled. You really got here. Of course, then, let's start to officially enter the gambling game. Li Yan pulled off his tie, looked at this terrifying girl coldly, and said. Chapter 35, The Gods Don't Need Beautiful Dreams. This room is almost like a hotel room integrated with the outside world. Looking out the window, you can still see the employees and tourists walking in the yard. Li Yan was startled slightly, so where he was, in another world, he really stayed in the hotel. But subtly, he also noticed that everyone's hand habits and clothes are opposite to each other. He immediately realized that he might really be in the mirror world. Hum hum. He he he. Suddenly, there was more and more gloomy laughter around, and Li Yan suddenly realized that the densely packed dolls in the entire room almost laughed at Li Yan. If it is an ordinary person, perhaps he has already collapsed to the ground in terror by the sudden laughter of the doll. And Li Yan couldn't help sweating on his forehead. Shh. Suddenly, after Lian Hua stretched out her slender and soft fingers and placed it in front of her lips, all the dolls fell silent. Please be quiet, those who are sleeping, don't disturb. Dressed in a gorgeous black kimono, Lianhua with beautiful long hair smiled and said to the dolls around. When Li Yan heard this, his gaze shifted secretly, and saw Xiao's Haiqiuxiu lying on the table beside Lianhua, awake. It's so quiet, it's like an ordinary asleep. Don't worry, Ms. Shiba's soul has indeed returned. I have also heard of this easiest way to call souls. I originally thought that in modern life, few people would believe and hear about this method. Mr. Yusuji, although I gave you a hint, but you can find here so quickly, I still underestimated you. Lianhua's emerald green eyes looked at him quietly and said. It's an award. Li Yan looked at Lianhua as if he had come to his home. He found a small table and sat down. Although he looked tired, his eyes were piercing, like flames. He looked at Lianhua and said, after all, be a novelist. At the very least, we need to know more wild history and legends than others. Miss Lianhua, now, how are our gambling games going on? Lianhua looked at Li Yan with a faint look, and smiled and said, hee, do you want me to remind you this time? No, you seem to have noticed that, even if you successfully snatched Miss Xia's Haiqiuxiu from me, her soul a few points have already been lost. So I said, no one can run away from me, and you really understand what I said. Li Yan's heart sank. Sure enough, judging from the precedents of Xia Yan, the fewer and fewer souls are simply being sucked away by Wan Huajing. When he finds out, there is only one who can lose. Well, Mr. Yusuji, before the start of your and my gambling game, I still want to ask a question. Lianhua asked with a confused expression, looking elsewhere. Li Yan asked, what's the matter? Why, you have to do it for this purpose. I have already learned that you and Miss Xia's Haiqiuxiu should have only just met, right? It's for her beauty, or for other purposes, even if you faces it my kind of existence that has to be dealt with to the end. If I get serious, it is difficult for you as a human to win, but why, you still did it. Lianhua looked at him quietly and asked. Everyone has their own different values in life. Some people may say that I am over-emotional, over-motivated, and even nosy, middle-class person. However, there is a way of living for a hero, and a coward has the job of a coward. I have my own way of living. I am neither a saint nor a wicked person, but at least I can't abandon humanity. In fact, others may seem to think that I am doing this great, but to be honest, I just choose to obey me. It's just human nature. It's not great, but there are very few people who can do this. I didn't say that it's easy to do it. Besides, teacher Xia Shizi is someone I know, and I'm not bad to her. Impressions made me watch her disappear step by step. I really can't do it as a tortoise. Sitting in that dark place, Li Yan answered casually with a calm expression on his face. Lianhua was silent. For a while, I want to refute the fact that human nature is not great at all, but what he said is not wrong. Saving people is often the instinct of human nature, but many people lack courage in the face of instinct. However, greed is also nature, but people have courage inexplicably in the face of such instincts. What is it like, a night, or is it that 1 year has passed? And now people who are called novelists in the novel world begin to have such qualities? I understand, then since the matter is up to now, the gamble with life as a bet, just start. My name is Lianhua, the messenger of illusion and dream, and guide all the people selected by Wanhua Mirror to come to you. Therefore, you are a special case, you are a representative of reality and rationality, Mr. Yusuji. I always feel that our confrontation this time is really doomed. Lianhua said with a smile on her cherry mouth. Suddenly, the entire space was distorted and turned into a dim, weird blue, as if a gorgeous symphony was coming from around, and suddenly the entire space became cold. Li Yan was taken aback for a moment. Looking at this gorgeous girl in kimono, her smile gradually dissipated. Looking at Li Yan, she said, there is only one way to regain Miss Xia's soul. Li Yan looked at her hand, not knowing when, there was a toy like a telescope. Wan Huijing. Her soul, in the thousands of dreams, no matter what, the probability of finding it will be very low and very low. What you need is your soul to go to Wan Hua mirror, in your own dreams and her dreams. It is possible to find resonance in the middle. You are not the person chosen by Wan Hua mirror, and it will affect Wan Hua mirror's world, or inadvertently, you will be obliterated by Wan Hua mirror. Get rid of Wan Hua mirror. Your dream, and then escape from the dream. So far, no one can do it. How, do you want to see? Do you want to see the world you can't see? Do you have the courage? Lian Hua came over, holding the ordinary Wan Hua mirror in both hands, looked at him, and asked calmly. Depressive, terrifying, and gloomy aura permeated this room. A cold sweat broke out on Li Yan's forehead. Looking at this enchanting item, he didn't know how many people's souls had been eaten by this thing. However, he looked at the note in his hand and was silent for a moment. His uneasy eyes gradually calmed down, quietly tore up the paper and put it in his pocket. He suddenly asked curiously, after reading this, if I overcome the Wan Hua mirror, can I get a kaleidoscope to ride a wheel? Hey! Lian Hua was slightly taken aback. Of course it's a joke, don't you? You don't really like people who can't joke. Chapter 45. Li Yan looked at Lian Hua and said. Lian Hua looked at him with a slight surprise. This person was still thinking about joking. Although his eyes did look flustered, his hand still stretched out to Wan Huajing. I don't know if this is a trap, but so far, what I am sure is that teacher Xiaoshai's soul is there. I will save her anyway because I promised her. Do you believe it, Miss Lian Hua? He touched the kaleidoscope, and his eyes were like sword glows and said, if Wan Huijing wants to kill me, I think I'm more likely to break Wan Huijing first. This sentence is not just joking with you. Lian Hua looked at Li Yan and didn't speak, but she understood this novelist somewhat, and he was serious about this sentence. Just when Li Yan was about to pick up the Wan Hua mirror, suddenly, a girl's arm directly held Li Yan's hand and shouted, Idiot, are you really going to look at this thing? Li Yan was pushed back a few steps by a force, which surprised both Li Yan and Lian Hua. For an instant, in the doll's room, Gabriel watched Lian Hua with annoyance, and followed a girl with short black hair into Lian Hua's room. Jia Bailey. Li Yan looked at her in surprise. I said, wait for my news, don't act without authorization, don't you? Gabriel's head, with a halo, exuding holy light, asked coldly. Vinette beside her didn't know how long she hadn't seen Gabriel's glow, and she was stunned. Since knowing Gabriel until now, Vinette has never seen her take the initiative to this point. She specially asked her to come here, using the knowledge of the demon realm, and analyzing for a long time to find the legendary doll room, but in the weird space, as soon as they opened the door, they saw Li Yan preparing to watch Wan Hua mirror. Action! Gabriel, really put out the same effort to do what the angel should do. For Vinette, this was a terrifying incident. She wanted to know what exactly did Li Yan do that would change Jia Bailey a little bit. That's why, absolutely not. No matter how strong you are not the opponent of this ghost. I will just take care of this woman now, and you should stop interfering. Gabriel took out the horn of doom and adjusted the strength of the weapon, she said sharply. Vignette also took out the devil trident, ready to fight Lian Hua. Lian Hua smiled slightly and said, Angels and demons? There are more rude guests. It seems that my enchantment has been too long without being disturbed by others and a little slack. Let you break in. But is this okay? Even if the weapons of the archangels and high-level demons are enough to destroy my enchantment, they have no effect at all. The only certainty is to beat some souls in the Wan Hua mirror to death. Hey, you are so arrogant. Jia Bailey stared at her murderously and said. At least show me the angelic face for a while. Vinette murmured from the side. Please stop, you two, it is indeed the same as what she said. At present, the method she said is indeed correct. Li Yan hurriedly stopped them and said, "Idiot, how is this possible? How can the devil be honest?" Gabriel retorted immediately. Vignette looked at Gabriel in silence. "Trust me, Gabriel. Although I always seem to act impulsively, I understand the basics of the game. If the odds of winning cannot be guaranteed, I will not watch it." Li Yan gently pushed Gabriel and Vignette away. He stood between the angel and the devil and went to take the Wanhua mirror again and said, "I will be back. Before that, you will help me watch me with my friend's body." Gabriel wanted to say something, but when she saw Wanhua Jing, she was silent. Vignette shook his head, saying that there was indeed a smell of soul radiating from there. "I don't care about you." Gabriel clenched the horn of doom and said while looking at Li Yan's back. However, she looked at it, and once again remembered that night, the back of that person who gritted his teeth and stood in front of her in a battle in that life, unexpectedly overlapped. After Gabriel, Winnet and Lianhua didn't respond, Li Yan picked up the kaleidoscope without saying a word, and looked inside with a trace of fear in his heart. Li Yan was shocked. Suddenly, his consciousness was full of colors, and his whole person suddenly fell. Gabriel immediately held him back, looking a little strenuous, and kept her face calm and silent. But when Lianhua stared at that person's sleeping face in surprise, she couldn't help whispering with an endless complex mood. "Really saw? If this is a game played with gods, he doesn't think he can be strong enough to fight against gods. He is just a mortal." In the dark, consciousness fell into the Wanhua mirror, as if drowning in the deep sea. His consciousness is getting blurred. No matter how strong people are, they are also greedy for gentle land, and no one among the hundreds can escape Wanhua Jing's dream. This is nature. Wanhua Jing is soothing this consciousness, making him gradually start to dream. Lianhua also followed this man who was sinking into the deep sea, watching quietly. What dream did Wanhua Jing find for him? But for an instant, Li Yan's hand suddenly grabbed Lianhua's arm. "Return, Xia Shiza, back to me." Suddenly, this consciousness that had fallen asleep suddenly opened his eyes with difficulty, looked at Lianhua hard, struggling, and clenched her arm. But the hand was released immediately, and the man gradually closed his eyes again. Lianhua stared blankly at the sleeping man whose hands were gradually falling, and asked, "You can wake up even in Wanhua Jing, are you a god?" Mr. Yusuji. Chapter 36 The Lonely Master Looking for the Soul. The colorful Wanhua mirror, based on the story that anyone who has fallen into the heart desires most, will make up a beautiful dream that will allow him, her, to leave the reality and live in the illusion. Neither humans nor monsters can escape Wanhua Jing's dream. Let the soul find a place to perfect the world. This is really a place that can be called eternal life. It is also a place of punishment for desire. Would you like to see Wanhua mirror once? The smile of the girl quietly asked. Chapter 46. Suddenly, Li Yan opened his eyes. "Happy birthday!" Suddenly, a burst of cheers made Li Yan suddenly open his eyes. "How is this going?" Li Yan didn't react in astonishment. In a small apartment house, at night, the lights in the living room were extinguished, but a group of elders stood watching him with gentle smiles. But then, when he saw the faces of the group of people clearly, Li Yan's eyes were dilated in an instant. He had never been so surprised before, and his whole body was shocked. His eyes could almost write. With the words "impossible," he looked at the familiar and unfamiliar middle-aged man in surprise, the middle-aged woman in housewife costumes, and his grandpa and grandma. Here is a home. Li Yan gradually understood that he had entered a dream state. When he saw the Wanhua mirror in the doll's cabin, the whole person instantly lost consciousness. It is estimated that both the soul and consciousness have come to this dream. The dream began. However, when Li Yan's thinking was still calm, his eyes began to become a little hazy. As expected of Wanhua Jing, I took it. Li Yan looked at everything in front of him, clenched his fists, and smiled bitterly in his heart, but it was as if he was crying. "Dad, Mom." Li Yan's eyes trembled, even her voice trembled, and he asked in a low voice, and a little shy, "What's the matter with you, Xiao Yan? How do you feel weird for your birthday today? The college entrance examination is over, please try to relax as much as possible." The middle-aged woman smiled and said. The very gentle middle-aged man in a shirt smiled and said, "Haha, I feel a little too excited. After all, next month, you are going to university. It is a formal step out of society. Don't underestimate university. There is an important resource bank for your future social relations, Xiao Yan. After going to university, find a girlfriend to come back and show us." Okay, don't talk so much now. My grandson is ready to eat cakes. I really still think there is something delicious about this Western food. Later I will ask the old lady to cook a bowl of longevity noodles for me. Grandson eats. The grey-haired stubborn old man couldn't understand the cake, and chattered endlessly. The whole family is here. Very warm. However, some words sounded inexplicably ironic. Longevity, college, girlfriend, family reunion. Li Yan sat there and looked at them. If this world could really give him a chance to come back, he would just want this one home, and that's it. Everything is without regrets, and even let him go through fire and water. Don't care. However, this is just a dream, and even let him personally become a dreamland where the protagonist participates. With his head down, tears flowed down his cheeks. What happened? He sneered. Even after hitting 6 points, he walked out in the alleyway, taking the college entrance examination with other candidates fearlessly. Even if his feelings were traumatized, he just smiled away, without regrets or regrets. He clearly thought that he could adapt to a lonely life. As a result, Wan Huajing was almost lost in his first dream. This is his home. Silly boy, why are you crying? His mother wiped his tears and asked. It's okay, I was suddenly a little excited. Li Yan's eyes gradually lost the usual indifference, and he looked at them with happiness and said, finally, I am home. At night, it is located on the first floor of a tall building in the city, shining with warm light. Li Yan and his family had a good meal. He had never eaten something so delicious. Eating cakes and fruit juices at his happy home, that's it, he almost never stops eating, who almost hates sweets. Lian Hua quietly looked at this young man who was immersed in the gorgeous Wan Hua mirror world for an instant, and watched him laugh and laugh. Before, she was still a mad who ignored the pain of the 9th degree burn on his arm and dared to fight monsters in the wilderness. A student, but now, like a child who is not growing up, full of happiness. His desires were almost so ordinary that it took so long for Wan Huajing to give him this dream after collecting thousands of dreams and stories. There is no flashiness, no lust, no desire to dominate, and no feeling of fantasy. It's just so ordinary, a family reunion. As a result, in this scene, the girl's emerald green eyes were all confused and curious. Unfortunately, he is not gorgeous at all, nor is he a strange dream at all, but he has fallen into the world of Wan Hua mirror, unable to extricate himself. Lian Hua looked at Li Yan's smile quietly. This smile makes people feel very relieved. Among the information Lian Hua has, Li Yan, a Chinese student, was born in a wealthy family in China. His parents were businessmen. He was originally a hedonistic playboy. Later, his temperament changed drastically, he worked hard, and now he has excellent grades. Attended Yingkai Private Middle School for 2 years with excellent grades. During the 3rd year of preparing for entrance exams, he was a part-time and well-known light novel writer, and was even named a master by online fans. Therefore, Lian Hua really doesn't understand. The story that most likely trapped Li Yan and kept Li Yanyang in Wanhuajing is just a dream of an ordinary family reunion. For 3 consecutive days, Li Yan lived quietly in such a peaceful place. Perhaps, the dream has passed for 3 days, but for the real outside world, it is only a few seconds away. Lianhua has always mentioned eternal life, which is probably the truth. Wan Huajing's dream is almost exactly the same as reality. It can sense the warm wind, and can also feel the sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty. This is the fact that more and more fallen people see only behind them, and can hardly tell which ones are true, which ones are false. Lianhua has been following Li Yan, quietly observing his peaceful life. Already, have you been poisoned by Wan Huajing? In the dream world, this girl in a black kimono is as beautiful and light as a black reversal butterfly, she thought, who had lived with this fallen person for 3 days. Because Li Yan's soul has already begun to become inert, and if this continues, he will become more and more obsessed with the world here, and it is impossible to recall his actual world anymore. However, Li Yan couldn't see her existence either. She followed this way, watching his life, and did not choose to appear in front of Li Yan to explain any story. After all, the protagonist was already himself. I am going out for a while. On the 4th day, Li Yan put on the white coat, turned and said to his mother at home. Okay? Chapter 47. Lianhua also wanted to go out, and Wei Wei was in a good mood. Are you going to find a friend to play? His mother asked, still cleaning. Well, yes. Li Yan smiled and said. Suddenly, Li Yan noticed something. He walked over. Compared to his mother's height, he was taller than his mother's height. He stretched out his hand to remove a spot of debris from his mother's hair. Help her straighten out some grey hair. Oh, I didn't notice, Xiao Yan's eyes are really sharp. His mother smiled kindly and said. Li Yan saw in his eyes, his hands couldn't help trembling, and finally, he let go of his hands. He looked at his mother and said, then I will set off. Remember to come back for dinner on time at noon. The mother behind him reminded. Li Yan's footsteps paused slightly, and then he turned his head to look at her, smiled and said, ah, don't worry. Mom, I'm leaving. Lianhua saw something wrong in her eyes. Why, Li Yan, who has always lived a very happy life, at that moment, his eyes seemed to have restored the scorching but indifferent unique emotion when she and him first met. No matter how deceptive, the eyes are the window of the soul, and there is always no disguise. The inertia in Li Yan's body has also begun to fade. Li Yan had been walking on the street, while Lianhua followed quietly behind him. In a quiet city street in China, behind a Chinese young man is a lovely girl in a gorgeous black kimono. It must be said that it is a peculiar scenery. For 3 consecutive days, it was bright sunshine, which was also Li Yan's favorite weather. All of the time, suddenly, the sky gradually dimmed. Just like the scene when he and Chiyokazu Majayaka were on the edge of the tram tunnel in Japan, some patters of rain began to fall from the sky, and the flashing car lights reflected Li Yan's lonely figure. He stood quietly on the flyover. Looking down at the opposite side, he was silent. Miss Lianhua, I know you are around. Li Yan said suddenly. Lianhua was silent, looking at Li Yan quietly. In 3 days, I really feel very happy. Maybe some people will never understand that this is the happiest thing. Wan Huajing is really an amazing power to find the dream I desire the most. Li Yan said in a deep tone. It's just, reality is always reality, and even the best dreams are fake. Li Yan quietly raised his head and looked at the rain. It was very cold rain. After he got the notice from the university, the grandfather who raised him told his parents' address before he died. He braved this cold rain with endless longings and dreams. When it came to this one, the scene of looking at his biological father's house from the other side was exactly the same. Lianhua looked at Li Yan, he was soaked all over, and he was talking to her. When I was born, my biological father and biological mother accidentally gave birth to me because of love. Soon after, they broke up because of love. They left me at my grandfather's house in the country and grew up with my grandfather. Big. Li Yan looked at the sky and continued to say slowly, I have always been eager to know who and where my parents are, that is, because I have no parents. When I was in school, a group of classmates always called me a wild species. I have been fighting for my dignity and for the peace of mind of my grandfather. I did not give up my studies. I worked hard while studying hard. That's how I came here. Lian Hua looked at Li Yan blankly. What he was talking about was completely different from what she knew. Aren't his parents rich? Didn't he live in spoiling all the time? Until one day, my grandfather was getting older. Before the college entrance exam, he was lying in bed and finally agreed to the address of my biological father and mother. Li Yan's eyes darkened, clenched his fists, and said coldly, as a result, my parents have already married each other. Since they are together in love, why do they want to abandon me so irresponsibly when their love is broken? Even for not wanting me, even my grandfather abandoned me. Do you think the emotion of love is really reliable? Mr. Yusuji. Lian Hua looked at Li Yan in amazement, and suddenly felt that the most beautiful dream was perhaps the most torturing experience for Li Yan. Therefore, when he went out that day, he had no plans to go back to warm his family. The heavy rain in the sky was getting heavier and heavier, and Lian Hua realized that the beautiful dream was being broken away by Li Yan's consciousness. Lian Hua understood that she knew of Li Yan's family situation, and there must be some problems. That person's heart was so attached to it that it could affect her dreams in this way. Mr. Yusuji. Lian Hua came behind Li Yan, looked at him hesitantly, and said, Are you going to abandon the hard-won family reunion? As long as you live here until you get old, even in a dream, you can live the entire life you want. This precious opportunity is really only one time. You like the life here so much, do you really just give it up so simply? Of course I can't bear it, how can I be willing? Li Yan said sadly. But then, his eyes were as cold as ice, and for an instant he exhausted his full strength and punched that piece of space. In a sudden, as if it had broken glass, the entire space began to fall apart in an instant, shattering dreams. It was not his strength, but Li Yan completely abandoned this Wanhua mirror dream. Lian Hua looked in her eyes, her pupils reflecting the scene of flying fragments. Wanhua Jing was shattered. But how can a beautiful dream be compared with a real life? In any case, I will bring Xia's Heike Hashia back. Li Yan put away his fists, looked at the crack with sharp eyes, and said. Pieces of falling fragments, the entire space began to fall apart. After the beauty of the fantasy was destroyed, what was revealed was across the road. Li Yan's biological father took a strange middle-aged woman from the car, and a little girl from her private home. The cozy scene of getting off the car. This is what Li Yan saw when he rushed to see his father after receiving the admission notice. Such a warm scene is simply the most cruel behavior for Li Yan. It was raining. It makes people feel lonely. For those who were superfluous at the beginning, he hated rain. Tears mixed with rain water flowed down his cheeks, but he smiled and looked back at Lian Hua. So, I decided at that time. From then on, I live for myself. Li Yan's voice began to overlap with his own voice before. He turned and left, looking for the soul of Xia's Heike Hashia through the fragments of Wanhua mirror. Now, it's terrible. Lian Hua looked at the direction he was leaving, thinking to herself. Chapter 37 The Reversal Butterfly, and the Time of Stagnation. In the ethereal world of Wanhua mirror, after Li Yan smashed a large piece of Wanhua mirror, he was like a wild horse galloping in countless dreams. If a person faced the infinite vastness, how would he feel? Excited or afraid? Chapter 48. Or both. Editing system, man, please look for teacher Xia Shiza next. Li Yan floats in the Wanhua mirror world with his body of consciousness. The brilliance of the Wanhua mirror is so strange, like a nebula. I don't know how many dream worlds are hidden inside. It should be said that it was a kind of luck to break Wanhua mirror. Suddenly it began to rain his least favorite day. He was suddenly inspired to realize that his power of consciousness could reverse Wanhua Mirror's dominance, and he made up his mind at the last moment. When leaving the dream state, Wanhua Jing's confinement was directly broken. Now, next, he floats in the universe like Wanhua Mirror world, begins to open the editing system, begins to review all the dreams he has passed through, and searches for the most likely place of Xia's Heike Ushia based on the name and information of the work returned. In the dream world, the odds, from a few percent, combined with his perseverance, may rise to more than 10%. I'm here, teacher Xia Shizi, waiting for me, it's just a little bit. Li Yan thought quietly. In countless dreams, he began to analyze and judge the most likely place to find the soul fragment of Xia's Heike Ushia. But his eyes were also in a trance. Although he was acting with his consciousness and soul, Li Yan was actually a little tired when he broke the Wanhua mirror. At this moment, he was scanning countless dream stories ticking, making Li Yan's spirit. I can't bear the strength. Suddenly, even he thought of a doubt can he really leave Wanhua Mirror with Xia's Heike Ushia under such a mental energy consumption situation? Who knows? When Li Yan was exhausted, he laughed at himself and looked at Wanhua Jing, thinking. It's up to people to plan, and it's up to the sky. Now that I have entered the tiger's den, I have no intention of leaving here unharmed. However, in the endless Wanhua Mirror world, the roughly estimated number of the system has approached 9 digits. Almost, there are hundreds of millions of dreams waiting for the system to scan. Only then did Li Yan realize that success is more than just a little bit away, and it is still as difficult as heaven to find the other party. Find it. Li Yan's eyes were dim, and he muttered to himself in a low voice. Maybe he hadn't found Xia's Heike Ushia, and he was already addicted to the inertial life of countless dreams. However, just when Li Yan was about to go to the brilliant brilliance composed of countless dreams, suddenly, a dancing butterfly flew in front of Li Yan. Li Yan was taken aback for a moment, looking at the butterfly with a petal-like pattern. The way of its wings was a bit wrong, as if it was flying backwards. The reversal butterfly circled Li Yan and stopped on Li Yan's finger. Li Yan stared at this beautiful butterfly blankly, and suddenly remembered the poem Zhuang Shengxiao Dreams of Butterflies, Wang Daishun Cares for the Cuckoo. Just as describing the incident at this moment, Xia's Heike Ushia has been addicted to Xiao Meng, and he was a cuckoo flying over to wake her up. Slightly returning to his senses, he couldn't help but smile wryly in his heart. How could he be comparable to Wang Diduyu? Suddenly, the butterfly flapped its wings, and after gently pulling his fingers once, the beautiful black butterfly began to fly away in one direction. Wait a minute. Li Yan's consciousness moved slightly. He looked at this psychedelic butterfly with a puzzled look, and suddenly felt that this butterfly was leading him to the dreamland he was going to go to. Faced with hundreds of millions of choices, he realized in his heart that even if he relied on the system and spent thousands of years, it would be difficult for him to find the soul fragments of Xia's Heike Ushia. Only, he decided to take a gamble and follow this black butterfly to the depths of the dream. After all, being a novelist often does not rely on rational actions, but on directness. He chooses to trust his instincts. Finally, without knowing how long it would take, the butterfly flew into one of the many twinkling dreams. Are you here, teacher Xia Shizi? Li Yan's eyes were a little flat. It didn't matter if he was wrong, otherwise he would break the dream again, but he was eager to find her this time. He put a hand on the dreamland, he closed his eyes, and once again, fell into a deep sleep. Ho 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 ho. Suddenly, Li Yan seemed to be able to feel the entire space twisted, and he heard the whistling wind in his ears. As a result, when Li Yan slowly opened his eyes, all of a sudden, his eyes widened. The whistling wind, and the distorted feeling, turned out to be a free fall at an altitude of several thousand meters, flying towards a group of buildings. He suddenly planned to go upstream, but how could the dream world be compared to the void-like space? Gravity kept pulling Li Yan to the ground, and he suddenly cried out of repentance. Wait a minute, I changed my mind and took back what I said. I only now remember that novelists' intuitions are usually wrong. After passing through the clouds, gradually, struggling Li Yan saw the building that became clearer and clearer in his horrified eyes. A mount. Li Yan was taken aback for a moment, always feeling that this piece of architecture was a bit familiar. He suddenly noticed that the place where he landed had a different origin from him. Isn't this his alma mater in the previous world? Are the soul fragments of Xiaohai Hoshiu here? Li Yan thought in astonishment. In an instant, an oncoming gentle wind blew Li Yan, dragging his body. His falling speed suddenly began to drop, and unexpectedly began to slow down. At this moment, Li Yan, like the soul of this world, aimed at the top of a school's teaching building, and unexpectedly landed on the top of the building without incident. After this series, Li Yan, who had never practiced skydiving, sat on the ground and panted with panic. His face was full of horror. He had never felt that weightlessness was such a terrible thing. Li Yan calmed down, his eyes dimmed and stood up. In this place, Li Yan suddenly had a complex emotion in it. Under uniform sunlight, he stood on the top of a towering building and looked at the beautiful scenery of the former campus. His dream once set sail here, but it was also completely destroyed here. Why are both dreams related to me? I obviously don't want to remember them at all. Li Yan looked at this campus with a worried look, and thought to himself. The sun is gradually going down. The black butterfly flew in the corridor, passing under the feet of people, flashing and disappearing, like a butterfly in a dream, very beautiful and ethereal. A butterfly and an old person seem to be like a two-layered world. Although Li Yan always feels that everything is so familiar, he clearly feels that he no longer belongs to this world. I really don't understand, has teacher Xiaoshaizi really come to this world? Li Yan looked around with a puzzled face, thinking. After all, no matter how you look at it, this dream is the story of his previous world. Xiaohai Hoshiu would be eager to see his story, which is incredible. It's still so nostalgic. Wan Huajing, even collected my stories. Did I collect my dreams after I came into this world? Li Yan sighed softly and looked at the dusk outside the court. However, suddenly, Li Yan saw the date scanned by an electronic clock placed at the entrance of the first floor of the school, but let him stand there. August 10. Chapter 49. The golden light of the evening shone on him, and he quietly watched the date over and over again, silently continued to follow the black butterfly, and silently continued on his journey. Finally, this reversal butterfly brought Li Yan to the school library. At this moment, in the quiet library, I am immersed in the craze of learning. International students from many countries can see it here. After all, the strength of this university can be ranked in the top 10 in China. It was also Li Yan's 12 years. A university that is struggling to enter. The butterfly stopped on a bookshelf on the second floor, and gradually disappeared. Li Yan walked to the edge of the bookshelf, and for a moment, he saw the girl he was looking for, Xiaohai Hoshiu, sitting in a row of relatively empty seats, looking at the other one. Boy, ticking something. Isn't that guy who concentrates on typing himself? Hey! Li Yan suddenly had a bad feeling. Although several months have passed, Li Yan seems to feel that he is not writing some papers and homework in the library this day, but writing something. It seems to be the dark history of his life. No, stop her right away. Li Yan found something wrong and was ready to stop this voyeur. Li Yan! Suddenly, a soft shout made Li Yan, who was about to leave for a moment, froze. How often, he has longed to listen to this young girl's voice. As a result, how many times have his disheartened dreams shattered? He turned around and saw the girl who was wearing casual clothes, smiling slightly, with a thin body holding 2 books. She is very beautiful, although perhaps there is no Xiaohai Hoshiu and Lian from the light novel or game world. Hua is pretty, but when Li Yan first saw this senior in the chemical engineering department, he was already kneeling under his skirt. Now, in every sense, they are all people who have separated the two worlds. Li Yan looked at this girl with sadness, letting this girl go through his body and leave him here. Sister Han. He lowered his head, his eyes were complicated, and he yelled hoarsely. Okay. This young girl was taken aback for a moment, as if hearing a hallucination, and then she didn't care, and continued to walk over. In the evening, the mobile phone in his pocket suddenly became a broken state, but forever stayed at 9:30 in the morning on August 11th. The butterfly, but in a corner of the bookshelf, quietly watched. Chapter 38 Thugs in the Dreamland. See synonyms. The lights were all turned on when the twilight was about to run out, and the golden light of the twilight shone on Li Yan with the darkness. He turned around and looked at the beautiful girl who passed through his body. Li Yan looked deeply at the girl, a girl named Han Chugzhu in the literature club. There are beautiful women in the school who are very popular, and he is also the leader in writing novels. The reason why he wrote novels by typing on the keyboard from the beginning is just in order to get into all the literary clubs she was in. The cheerful smile was almost like an angel. However, the broken red line, whether it is the present, the past, or the dream, can no longer be connected. The grandfather who left him repelled his classmates, and forgot his parents at the beginning. One after another came to Li Yan, but gradually disappeared before his eyes. Here, as if it was the time of trial in hell, Li Yan couldn't help but look sad. Li Yan's bangs swayed slightly as the cold wind blowing from the window approaching the night. His eyes with amazement gradually closed his eyes under a sad and exhausted breath, and then, after gradually reopening, his eyes recovered. A little calm and sober. So, what did I do wrong again, God? Li Yan turned his face to look at the dim sky outside the window, and asked with a bitter smile. Now that I have been born again, what else can stop me from living? He clenched his fists, his eyes gradually firming up. In any case, he is ready and will not cherish any memory of the past. There is no meaning to remembering. Only by moving forward can one truly grasp his own life. He quietly watched his former senior sister Han Chugzhu walk towards Li Yan. If there is no wrong guess in his memory, she came for that thing again. Next, Li Yan gradually withdrew his feet. After he calmed down, he finally realized something in the 2 moments just now, and he always felt that there was something wrong here. If it is said, it is too quiet. Although the library is a quiet place, the excessive silence at this moment is not because the sound is very small, but there is no anger. The library has no less than 1,000 people at this moment, but it suddenly makes people feel a little strange and cold. Dreamland is the dreamland of the world borrowed by Wan Huajing, and then transformed into the most beautiful dream that the other party thinks according to the fallen person. However, compared with his previous dreams, this world suddenly had a somewhat contradictory atmosphere. Once again, the novelist's instinct told him that this is not an ordinary dream, but a feast for a grand feast. It seems to be gloomy and waiting for someone. Is this Wan Huajing's emotions? Li Yan frowned and thought. Murderous intentions everywhere. It is estimated that he just broke the dream, has violated the balance of Wan Huajing. Gradually, he didn't have any extra actions, but quietly backed away, first carefully observing the surrounding movement. You are really smart, suitable for wandering in the dark world. Suddenly, at the moment of leaving the light, a young girl suddenly made a soft voice behind her. Li Yan was shocked and turned around. In the leisurely world, this young girl in a black kimono is as beautiful and light as a black reversal butterfly. Her emerald green eyes reflect Li Yan, smiling slightly, and said, Lianhua. Li Yan suddenly felt a chill, looking at the person he didn't want to see anyway. He thought that the time for Lianhua to chase and kill could be delayed a little longer, but the other party appeared at his most critical time. Why are you here? Li Yan frowned and asked. What are you thinking about? As long as I am willing, Any one of Wan Huajing's dreams is only a momentary thing. Do you think you can really escape from my side, Mr. Yusuji? Lian Hua asked with a sly smile on her face. He didn't want this girl like a doll to stay by his side. After all, in most legends, humanoid monsters are better than monsters that have always been in animal form. Moreover, the only target that his system cannot scan at present is Lian Hua alone. Although the only weapon against the monster is his fist and there is a system, but he doesn't think the system will have any effect, the power is too weak. However, he had already realized that there would be such a moment, and it would be sooner or later to face Lian Hua. Li Yan calmed down and looked at Lian Hua and said, I also expected Miss Lian Hua to catch up. I didn't plan to avoid you all the time. Miss Lian Hua, if you think you can stop me, then try. Chapter 50. You are really welcome. I have never been treated like this in Wan Huajing, really a rude guy. Lian Hua's emerald green eyes reflected his surprised and wary expression, and said, Don't worry, I am not here to trouble you. You broke the Wan Hua mirror, it has nothing to do with me. I am the dream person E, not person E of Wan Hua mirror, please remember this concept carefully. And why don't you think about it, in the 7 billion dreams, a butterfly will suddenly bring you here. Do you think there will be such a lucky thing in Wan Hua mirror? Li Yan reacted immediately. He had already thought that maybe it was someone who was helping him. At this moment, his eyes also noticed the black butterfly markings. It was indeed exactly the same as the kimono pattern on Lian Hua at the moment. No wonder Wei some sense of sight. Lian Hua saw his reaction and smiled happily, and said, Well, sure enough, you still have good intuition and thinking, so you are qualified, Mr. Light Novel Master. Under the night, everything is pitch black, and under the Milky Way, on the roof of a building where few people are seen, Lian Hua brought Li Yan to this place. Only by trying to get out of the center of the dream, will he not be tracked by Wan Hua mirror. 2. You can notice Wan Huajing's trap. It's really powerful. I think if you really walked past it, no matter what, this time you and I'd bet, you won't even have a soul left. Lian Hua said quietly. If you go out like this to meet Miss Xia's Haiqiu, I will help you sneak into this dream from the air. Wan Huajing will soon detect it. If you destroy Wan Huajing now, it will inevitably drag you together later. In hell, do you know that all the movable characters here will instantly prevent you from taking away the prey it is about to succeed? How many people are there in this university, 1,000, or 5,000? Do you know what this means? Although Li Yan and Xia Shizi are both in the state of visitors and wandering in dreams, there is still another way for visitors arranged by Lian Hua to avoid Wan Hua mirror's tracking, but once they come into contact with the core of Wan Hua mirror's dream world, all the illusions are obvious. Li Yan looked at Lian Hua in surprise. No matter how he analyzed it, he didn't feel that Lian Hua was deceiving him. If he really touched the core of the dream, that is, the visitor's eyes Haiqiu, he would really be attacked by the group. His university has not only 5,000 students, but 10,000 students. What's a joke, angering 10,000 people? Even if you step on it, you can trample on me. Li Yan thought helplessly. Why are you helping me? Li Yan asked, full of doubts. It should be said that even if Wan Huajing is damaged, it has nothing to do with Lian Hua, but there is no need for help. It is just as a spectator watching it in the dream world that she is more in line with the content of her position and responsibilities in her several remarks. Please don't get me wrong, this time I am not really helping you. Lian Hua quietly clenched his hands under his abdomen, stood under the elf-like ravages of the night sky, looking at him. Take what you need. Actually, I'm very curious, why you can always see me, and why you can destroy the fragments of Wan Hua mirror with one punch. Now it seems to understand something, Mr. Yusuji, your soul is very unusual, as if there is unspeakable power contained in it. Perhaps you have been such a person with super willpower for several lifetimes. Under some occasional opportunities, you have obtained the qualifications to walk in the human world and hide the world. Lian Hua smiled and said, I always feel that you really seem to be SI once. These things are my personal business, so what is the so-called taking what you need? Li Yan immediately turned the topic away and asked. What? Suddenly Lian Hua sighed, she smiled and said, What's wrong? Do you really think I keep asking? Can you dig out your secrets? Although I am doing deceptive work, I have never forced others to look at Wanhua mirror. After all, this is my rule with them. However, in recent years, Wanhuajing has also begun to accumulate too much hostility and desire. I am worried that one day it will lose control and become a bloodthirsty and soul-devouring monster. Now, Xia's Haiqiu miss, in my judgment, in any case, she should not have come to the dream, you should know what I mean. Lian Hua closed her eyes, her face was full of anxiety, and said. Wanhuajing, is it out of control? Li Yan asked in shock. Lian Hua looked at him and said, It used to be half out of control, but you have smashed a mirror with such a punch. Now you are probably in a completely out of control state. Even if it was my order, I couldn't hear it at all. Li Yan turned his head away, not daring to look at Lian Hua's eyes with a sense of anger. And so? Lian Hua looked at him with a smile and said. I am not a purely bloodthirsty messenger of hell, but out of respect, I will give you two choices. The first one, Mr. Yusuji, after all, you have nothing to do with this matter, I can use my power to lead you. Leaving Wanhuajing is the safest way. You can save yourself, Miss Xia's Haiqiu. You should give up. She has already seen the third dream and it is basically difficult to escape. Miss Lian Hua, just talk about the second option. Li Yan interrupted Lian Hua and said. The second option is to choose to break this dream. Wanhua mirror will break two mirrors and smash it completely, but Wanhua mirror will definitely drag you into before it smashes, and it will expose our position at that time. According to Wanhuajing's power intervention, I will not be able to pick you up for at least an hour after being expelled. You have to fight against the 10,000 people alone. Maybe you will really be trampled into meatloaf. Think about this option anyway. It's all a dead end. In the moonlight, by Lian Hua's side, a few reversible butterflies faintly danced, which made people feel a little weird. Her beautiful eyes looked at Li Yan and asked. Your choice? Li Yan looked at Lian Hua quietly. 10,000 people blocked, 1 hour. No matter where he is, he will not be able to escape Wanhuajing's hunt. If he is killed here, he may become Wanhuajing's nourishment. Sorry, I am probably not qualified to choose the first option, after all, I promised her when I sent her soul away. Li Yan pushed open the door on the roof by himself and said, There is only rescue. I have no other options. Okay. Xia's Haiqiu supported her cheeks, with a complicated expression watching Li Yan leave with the girl named Han Chugxiu. The same is the relationship between the younger brother and the younger sister. Why is there a big difference? In the hotel, she was invited by a mysterious girl named Lian Hua. After seeing an ordinary kaleidoscope, she suddenly came into a series of dreams. What is the dream you desire most? Lian Hua asked softly. She thought it was just a game for a 13 or 14-year-old girl, and she had seriously thought about this question. If she really wanted to dream about it, she would dream of the love story she wanted to see the most, or the story between her and ethics. However, the first dream completely denied her guess. She met, after being scolded at school, Li Yan was angry and fought with some of her classmates in the classroom. This is a dream belonging to her, one of the most disgusting people. However, as soon as I saw it, it seemed to be poisoned. The first belonged to his childhood dream, the second belonged to his high school dream, and the third, finally came to the dream of his first love, and he kept watching it go down. As long as it is an extraordinary person, his story will not be bad. But Li Yan's experience can almost be written into an inspirational novel. Even if everyone abandons him, he still survives the wind and rain and welcomes his time in college with a cheerful personality. Such a person finally met happiness. He was in love. It should be said that it was unrequited love. For this reason, he wrote a love novel equivalent to a confession in this library, with about 200,000 words written. The excellent literary talent, as well as the feelings from the heart, the stories written, let Shiuzia's Haikyuu read it with gusto, but also moved by it. It is really a good book. Tomorrow, he will print out all the novels and hand them to the person named Han Chugzyu to formally confess. This kind of story is the perfect ending. It really makes Zia's Haikyuu Shiu feel quite satisfied. It is indeed what she hopes to see, the love story between the senior sister and the younger brother. Chapter 51. Is it really? Suddenly, Xia's Haikyuu Shiu was taken aback for a moment, and heard something. But, this is the beginning of everything, I have already seen, there are so many reversible butterflies here, some will die tomorrow. Xia's Haikyuu Shiu saw a black inverted butterfly on the table. Go and see, the truth behind the dream. It flew up and said to Xia's Haikyuu Shiu. In the long night, Li Yan couldn't help looking at the direction of that laboratory. Something did happen that night. However, the school's laboratory is tightly sealed. In the laboratory, there will be two types of persons in charge who guard the keys of the laboratory. One is his mentor and the other is the young and promising person who also masters the use of the laboratory. Dr. Zhang of the right. And so, he wanted to see with his own eyes what was going on there. However, since he had agreed with Lian Hua that this was the meeting point, if he left without permission, if he staggered the meeting at a critical moment, it would only be a reckless behavior that caused endless harm. Although the truth is very important, he cannot bet on the fate of Xia Shiza for the truth of the past. After using his own power for an hour to resist the encirclement of 10,000 people on the campus, Li Yan stretched out his fists nervously and made 3 street weapons. Suddenly, a cold wind blew in the sky. Okay. Li Yan raised his head and looked at the sky curiously. The night sky that had been fine was suddenly dark clouds. What happened? Li Yan thought. Suddenly, a voice came from his ear, Mr. Li Yan, can you hear it? Li Yan was taken aback for a moment and looked around, but he didn't see any figure. But this voice was very familiar, which reminded Li Yan of a monster with a deep understanding. I am Teacher Cat, you fool, forgot my voice so quickly. Teacher Cat. Why are you in the Wanhua mirror? Li Yan was taken aback and asked. I also asked some friends who are good at breaking into dreams to help, it doesn't matter, I still can't get close to the enchantment area of Wanhua mirror, you guy, how many times have you said it? Don't get close to Wanhua mirror. Don't look at Wanhua mirror. You see, you don't listen to me at all, don't you? Teacher Cat roared. Li Yan covered his forehead and explained helplessly, I am not acting recklessly, but my friend has already seen Wanhua mirror before I come back, and I must rescue her. Humph, so, you guys have a personality similar to that of Natsam's idiot. You only know your companions a few times, so you have to do that. However, let me stop talking nonsense. You are in a dangerous situation now. I can feel the anger and resentment in the mirror overflowing everywhere. What are you doing here? I and Lian Hua agreed to meet here. When she lures my friend's soul to this place, I need a solid place to hold on for an hour, so that Miss Lian Hua will come back and take us out after being expelled. These are the truth. I can't think that since Miss Lian Hua is willing to help you, Wanhua mirror is a very evil thing. It looked like it didn't become the weird thing it is today until it fell into the hands of Miss Lian Hua. But, although I can only let my friend encounter your dream, Miss Lian Hua did not go to your side. It seems that she has arrived in a room full of glass jars and your human mechanical objects. What? Li Yan was taken aback for a moment, and then he understood something. Lian Hua still lied to him. Li Yan immediately turned and left the roof, heading for the laboratory. The power of that friend of mine is not enough for the time being, but Li Yan-kun, Natsum has been worried about you, went to your hotel, and realized that you were gone. Now I have gathered many friends of monsters to help you. Wanhua mirror is an evil thing that 100 ghosts cannot be used for. Your situation is indeed very dangerous, but you must support Wanhua mirror's harassment. We are working hard, etc. Teacher Cat's voice has become more and more dull. It seems that Wan Huajing has realized the invasion and has begun to block the power of external monsters. Suddenly, 2 or 3 figures sprang out, no longer the humanoid posture of the dream world, more like a half-human and half-ghost zombie, rushing towards him at the entrance of the stairs. It seems that Li Yan has been exposed. In an instant, Li Yan suddenly pressed one hand on the opponent's head, and violently pushed the front one down. It flew into the 2 figures behind, and there was a sudden splash of blood. Lian Hua, what are you doing? Li Yan was secretly frightened, and saw the densely crowded figures in the night in the window at the top of the stairs, and thought to himself. He took out his weapon, ran faster, and faced the crowd blocking him without fear. It should be said that his more fearful foresight has taken over his mind. Xia Shizi, wait for me, don't get into trouble. The so-called truth? Shiuzia's Haikiu couldn't understand such words. The lights gradually dimmed and were still on, but the lights in the corridor started to brighten and dim. Xiao's Haikiu Xia walked with the butterfly blankly. She heard the voice of this young girl. It was Meng Zhiyi, Miss Lian Hua. She left the library and gradually realized that the surrounding atmosphere had also changed. Suddenly there was no one on the originally warm campus, and everything seemed gloomy under the flashing lights. So, are these dreams unrealistic? This is a very incredible Wanhua mirror, through which you can see the taboo world, those deceptive, sweet dreams, but I have always forgotten one point, although I often mention that point. Wanhua mirror's story, although it will make the viewer feel beautiful, but these are stories about people who have died. What? Xiao's Haikiu Xia was taken aback for a moment, looking at the butterfly. Her heart suddenly thumped. What does this sentence mean? I also just learned everything about this dream through various methods, but I can't think of the protagonist of this dream, or he, should you understand, that person. Please don't lie, Miss Lian Hua. Xia's Haikiu Xia shook his head, looked at the butterfly with a cold face, and said, how is this possible? Isn't Yusuji-kun alive and well? We are still traveling together. He is not someone who has lost his life. Chapter 52. Is that so? Do you want to see for yourself how he was killed? The inverted butterfly exudes brilliance, as if it is shuttled in a dreamland, flashing constantly, very ethereal and beautiful. Sometimes, good love often cannot go on according to the wishes of the blesser. Xiao's Haikiu Xia snorted, her expression was a bit bad. Impossible. That person, who has lived so hard, how could he lose to life? She grasped her clothes tightly and held on tightly. In the laboratory, the outer door was originally locked firmly by the thick metal door, but Lian Hua used her power to sneak into the laboratory with Xiao's Haikiu Xia. It was pitch black, and the 2 of them were just spectators that the dreamers could not see. Mr. Yusuji has been secretly in love with Han Chugzhu, but Han Chugzhu has never liked him. Lian Hua next to him said quietly. Xiao's Haikiu Xia looked at her for a moment. She already liked the young professors of the chemical engineering department of this university, and she liked them deeply. Even Li Yan repeatedly persuaded the other party to have a family. Xiao's Haikiu Xia suddenly remembered that Li Yan, who had been living a hard life, had never been happy until now. Suddenly she no longer wanted to listen, because her premonition was getting worse and worse. As a result, that girl was abandoned one day, and Mr. Yusuji was about to expose that professor's paper plagiarized his work. On August 11, the university laboratory suddenly exploded, the location of the explosion. It happened to be on the operation desk of the student named Li Yan. It was suspected of improper operation and the wrong use of high-concentration liquid materials, which caused an unbalanced reaction and a violent explosion. Ms. Lianhua, you mean, in the end, Mr. Yusuji was rigged by the professor in the laboratory because of the paper incident? Xiaohiki Yoshiu squeezed her palm, looked at Lianhua and asked. Which, you have to read it to know, often some people who make you seem beautiful, may only bring you endless harm. Don't think that the so-called unrequited love can affect each other sooner or later. Suddenly, the door that had been strictly locked was suddenly opened. Before Xiaohiki Yoshiu's eyes, a familiar figure secretly walked into the laboratory. The thin figure, with a complicated expression, had a beautiful appearance with a sense of guilt. The person who came was not the professor, but Han Chugxiu. The beautiful impression in Shiyu's whole heart was completely encased in a layer of ice. She looked at each other blankly. In front of Xiaohiki Yoshiu, Han Chugxiu replaced the diluted experimental materials with high-concentration hazardous materials. Sorry, Li Yan. Although you promised me no more trouble with Professor Zhang. Han Chugxiu said coldly, only when you disappear, the results of that chemical experiment paper really belong to him. I accept your intentions, and then, take a good rest. Crack. In the dark night, it seemed to hear a broken sound. Pattering, it started to rain. Along with the lightning, in the shimmering world, Xiaohiki Yoshiu stared at the girl with a sneer at the corner of her mouth. For an instant, it seemed as if the dreams that followed were seen by Xiaohiki. The newspaper that flew over clearly stated, a key university laboratory in Shanghai was closed and protected due to material problems at 8 o'clock, which caused the laboratory to talk about dangerous compounds. The experiment exploded, and a student became a vegetative person because of multiple burns. After a close investigation, the police finally concluded that the two suspects were convicted of felony and ruined their lives. However, no matter what verbal punishment the opponent suffers, Li Yan was still not happy. From the beginning, the other party was just using him. She was still silently blessing Li Yan and Han Chugxiu, because in a sense, like Li Yan, she had longed for the good after being helped, so the story she most hoped to see was this: a novelist who hates love will become a role model on such a path. Even, several times inexplicably, thinking, if the other party does not accept him, she will guard this strong-blooded fool. But now, even Li Yan has suffered such a cruel failure, how can she face the next life? What are dreams, and what are dreams? Lianhua quietly looked at Xiaohiki Yoshiu, who was lowering her head and clenching her fists, but was helpless. When she was about to work harder to destroy her dream, suddenly, from a window not far from her, a figure came from next door. The room was kicked over directly with curtains tied into a rope, and rushed in with a sound of pound with endless dreams and double shards of glass. Together with that piece of Han Chugxiu's dream, it was broken into one piece. Both Lianhua and Xiaohiki Yoshiu were dumbfounded. Li Yan, covered with scars, came to the laboratory with blood stains. He saw Shiyu at first sight and said in amazement, "Sure enough, you are here. Why are you in a daze? We are going to run away." Chapter 39. Between the lightning and thunder, in the laboratory gleaming with thunder, along with the flying dream fragments, Li Yan finally found Xiaohiki Yoshiu, who was missing in the dream. At last it was officially converged. But the scene before him caused Lianhua to open his mouth a little, and looked at the broken Wanhua mirror fragment in surprise. In any case, this time, she couldn't understand it. After all, if Li Yan directly obliterated his dreams according to his own will, and got rid of the shackles of Wanhuajing, this would be reasonable. However, this time it was someone else's dream anyway. How could he break Wanhua mirror through the media? Li Yan's clothes were wet, and he was carrying two homemade weapons behind his back. He panted slightly, covered with blood, and slowly stood up from the broken space of the dream, with an indescribable strange and powerful feeling that made Lianhua it felt as if he could do everything. So, what kind of monster are you? Lianhua quietly looked at Li Yan, thinking. Yusuji-sensei. As if he hadn't expected him to appear, Shiyu looked at the man who entered through the broken window blankly and asked. Almost, somewhat exaggeratedly, directly kicked the scene where I was framed. As if he himself had never been entangled in the complete failure of this unrequited love. It's simply like a love thug, don't you really care? Shiyu suddenly had such thoughts and restlessness at that moment, and she was even slightly relieved by such brutal treatment of the truth of her dreams. Teacher Xiaoshizi, I finally found you. It doesn't matter what I say now, why are you here? No, I still ask Miss Lianhua. Li Yan looked at Xia's Haikihoshiu, and then again looked at the girl in kimono, Lianhua, who was like a doll, hiding in the darkness, with a slightly cold expression in his eyes. Li Yan immediately walked to Xia's Haikihoshiu's body, separated her from Lianhua, looked suspiciously at this mysterious girl in kimono, and asked, we seem to have agreed something, completely different from now, I choose to believe in you, do you treat my trust like this? Chapter 53. This doll-like girl smiled slightly, her hands still accustomed to putting her hands under her somewhat flat abdomen, and said, it is indeed a lie to you, but I have no real meaning to lie to you, Mr. Yusuji, the dream is broken. Now that our goal has just been achieved, this is the most important thing. The dream is broken, why is it broken? Li Yan asked puzzledly. Lianhua was silent. On the other hand, Xia's Haikihoshiu was a little confused about the dream, but she still felt that she had been kicked to pieces by himself. Here, there is a great connection with Li Yan, he is silent, still can't help the temptation of answering the puzzle of his life experience, looking back at the fragmented dreamland. What are you looking at? Shiyu has not yet realized the meaning of this dream to Li Yan, but Lianhua does not want Li Yan, who may have lost his life once, to be entangled in the past again. Although, with such thoughts, she also realized that she had violated the principles of Meng Zhi. But when Li Yan turned his head, accompanied by the flickering thunder light, it was scattered among the broken dream fragments, and the Han Chugzhu who showed the eerie smile also disappeared, almost illegible. Lianhua and the others watched Li Yan's reaction nervously, but saw that Li Yan didn't have any expression, just shook his head a little, continued to look at Shiyu, and asked calmly, sure enough, it's still too broken and outrageous. I can't see exactly what's going on here, but it's not the time to entangle this, Teacher Xiaoshizi, do you know your situation now? Shiyu was stunned for a moment, but suddenly, all the lights of the university campus were extinguished in an instant, like a ghost city, eerie and terrifying. Crack! Crack, click! The sound of glass shattering kept coming, and a strange atmosphere filled the surroundings. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound of footsteps from downstairs, resounding through the night, and the floor also swayed, showing that the number of people rushing in was unimaginable. Li Yan and others were silent. Xia's Haikihoshiu also noticed something was wrong, and asked, what's wrong? Nothing. Li Yan replied with sweat on his forehead. Shiyu didn't believe that she was really explaining this to him anyway, and she felt a little uneasy in her heart. At this moment, in the darkness, Li Yan looked at Lianhua subconsciously. Between the thunder lights, he saw that Lianhua was also looking at him at this moment. And Li Yan noticed that Lianhua's body was a bit transparent. It seems that Wan Huajing has already planned to die with you. There is not much time left to resist Wan Huajing on my side. Now Miss Xia's Haikyu has been out of Wan Huajing's control, next. Lianhua looked at him, her whole body gradually became transparent, and she could see that she was resisting Wan Huajing's expulsion, but gradually became more and more transparent. She continued, please hold on, I am about to be expelled. During this period of destroying Wanhua mirror, I have lost too much strength, and now I can't take you out. I will strive for the fastest time comes in and takes you away. In this hour's time, you must protect Miss Zaya's Haikyuu and yourself. Don't long for any door lock to prevent the other person from coming in. Just run away if you want to. Keep running away. Lianhua's eyes became more and more tense, looking at Li Yan in the dark, but gradually the words had not been finished, and the people had disappeared, and it seemed that they had been completely expelled from the enchantment of Wanhua Mirror. Dreamland, Wanhua Jing, and Lianhua, according to Lianhua's own frank statement, they are not one, but independent of each other. Long before the birth of Lianhua, Wanhua Mirror has been circulated among the people for thousands of years. Human dreams do not have much power value. Only the moment when the ghost world merges with the human world, the desire that humans burst out is precisely Wanhua Mirror. Source of strength to absorb. Mostly, it is the extravagance of indulgence, domination, and violence. However, no matter how strong Wanhuajing is, it quietly can only transform the absorbed dreamland and manipulate the dreamland residents with desires, but it cannot have any control over the objective existence of the dreamland. After all, it is just a monster of a collection of desires. It's not omnipotent. What's more, the owner of this dreamland looks pretty good physically and chemistry, quite in line with the real-world setting. Although it is presumptuous, I still want to ask, Yusuji-sensei, what you are hiding, what is going on here? If you say it, I think I can try my best to help you. Xiao's Haikyuu looked at him calmly and asked. I guess you really can't help this time. Li Yan was silent for a while, really wondering how to explain clearly to ordinary students like Xiao's Haikyuu. But he immediately looked under the window. There was a dense crowd in the dark night. A group of things like ghouls are not only powerful, but also quick to move. Fortunately, there are no legal restrictions. They can use all means to deal with them. Otherwise, when encountering such violent conflicts in society, he estimates that he can only sit in prison. However, it is really the standard of more than 10,000 people, and this is terrible. Li Yan's breathing also increased rapidly. He never felt that he could be brave enough to fight more than 100 people. Although he also felt that he was in the dream world, his physical strength did return to the most prosperous period before crossing, but at most once. Just one person was blocked by more than a dozen people. This time, he was really scared. His hands and feet were trembling slightly, and his breathing became quicker. He turned his head again and looked at Xiao's Haikyuu. As a result, perhaps this young girl had noticed something. Although her face remained uniquely cold, the atmosphere was strange, lightning and thunder, and most importantly, she suddenly understood the expression on Li Yan's face. Clutching his pockets tightly with both hands, Li Yan's expression gradually recovered. It should be said that in a certain way, the relationship between Xiao's Haikyuu and him is a passerby. He and her are not close friends, let alone a deeper relationship. Lianhua asked him the question, but he only used human nature to reply her why. But why? Why do you have to put in all these efforts to save people? In fact, he himself didn't quite understand why. When Xiao's Haikyuu was dragged into the doll's hut in front of him that night, he seemed to feel that it was a shame that he didn't bring her back, no matter how safe he was. And value, he didn't want a person with a bright future to be completely ruined. After all, it would be excusable for others to give up on Zaya's Haikyuu, but he is different, he is himself, Li Yan. Teacher Xia Shizi, Li Yan took out a bandage from the laboratory, blindfolded Xiao's Haikyuu, and calmly said, next we are going to escape from the dream, you know we are all caught in a strange dream, so no matter what you hear, it is an illusion, but in many cases, a simple writer like you is easy to be confused, so to be conservative, you still don't look at what you will encounter later. Some things, believe me, I promised you after all, I will definitely save you out. Xiao's Haikyuu didn't have any unnecessary resistance. Suddenly thought for a while, and asked, is this the new game you are used to when dealing with mature women? What new gameplay, I will explain it to you seriously. Wait a minute, did you hear something from that double ponytail? I tell you, it's all fake. Li Yan suddenly widened his eyes and retorted angrily. He felt that if he could really go back alive, he would have to put peppers in Ying Lily's rice next time. Suddenly, Xiaohai Yoshida was confused, and finally smiled. Li Yan was taken aback for a while, looking at her. How could he suddenly show such a cheerful smile when he was still suspicious of him just now? Fine, I didn't say, I don't believe you, Yusuji-sensei, I'm really sorry for getting you involved in this indifferent dispute. Shiyu raised his head as if still looking at him, with an expression sincerely speaking to Li Yan in this dark and broken laboratory. Li Yan was silent, showing a bitter smile. If you return to your own body, it will not be too late for you to thank me again, but the deposit is received first, and I accept it without any kind of courtesy. In the patter of heavy rain, there was constant thunder that tore through the sky. Xiaohai Yoshida was blindfolded, and she still wanted to ask what happened, but a noisy voice came from the door outside. Fear often lies in seeing, hearing, and understanding too much. Li Yan hoped that this young girl would not remember such a nightmare. He could not help taking down the long-handled weapon behind him, listening to the sound of the heavy door gears constantly turning. The wheels of the door were turning gradually, they even had spare keys, but there was no useful thing around to block the door. Open it, no wonder Lian Hua said that the door lock can't stop them. Unfortunately, this laboratory is not an ideal place to stay. There are too many windows around it. If other people are afraid of the ladder coming in through the windows, it will be attacked from multiple sides and it will be broken in an instant. So he decided to rush out with Xiaohai. Crack! Chapter 54. Finally, Xiaohai Yoshida suddenly heard this clear door opening in the darkness where nothing could be seen. Babbling, the huge metal door was pushed open. Amidst the thunder and lightning, a damp and cold wind blew in, whirring. In a moment, suddenly, there was strangely quiet here. Suddenly, a rain and wind blowing in from the corridor outside, the sound is very noisy, the sound of thunder and lightning, the patter of rain, the sound of broken windows, the muffled beating sound, and some never heard the chirping sounds that have been there are all sandwiched together. Xiaohai Yoshida was so scared to cover her ears several times, but in any case, she was not touched by anything. At first, Li Yan held her hand and ran upstairs hurriedly, but behind, because she felt a little bit of her running. Slowly, hug it up and run, the sound of wind passing by, it should be running very fast. There is no light on the entire floor, but no matter where you go, it is accompanied by the sound of rapid footsteps following, and the sharp sound of glass breaking from time to time. Xiaohai Yoshida realized that it seemed to be chased by something, which felt terrible, and would make an unknown roar, but after he approached, Li Yan turned to the footsteps, and then the terrible voice suddenly came. Stopped. Several times, she wanted to ask what happened, but Xiaohai Yoshida did not ask. From the beginning to 20 minutes, she ran, hid, and ran again. Li Yan led, held, and finally carried Xiaohai Yoshida on his back. He entered a classroom and entangled the two of them with curtains. Immediately afterwards, Shiyu realized that he was being drenched in cold rain, as if from something. The place went outside, starting from one floor and quickly climbing down the tied curtains. Constantly, something flew over her head with a whir. But from beginning to end, Shiyu knew that he was not attacked by anything, let alone hurt. Li Yan really protected her strictly, without any loopholes. Call. Li Yan, who ran wildly in the rain, seemed to have inexhaustible energy, but in the end he still gasped slightly. Suddenly, Li Yan discovered something, and his footsteps began to slowly stop. Teacher Xiaohai, are you not injured? Li Yan suddenly asked. No injuries. With doubts, Shiyu finally asked, Teacher Yusuji, who are we hiding from? In front of Li Yan's somewhat tired eyes, there was a dense cluster, groping forward through the water mist. People are not like people, ghosts are not like ghosts, and the tide of corpses is approaching him. He clenched the homemade knife in his hand, panting constantly. It's just a world, don't worry, it's over in half an hour. Chapter 40 Breaking Out. Xiao Meng was first awakened. The night is long, and there is always a sense of sight of the distant dawn. With a sound of pound, a huge iron gate of a warehouse was pushed open in an instant. Suddenly, Li Yan rushed into a warehouse. After putting down Xiao's Haiqiushiu, he suddenly closed the door and locked it upside down. Suddenly, a huge force rammed from outside the door, making a huge noise, but this time it was an iron-structured door, and the outside was temporarily unable to destroy this solid door. Ha ha ha! Li Yan leaned down, panting, and his physical exertion was severe. Finally, he found a safe place for him to breathe. Humans are indeed incredible creatures, and they obviously feel that they cannot escape, but after gritting their teeth and holding on to the last moment, they can burst out powers that other creatures can't match. Maybe humans really have endless secrets that have not been solved. He leaned on the iron gate, gasping for breath, and gradually, his tired eyes had a little energy. Look at the structure here. In the dark warehouse, I took out my mobile phone to light it up. He is quite familiar with this warehouse. When going back and forth to study in the evening, he often passes by this building that is not open to the public. He knows it is a warehouse, but he has never entered. Now the interior is warm and dry, smelling of sawdust. The two of them had a long-lost sense of comfort. Moreover, this warehouse has a large area and is stacked with various wooden boxes. It seems that it has been carefully classified and stored and managed. There are many university textbooks, books that have just been subscribed in the library, as well as sports equipment, and new arrivals. Computer equipment, etc., really deserve to be a prestigious university supported by the state, and it is really rich in resources. The important thing is that there happens to be a two-person wide stairway that seems to be temporarily erected, leading to a third-floor high place. I took a photo with my mobile phone. There seems to be a filing cabinet for storing things. Fortunately, this is it. Li Yan looked like a torch and thought. Teacher Xia Shizi, we are a little safer now. Li Yan breathed a sigh of relief and said to Xia's Haiqiushiu. Xiao's Haiqiushiu was taken aback for a moment, and asked, really? She stood wet in the dark warehouse without removing the bandages. After half an hour of running away, even though Xiu felt that she should be a mature and calm person, she was still frightened by the movement. It's not light. She finally understood what the danger Li Yan had been talking about existed. Yes, it was an incident that she would never be able to deal with. Wanhuajing is indeed an evil existence. She has understood her curiosity several times and has affected Li Yan. She wants to apologize or thank her, but feels that such actions at this moment are meaningless. I found a hidden room, hide in it for the time being, don't worry. Now there are 25 minutes left, the dream has disappeared, and the big dream first awakens, we will be truly safe. This time, if we successfully escape the danger, Teacher Xia Shizi, this time it's not just a police station recording a confession that can make up for it. You have to help me promote my work on Twitter. This request is not too much. Li Yan looked at Xia's Haiqiushiu in the dark, and asked with a smile. Xiu was taken aback for a moment. She always felt that Li Yan's mentality was something most people didn't possess. Sure enough, are all the experiences she saw here true? You are still caring about your novel. I really don't feel any tension at all, Teacher Yusuji. Xiu said with a smile. After all, I am fortunate to be called a master by book fans. There is no master in an industry like light novel. However, since there is such a name, I must live up to the expectations of my readers. The sales and evaluation must be worthy of the master. It's called a name. Li Yan stepped forward, once again unscrupulously holding Xiu's hand, and began to move forward in the direction of the stairs. Xiaohaiqiuxiu was taken up the stairs by him. Some clearly felt that Li Yan's hands were cold, and she always panted slightly, and was extremely tired. He asked, "Yusuji teacher, what's wrong with you? Are you injured? Although I can't help you on such occasions, but I learned nursing knowledge in school." "No need, it's just a wound." Li Yan shook his head and said, "A variety of conditions are not allowed, not to mention it will only increase your pressure." In the dim light of the mobile phone, Li Yan took Xiu's hand and walked on the stairs, really like walking in a dark fairy tale world. Step by step, the rain dripped and dripped blood. When Li Yan was walking up the stairs, he asked leisurely, "It's a bit presumptuous to ask, Teacher Xiaoshaizi. I seem to understand the background in the 4th volume of your novel. Recently, you seem to have been abandoned by someone you value very much, is that right?" Xiaohaiqiuxiu was taken aback for a while, was silent for a while, nodded, and said, "Well, maybe it's my wishful thinking. After all, unrequited love will not make you successful. It is always bad to say things like feelings." Li Yan had a little bit of brilliance in the dark night, and he led Xiu to the heights step by step, and said in a flat tone, "You never know where the opposite bank is. Maybe the other party doesn't have you at all in his heart, or maybe he is just himself. I didn't find it. However, if you cross the past, you will have a brighter world. Believe me, Teacher Xiaoshaizi, let your mind become more mature, and then see if the relationship you believe is valuable. Life is not an emotional matter. I just lost my rationality. It's in such a situation." Xiu was taken aback for a moment, then raised her head blankly, and asked, "Could it be Teacher Yusuji?" "Ah, although the dream is very broken, but even if it is broken, after all, she was unique in my heart. However, I always feel that in your body, instead of seeing the shadow of my past, I use emotions to make others free. It's not a good choice to be a laborer. It's really not worth it, Xiaoshaizi." Arriving on the platform in front of that room, there was a heavy unopened wooden box beside the door. Li Yan opened the door and pushed Xiaohaiqiuxiu in. The bandage used to cover his eyes also fell. Xiaohaiqiuxiu was taken aback for a moment, and looked back at the man standing at the door preparing to lock the door. The bandage was also covered with blood, and that person, with blood stains and scars all over his body, had no idea how much blood had flowed out of his forehead, and it was dripping with rainwater. Life should continue, no matter what it is, a dream or a nightmare, as long as it is false, we should not stay at that moment. Don't suddenly abandon your novel, your readers. When you wake up from the dream, when you calm down, you choose the path of happiness again. I believe that one person will sooner or later regret not cherishing your emotions, Teacher Xiaoshaizi. Chapter 55. Li Yan held the mobile phone, but in the dim light, there was a bright and gentle smile, and he persuaded him. Xiu stared at Li Yan at the door blankly. In the end, he couldn't hide anything from him, and even wanted this scarred person to give her encouragement. And why? He can understand her so clearly only through books. 25 minutes, no one except Lian Hua should let him in. Li Yan said, closing the door immediately. "Wait a minute, Teacher Yusuji." Xiu ran over and twisted the doorknob, only to find that it was locked by a lock. But gradually, she gave up. Standing in the darkness, holding the bandage tightly, if there is tomorrow, she has already figured out how she would start again. The 1-hour escape plan ended in failure. Now that he can't escape, he is not good at running away, and even more dislikes running away. Li Yan quickly piled up a pile of boxes beside the door to seal it up. Suddenly, the warehouse door downstairs was knocked open by something, making a huge bang sound, sawdust splashed, and a damaged car directly rammed in. After hitting the goods, it suddenly exploded, and ignited. The blazing fire illuminates everything in the warehouse, and then, densely packed, Hundreds of people are already completely dark, their eyes are emanating from strange light, and a group of people who are making unpleasant screams rushes in. If reason can no longer save them, then the only thing left is the intuition of the novelist. With the sound of rumbling, the entire staircase was shaking. Li Yan walked to the edge of the staircase. Suddenly, amidst the flames, dense, twisted and strange corpse tides rushed in. Wearing blood-stained clothes hunting in the wind, under Li Yan's bangs, those eyes were tired to the point of numbness. He clenched a pair of blood-stained fists, only relying on this staircase here for half an hour. Yes, actually in half an hour, the hope of 5 minutes in advance was given to Shi Yu, and he should bear the 5 minutes of despair himself. Fuck you! Li Yan's gaze was like a torch. No matter how weak he was, he didn't forget to swear a swear word. He almost threw himself away, put him on the ground and then lived. Suddenly, his eyes were grim, gritted his teeth, let out a roar, and rushed down. The fire, the crowd, and the only thin figure in the middle of the stairs facing a wave, the last moment of the dream is like a weird oil painting where time is stagnant. Suddenly, the power of a punch was directly accompanied by splashes of blood, and several figures flew out in an instant. Immediately afterwards, a ghoul was held down by his head, directly smashed the escalator, and then lifted it up and threw it towards the group of rushing Kuroshio. In front of countless arms and hideous and terrifying faces, Li Yan stood by alone. Suddenly, as if the earth is shaking and the mountains are shaking. In the doll house, a white light shone in the room. Gabriel continued to display healing magic from both hands, but the sleeping young man closed his eyes quietly, but his body continued to be hurt. What's going on? It always feels like the battle is fierce in the dreamland. What exactly is Mr. Li fighting against and has been injured? Wei Nai looked at it with some shocking eyes and asked. However, Gabriel just lowered her head and kept releasing her forehead, and her eyes became painful. I've said it, tell you not to be reckless. Jia Bailey reprimanded in a low voice. Gabriel. Wei Nai stared blankly at the fallen angel who was desperately holding the life, and Gabriel, who opened her mouth and wanted to destroy the world, actually did this. Also, 20 minutes and 31 seconds. Lian Hua closed her eyes and said silently. In the end, can this woman be trusted? Suddenly she will rebel, which is really suspicious. Wei Nai thought. Suddenly, in the mirror, there was a strange sound from ancient times. Miss Lian Hua. Lian Hua opened her eyes slightly and looked at the door. Spot! She was taken aback for a moment and walked to the door. In the hot spring hotel outside, a girl in kimono appeared in the mirror, and outside the mirror was a large group of monsters and a handsome man with brown hair. You guys? Lian Hua was slightly surprised and looked at them. Teacher Cat raised her head and looked at her, and said, that person is a friend of Natsumi. I heard that you already have compassion for Li Yanjun, and the power of one person can never fight the eternal evil Wanhua mirror, so everyone said since it is a friend of Xiaomei, we will also risk saving him. Combining everyone's strength, we will definitely be able to break the barrier of Wanhua mirror faster. Please, this is our wish. I hope you can fulfill it, Miss Lian Hua. Natsum said seriously, bowing suddenly and begging. Lian Hua's eyes widened slightly, and she stared at the group of people blankly. She remembered that Li Yan and others had just arrived a day ago. When did she have such a deep friendship with this group of people? However, she smiled slightly. With this group of monsters who are proficient in fantasy and dreams, it seems to be of help, and Li Yan and Xiao's Haiqiu have a little more hope of surviving. All the fantasy monsters are holding hands. With the lotus flower in the center, they once again invade the enchantment of Wanhua mirror. The spirit of the monsters is purer than the human mind. Soon, with the guidance of Lian Hua, they began to fight against the power of Wanhua mirror. 10 minutes, 11 minutes, 12 minutes. Finally, when Lian Hua left Wanhua mirror, in the 45th minute, Lian Hua finally united with other dream monsters, successfully broke through Wanhua Mirror's barrier, and returned to this dream state. Fire! Lianhua quickly noticed that there was only one fire in the entire dream. Immediately, a group of monsters rushed to the warehouse. In the heavy rain, the corpses of ghouls were everywhere on the lawn. This group of ghouls seemed to be teachers and students in a certain university, but in fact they crawled out of the Stygian river, and were a group of resentful spirits who had sucked their souls by Wanhua Jing. No less than 10,000 people before and after, with stronger physical strength and aggressiveness. Lianhua felt a little uneasy in her heart, whether she came too late. As if it were a battlefield, it was shocking. As a result, a large number of ghouls and wraiths were found around the warehouse. All the monsters rushed down and began to expel and blaze a path, while Lianhua flew in alone. There was a strong sound of fighting outside, and Lianhua finally stood in this ruined place. The flame tends to go out in the rain, and looking at the ruins, there is a slightly damaged but still closed door on the third floor. She noticed that the soul of Xiaozhi Qiushia was there, hiding in a dark corner so anxious, waiting for something quietly. And Li Yan. It seems that the stairs can't bear too much weight, and they all collapsed under the last impact when a certain person was killed by a fish net. She stretched out her hand, sensing the process of the dream, and finally came to the front of a pile of sawdust. Her eyes hesitated. With a light wave, he pushed aside the iron frame and sawdust. Sure enough, Lianhua found Li Yan, who was in the ruins and was already seriously injured. Chapter 56. Hurry up and see. Lianhua looked sad, and reached out to touch the grey and weak Li Yan. Just when Lianhua was about to touch Li Yan, suddenly, that blood-stained hand stretched out from the ruins and grabbed Lianhua's arm. His other hand was already clenched into a fist. Li Yan had already got up, ready to punch him. Mr. Yusuji? For a moment, Lianhua looked at him in surprise. Li Yan, who had already killed the red eye, noticed something. Gradually, his expression gradually relaxed, as if he wanted to say something, but his body suddenly relaxed, and the whole person suddenly fell straight down again. Lianhua barely caught this person. This time not only was caught, but the whole was bumped together. Everything is over. Originally thought that the other party was just talking about it, threatening to break Wanhua Mirror, win her once, and rescue the souls who couldn't return to the world. They did it all. Thank you. Lianhua smiled and whispered. The era of Wanhuajing is really going to pass. My destiny will also change with it, and I really hate things like dreams. It has harmed Shenjian, and it has harmed many people. The curse of hell, I hope it will be broken. In a blank world where inverted butterflies are flying, she closes her eyes, and Lianhua's mission of dreamy has come to an end. Wanhuajing was finally completely shattered. Chapter 41 Light Novel Master. In the early morning, a ray of sunlight shone into room 203. Li Yan opened his eyes and was taken aback for a moment. He got up, but suddenly felt like his whole body fell apart and made a painful sound. Where is he? Suddenly, his first impression was to be wary. Where did he come? And as a result, a ray of morning sun shone in from the window, and Qzaner Longhui and Shitong Quoguang were surrounded by him, and he was sleeping on his own. On the bed. Hey! Li Yan stared at this place blankly. I always felt that I was Nan Ke Yimen, and suddenly woke up. There were no scars on his whole body, and Lianhua, Jiabaili, and Xia Shiza were not by his side. In a trance, Li Yan wished to feel that he had a dream. Although it seems, this is the third day, I feel that it will not be a dream anyway. However, it seems that everything has calmed down, and the people around you are unaware of anything, then this is enough. This is the unchanging amidst ever-changing changes. Most importantly, he has only one day left to travel. He breathed a sigh of relief, stood up, and went to brush his teeth and wash his face. You three, the third day of travel is about to start. Suddenly, the voice of Kagurazaka Iris came from outside the door. Oh! Lion Boy Qiaoguang suddenly sat up and replied with a gleaming response. Ordinary daily life continued, and Li Yan was lazy suddenly, except that he felt that his tibia was loose and lacked physical strength, and there was no other discomfort. The three people walked to the door, and suddenly, Li Yan and Shi Yu met. "Good morning." Shi Yu nodded to them quietly, with a calm and polite manner, which made Li Yan a little startled. "Good morning," the three male writers responded. Li Yan watched Shi Yu walk away indifferently, and felt that she had forgotten all the dreams. After all, the dream is completely broken, and most people may not remember it. What is Xia Shiza doing? Yesterday she didn't say a word and went to the town to buy things by herself, but she didn't buy anything. She actually bought a light novel. I really don't understand her. Ying Lily at the back looked at Shi Yu dissatisfied and said. Really? Li Yan said in a daze. Ying Lily looked at Li Yan and said, "You, I heard a handsome guy with yellow hair living around say that you suddenly ran out to meet with friends on his side. Who? Why don't you wait for the end of the tour? After that, I will go and see my friends for a while, there is only the last day left for today. I have problems." Li Yan sighed softly and said with a helpless expression. Indeed, there is only one day left. I heard that he was sent back by 2 juniors in the 3rd year of the country last night, saying that he was a little overworked and sleeping because of the seniors he met online helping with farming, so he slept in the room for more than 10 hours. Shi Yu, on the other hand, came back by herself with a very tired face. After all the souls returned to the body, she still braced herself to go shopping in the town. The girl's will to shop is really strong. It's just, what the is going on with Xia Shizi. However, before leaving, Li Yan heard another notice from Inamori-chun that Gabriel and the others had already been on the afternoon emu and had paid their wages to go back. This day is indeed the 3rd day of travel, and the journey on the 3rd day is ready to begin. With a sore body, Li Yan got into the car with the brigade. He was used to sitting in the last row, still closing his eyes sleepy and dozing off. Humph! Suddenly, a young girl's cough caused him to wake up. Li Yan glanced vaguely, and saw that Xia's Haiqiushia was already sitting next to him. Hey, teacher Xia Shizi? Li Yan asked with a slight surprise. Sorry to interrupt you to sleep. Sure enough. I still decided to give you this book. Shi Yu's cheeks were a little blush, she took out a book from her pocket, it was Super Academy War, and handed it to him. Li Yan understood that it turned out to be the last time a gift was exchanged. In fact, he had already obtained the book that was thrown into the trash by Shiba from Kagurasaka Ayam. The words of congratulations and admiration were clearly written on it. Li Yan knew a long time ago that in fact, Shiba might have attended the banquet with the mood of making friends, but he was ruined by his words. Can a person not be a sage? I also have one. I didn't send it out last time. It happened to be for you this time. Li Yan smiled and took out his Love Metronome Volume 1 from his backpack, which contained his congratulations and signature were also given to Shiu. Shiu took the book, smiled and said, "Ah, thank you." Chapter 57. By the way, really, thank you very much for the advice you gave me. I am all relaxed now, and I understand how I am going to go on, sir. Shi Yu suddenly said with a smile while looking at him. Li Yan was startled, looking at Shi Yu, it turned out that she still remembered. But Shi Yu doesn't just remember, she may never forget such an adventure in her life. The man cursed by the slowly raining scene, he seems to be the only sunshine, insisting on his essence, consistent with his words and deeds, and he is invincible. Maybe that is the case, he can be a truly well-deserved master of light novels. Li Yan opened the gift novel. On the page, there were only a few words, I like your book very much. When will the emotional line between the protagonist and the president become clear? Li Yan looked at it disgustingly, and another urging him. By the way, teacher Xia Shizi, do you know where we are going this day? Li Yan suddenly remembered and asked. Well, I remember that the third stop is like Chinatown. We are going to eat Peking duck, watch the Southern Cantonese lion dance, and watch Peking opera. Shi Yu thought for a while and replied. Li Yan looked at her blankly, as if he had also remembered. He is a Chinese, and these things are not very new. He came here to see the true colors of Kumamoto Prefecture. What about Kumamoto bears? What about theme parks and museums? However, just as Li Yan was frantic, Ying Lily in the front row continued to spy on everything behind her. I think, suspicious. Ying Lily said secretly. Hey! Kagurazaka Ayam was taken aback, looking at Ying Lily. Ying Lily showed a bitter look, and said solemnly, but it's wrong, I remember that guy Xiaoshizi, isn't he just a sophomore? He is not 20 years old, and he can't enter Li Yan's hunting range, right? Well, don't think too much about it, it's mostly reconciliation, Kagurazaka Ayam said with a smile. The faint river, the ferryman. The boat crossed the lotus, heading to the other shore. Sure enough, sooner or later, you will choose to destroy the Wanhua mirror yourself, so that violates the rules, are you really so willing? The cold girl's voice, almost without any emotion, asked. I'm tired of this job. After all, I've been cursed forever. Why care about a Wanhua mirror? Now, I am all relaxed. No matter what punishment, do you think I will blink at it? Lian Hua asked with a small smile faintly. The girl just looked at her without speaking. Don't worry, it can't help me. In terms of seniority, it only has to swallow this breath. My seniority is not enough for it to over-control. Lian Hua said coldly. The girl was silent for a while and asked, next, what are you going to do? I don't know how long it will be closed, but it's okay. I am very happy now. Lian Hua smiled and said quietly while looking at her. In a busy city, people have been busy with work, shopping, play, love, hatred, hesitation. However, faintly, this world must not be an ordinary world. In the darkness of the bustling city, how many invisible neighbors are watching each other? But hunting in the gale, the great river pounding, Li Yan, the master of light novels, stood in the vast crowd. Slowly, he officially began his journey as a different novelist. The second volume is worthy of the daily life of the master. Chapter 42, The Bitter Life of the Master. After the 3 days and 2 nights of the trip, after bidding farewell to the friends in Hitoyoshi, the hometown of the monsters, it seemed that the noisy Tokyo metropolitan area had fallen into peace, and everything returned to peace. It should be said that everyone's vacation is approaching, and the next thing is to go to school and work day after day. After returning to the metropolitan area of Tokyo, Li Yan carried a backpack back to his apartment building alone. When he looked up at the several-story apartments, he suddenly felt a little lonely. Because she had been eating at his house, and finally forgot to pay for the food, Iri was on the way from Kumamoto Prefecture to Tokyo on the Shinkansen, and she chose to change trains to take another route back to her city. Iri had already let it before departure. The moving company moved all of her belongings back to her hometown in advance, and Shiba's salute has always been carried, and she has been living in the dormitory in Kagurazaka, and now she is taking the same Shinkansen back with Iriri. University entrance exam, you must come on. Ying Lily gently shook her hands, showing a bright smile, and shouted to Li Yan by the car window. If you need help, just call me, Mr. Yusuji. Another beautiful girl outside the car window, Xiaoshizi, a quiet girl whose original name was Xiaoshiki Hoshiu, smiled, looked at him friendly, and shouted. Li Yanjing quietly watched the blessings and encouragement of the 2 girls. At that time, looking at this young girl with such a moving smile, she suddenly felt that the original gentle and tough girl always needs to play the celebrity that she does not match. What about the image of a girl? There is also Xiaoshizi. In any case, it seems that she has really gotten out of the dilemma of fiction and life. It seems that her opponents in the industry have once again regained their strength. He showed a cheerful smile and watched them play with the OK gesture. The train gradually opened, and he gradually moved away from them, but the OK gesture didn't gradually let go until a long time. He clenched his fists slightly. No matter what, he couldn't live up to the blessings of these two like-minded people. The sprint time for the university entrance exam has officially started. These are all memories from 2 months ago. It should be said that this is the only piece of memory that gives him warmth these days. In the light novel sales rankings of the past few months, as a blockbuster, The Black Horse, Shan Yan, who suddenly hit a storm in the declining light novel market, suddenly appeared on Twitter a few days before the start of school. Li announced the indefinite postponement of the publication plan of the 5th volume. This news is undoubtedly a blockbuster, blowing up the readers and fans who have been anxiously waiting for the 5th volume. The so-called love is deep and hate is deep. Almost in the next few months, the old thief Yusuji's reputation is as notorious as a mouse crossing the street. There are popular posts that abuse and attack him in various forums, and some people even customized gold quality blades. If the 5th volume of Super City Academy is released within a month, those golden blades will be his. However, fortunately, there is another point that eases the emotions of this group of fans, that is, the animation of Super City Academy is progressing very smoothly. After the 3rd and 4th volumes are released, part of the content including the 5th volume is from the original work. The author provides the plot, pre-produced and played. This has to be said to be Yusujian's conscience and compassion. Super Academy War is played every Wednesday afternoon on time. For fans of this book, Wednesday has become the most special day. By the way, on Thursday of this week, because of one thing, it finally detonated the dissatisfaction that readers and fans had suppressed for a long time. Tokyo, on the 2nd floor of a large bookstore. Strongly opposed, the old thief Yusuji wrote Lord Zinhun to death. More than a dozen people sat in front of the book area of the Super Academy War series. Most of them were high school students, and there were a few middle school students, and even a few middle-aged and young office workers also participated. In a bookstore that needs to be quiet, there is a protest scene with a sense of extreme violation. Li Yan sullenly poked his head out of the high school review materials book area not far away, and looked at the group of protesters who did not know when they suddenly appeared. This group of protesters suddenly appeared. They were obviously not there when they came into shop, but when he reacted, they had blocked the doorway. In fact, Li Yan still knew what was going on in this protest. Presumably, it was for the latest episode of yesterday. Chapter 58. Yesterday Wednesday, after the content of the 5th volume was leaked out in advance, it seemed that Xin Hung Ning was playing the final battle with the male protagonist, because he finally made a choice between the male protagonist's life and dark energy undercover career. Holding the protagonist's hand, she quietly watched the protagonist's face fall into the Valley of the Candle Dragon. Basically the plot description is dead. Li Yan was thinking about the plot of the scene quietly, but in any case he did not expect that the new Hung Ning he wrote was so popular that it would provoke this group of people to protest. This is one of the few stories in his book that describes love, but if it is not broadcast, it is amazing. His Twitter has been blown up at night. I am afraid that someone will go to the shrine to beat him up at night and make him. Now they are dodging in the street. However, Li Yan, who was hiding behind the bookshelf, couldn't understand why there were so many bookstores that he encountered protesters in the shops where he often came to buy books. It was really unlucky. Everyone, here is a professional hacker who helped us lock this bookstore. The old thief Yusuji often uses this Wi-Fi to post Twitter news. He should be a book guest here. What we have to do is to make our own determination. Show it to the author that Xin Hung Ning is our goddess and our dream. It is not his author who writes to death by himself. We must strive for hope for the happiness of the president. Sitting at the forefront, the guy with the eyes of a high school student who was farthest from Li Yan was still encouraging the group of people behind him, but this remark made Li Yan suddenly realize that it was his Twitter that had a loophole that made him. The frustrating thing is, do his readers actually have hackers? Yes, yes. Many people agreed. A middle-aged man with red eyes, as if sleepless all night and a little depressed, said angrily, "Dare to ask which author would put his most popular character in the 5th volume, and the 2nd season of the anime wrote her to death." Yes, yesterday's cuteness battle, Ning Ningchen finally took the 3rd place. As the result of the cuteness battle came out, the plot was broadcast to Master Ning Ning's withering, which I absolutely cannot accept. It should be said that although his book sales were not the first, even after other well-known writers began to release new books in the second half of the year, as a newcomer, he fell from 4th to 7th in sales, even the sales of Kishao Village's new works. He also dropped out of the top 5, but his book essence is high in reader loyalty, and the age stratification seems to be relatively even. From elementary school students to 40-year-old office workers, people who don't read it will never read it. And readers who will follow basically have high enthusiasm and emotion. In the light novel market where the cute family is dominant, his books have indeed opened up new options a little, at least the number of hot-blooded novels has also begun to increase. That's right, everyone, our Ning Ning depends on us, everyone, stick to it! Shouted that high school boy. Holding banners, a group of people sat quietly in his work area, almost attracting the attention of many customers, but unfortunately, everything happened in this area of Japan. Similar to this kind of protest, it is not surprising. Li Yan was wondering why the staff of the bookstore didn't come forward to stop it. Just when he was thinking, several shop assistants hurried over to persuade the group of people, but in any case, they could not persuade a protester to leave. As a result, they surrounded the middle-aged man one after another, pulling. He whispered embarrassedly, "Manager, don't yell at you either. This is your shop. How can we do business if we continue like this?" At this moment, Li Yan had no expectation to let the people in this shop drive them away. He held his entrance exam review collection tightly, and wondered with a horror how he should leave them pretending to be a passerby who didn't know anything. Although he was still confident that no one knew his appearance for the time being, but always I feel that I have a ghost in my heart and dare not approach it. "Mr. Yusuji." Suddenly, behind Li Yan came a happy greeting from a young girl. This name resounded throughout the 2nd floor of the bookstore, and the lively protest scene gradually cooled down and plunged into a gloomy silence. An invisible chill rushed from Li Yan's spine to the top of his head. The sadness and fear made him gently put down the problem set, looked back to see who it was, and suddenly greeted him. The black-haired girl with a very fresh look looked at him quietly and smiled slightly. "I seem to have seen it somewhere." While Li Yan was thinking, suddenly, his scrap editing system suddenly responded again. "Work, The Fall of Gabriel. Evaluation, A." That's why he remembered it. It seemed that it was the friend who came over with Gabriel at the Hot Spring Hotel 2 months ago. At that time, it seemed like the lovely girl who had taken out weapons and shining holy light. Could it be an angel too? Li Yan thought, looking at her. "Hello, it's been a long time since I saw you. What a coincidence I met you here, Mr. Yusuji. Did you come to read a book?" she asked with a smile. "Shhhhhh. Li Yan immediately covered her mouth with a panic face, and then, under Vinette's puzzlement, he took a peek at the situation outside again. With strong grievances, the group of protesters looked at this side one after another, with bloodshot eyes, paying attention to this side ferociously. But it seems that because the surname Yusuji is so common, it hasn't caused much commotion for the time being. Li Yan took a deep breath, covered his little heart, and closed the book. The expressions of those people were more terrifying than the ghouls he encountered in his dreams. "What the is it?" "I'm sorry, I just thought that I would noisy others, so I accidentally covered your mouth. I remember that you are Gabriel's friend." Li Yan looked at the girl apologetically and said. If she covers Gabriel like this, she will bite her palm off. But, surprisingly, this beautiful girl with black hair smiled and shook her head, and said politely, "It's okay, you really shouldn't talk in a bookstore, so you are right, I will pay attention to the voice." Vignette asked, "By the way, how is your injury? Does it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt anymore, it's just skin wounds. I heard that you and Gabriel had been protecting me at the time." "Thank you so much," Li Yan said with a smile. "Well, it doesn't matter, as long as you are safe, after all, you are also trying to save people. Since that incident, I believe that you are a very kind person in heart," Winnie said with a smile. At the beginning, she didn't know what happened. After listening to Gabriel's explanation, she realized that the man rushed into the monster's dream for her friend and fought with more than 10,000 ghosts. Next, guarded a girl. Even she felt that such a kind deed, few people in the world could do it. I originally thought that exposing his identity as a demon and Gabriel would be punished for exposing his identity as an angel, but the news from heaven and was safe. According to Satania, because the identity of the person involved is confused and difficult to distinguish, and is not defined as a human being for the time being, the two circles have not pursued it. By the way, I heard that Gabriel has always been taken care of by you, and I thank you on her behalf. My name is Tsukino's Vignette April, I am a classmate of Gabriel, please give me your advice in the future." Vignette bowed, thanking him sincerely. Li Yan was a little dumbfounded. How can I say it? No matter how you look at it, this one is an angel in the true sense. Caring about others as well as friends, always responding to each other with a smile. Sure enough, the fallen angel is really just Gabriel, but having such an angel around to help and counsel is really reassuring. Please enlighten me. By the way, next time you don't need to call me Mr. Yusuji, just call me by name. My name is Yusuji, and my real name is Li Yan. I will also call you Vignette. Some are not used to the Japanese custom of calling surnames. Li Yan said. Well, no problem, I am not Japanese either, I understand your thoughts very well. She smiled and nodded. However, soon, Vignette looked outside curiously and said, "What's wrong with those people? They seem to be in great distress. I want to go over and ask them if they need help." No, don't go there," Li Yan said, his hair stood up in fright. "Okay. It's true that I am hiding from them now, and I must not be found out by them." Li Yan frowned, peeking at the situation outside, and whispered. Winnie asked curiously, "Why?" Li Yan focused his attention on that group of people, but in his words, he began to habitually simplify, using the tone of discussion with the editors or authors of his own industry, and directly said, "Because, the relationship between them, it's really inexplicable to be entangled in the life and death of a character. If I have to make a promise to save her, I will just watch it next." Winnet listened in a daze, a little confused, and the protester held up a banner and said, "Return to my new Hung Ning Ning president." He always felt that the matter was very important. In any case, it involved a person's life. When something happened, she suddenly became nervous and shouted, "You can't die without saving." Suddenly, this roar resounded through the second floor of the bookstore again. Li Yan looked back at Winnet, who was nervous, and didn't understand what had happened. "Since you are so strong, Mr. Yusuji, did you work so hard last time to save people? Why did you suddenly hesitate this time? Please don't give up your own soul. Although this society pays attention to interests, if it really depends on profit action, mankind has already perished several times, here is where the beauty of mankind lies. Mr. Yusuji, I will help you save people. The other party is called Xin Hung Ning Ning, right? I will immediately check the other party's intelligence, no matter what happens to me, even if you are punished by the upper level to write 1,000 ethical regulations, you can rest assured that I will actively assist you. Chapter 59. Li Yan looked at Winnet with horror, as if she had misunderstood something. But when he opened the book nervously again, he saw that a group of book fans whose mouths resented like zombies had begun to move closer to him. He immediately wanted to escape, but it seemed that almost there is nowhere to escape. So, please save her. Vinette approached him nervously, looked up at him and said. Li Yan went crazy and wanted to explain, but always, as a novelist, his plot cannot be influenced by readers anyway. This is the most basic principle. He immediately shook his head and said nervously, you have misunderstood, actually it's not like that, that character is not a real character. I can't follow the fans' opinions to influence my thinking anyway. I don't understand what you mean very much, but Mr. Yusuji, are you really capable of saving her? Vinette grabbed his back clothes and asked hurriedly. Ms. Yusuji, are you there? Right, the boy with glasses, staring at the back of the row of books with a ferocious look, asked. Li Yan squatted on the ground, caught in a dilemma. Finally, he sighed slightly, took out his phone, hesitated for a few moments, and finally opened Twitter and sent out the latest news. A group of people outside all rang their mobile phones one after another. They took out their mobile phones and saw some news. They burst into tears of joy and cheered loudly for victory. But on the other side, in front of the ignorant Winnet, the hand of Li Yan, who had lost the same pale color as it was leaning on the bookshelf, gradually dropped. More terrible than ghosts, it will always be readers. Chapter 43. Unwelcome line SMS. The so-called novelist who knows the reader best is the novelist in the true sense. After Li Yan published a message, not only Twitter, but also major forums, and even the group of protesters outside, all forgot about yesterday. Suddenly there was a sense of joy that victory was in sight. Just when they forgot about the war to contain Shang Shanyan and celebrated in advance, Li Yan secretly followed a few other customers who bought books and left the book area under the cover of Winnet. However, all of a sudden, when approaching the avid book fan wearing glasses, all of a sudden, the editing system actually reacted again. Work, how to raise a passerby female owner. Evaluation, A+. Li Yan was taken aback for a moment, and took a peek at that person. It's strange, is he from the same world as Ying Lily and Xiu? After finally escaping the encirclement, Li Yan stood outside the street and breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, it's really a group of crazy guys. They actually did this. Li Yan squinted his eyes and said with a low will. Vignette stared at Li Yan for a moment, and said, that, I still haven't figured out anything about it. It's okay, I just fudged them temporarily, but it's the biggest concession I have made so far. Li Yan scratched his hair and said helplessly. After all, the other party is not a scourge, but the readers who support him most. There is no reason to make concessions in terms of the plot, and things like spoilers are almost impossible for novelists to do. The only thing that can give them concessions is, an update notice for the 5th volume was released. On the one hand, the anger of the other party can be calmed, and how the plot develops is the matter of the next book. On the other hand, in this important stage of preparing for the entrance exam for the 3rd grade of high school, Li Yan was indeed out of breath under the pressure of review. He had a good foundation and had almost no problem dealing with science. On the contrary, it was a bit difficult for liberal arts. Perhaps no one believes that this writer, Yu Sujian, who has performed well in writing, excellent in plot, and even rich in historical knowledge, is a student who is struggling with liberal arts. Li Yan is not good at recitation, let alone recitation of ancient poems, but the most important thing is that his composition has not passed once since the beginning of school, and the reason is that the off-topic and the narration are not vivid enough. The results may be enough for the general university entrance examination, but for the economics department of the famous universities where he has passed the entrance examination, it may be a little overwhelming. Therefore, Li Yan had long been thinking about venting the pressure by writing novels, so after struggling with the review time and the possibility of being caught by the readers, he finally sold his review time in exchange for peace. On a trail walking along a river in Tokyo, it just rained and the sky was clear, and the water mist covered the green road with a white gauze. The green leaves seemed to be swaying and refreshing. The air blows by, so quiet. After Li Yan pushed the bicycle and explained clearly to Venet truly realized that he had accidentally harmed the opponent just now. Yes, I'm sorry. Vignette bowed abruptly 90 degrees, closed his eyes tightly and shouted. It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Li Yan waved his hand slightly, and said with a smile, anyway, most of the incidents were caused by myself, and I didn't make it clear. In many ways, I can't blame you. Besides, I didn't rely on your cover to avoid them. There are also monitors, thank you in the end. Vignette pondered for a while. The senior in the 3rd grade of high school in front of her turned out to be a light novel writer with many fans. Even as a devil, she suddenly felt a little difficult to understand the identity of this human being. She is not only a strong person against tens of thousands of ghouls, but also a writer who is afraid of meeting his readers directly, and an offline human who disagrees with the heavens and hell. Now, what she sees in front of her is clearly just a studying and preparing for college exams. High school students only. But another point, Winnet couldn't understand Li Yan's thinking and smiled and asked, although the question is a bit abrupt, Yusuji. Senior, why do you have to write such a popular character as a tragedy like this? Xin Hung Ning Ning, this name is very nice, everyone likes her so much, you should write her more dramatized, right? Amount. Li Yan was stunned. This is indeed the case. This kind of thinking is the most normal no matter whether it is inside or outside the industry. But in fact, he really did not expect that as a non-female supporting role Xin Hung Ning Ning unexpectedly surpassed in popularity. The female protagonist Akiyama Akira, he just checked with his mobile phone and found that the female protagonist he wrote meticulously can't even get in the top 20, but it is also good and evil. She was born as a witch, with elegant and cold appearance, female long Aotian type. The new Hung Ning Ning became the top 3 cute goddess. In fact, Ying Lily helped him to design the illustration design of this character. It should be said that it is the most complete one. It seems that his partner also likes such a character. However, he didn't actually write that character as too tragic. After all, his novel was a passionate novel and he didn't make tears. I was actually taken aback. Is she so popular? Li Yan looked into the distance with puzzlement, thinking in confusion. Although the important role of Xin Hung Ning Ning is indeed a role he has carefully shaped, he still thinks that the president who has personally injured the protagonist will be disgusted by emotional readers. Although the appearance is very shocking, but the encounter with the protagonist is a very ordinary plot, ordinary encounters, ordinary unrequited love, ordinary fantasies about getting married, and want to be an ordinary wife to participate in the special cooking training, but in the end it was because of her position and her destiny. She can only be in a lonely position of a third party who is neither an enemy nor a friend. Turning off the long talk about the new Hung Ning Ning Ning's comment on the Menzanzang on the phone, Li Yan shook his head and said, let them sigh, although I'm very happy that they like the characters I wrote, but my writing thinking and plot arrangement can't be swayed by readers. But maybe you will be blocked by your angry readers in the future. It's a bit dangerous. Winnie asked with some confusion. What should be said? A story needs to create a character, and it takes a lot of effort from the author, such as his thoughts, his background, his experience, the choices when interacting with other people, and it is refined to the tone, expression, or almost in the posture of female characters reaching out to pick flowers. You need to think carefully about what mood you are doing in order to truly give the other person a soul. As Li Yan thought, he sat on the wooden chair next to him and said, these are not derived from theories or formulas. I just want to write this character like this. It's nothing more than the plot arranged to give her soul. We write the novel that writing this way will enrich her image and affect the plot of the story. In fact, after all, the story is a story composed of characters and characters' interaction, and writing a story it's like enriching the work of a character that never ends. There is no way to talk about it. In other words, a good story is a well-completed character. When it was dumbfounded, and always felt like an artist's thing, it was really hard to understand. However, sometimes it is really annoying. Li Yan smiled bitterly. He watched and followed Vinette, who was sitting next to him, and said, no matter how the author insists on his ideals, in the final analysis, he writes novels for readers, even if he thinks the plot is close to his satisfaction. However, readers will not agree with it. This is the so-called siege theory. If there is a wall that blocks the contact between the author and the reader, all that needs to be done is to find a balanced path on this wall. It is the single plank bridge art that is the most difficult for a writer to grasp. As Li Yan was talking, he suddenly felt whether he was a bit chatty, stopped the topic immediately, coughed a few times to change the atmosphere, and said, well, am I complaining too much? I'm sorry. Whenever we talk about novels, there will be endless words for the whole person. No, I can see that Senior Yusuji should be really passionate about writing. If he didn't put his thoughts into it, how could he have so many troubles? Vinette said with a cheerful expression with a smile. This is the angel. Li Yan's eyes flashed with moving light, and finally someone could understand his suffering. In fact, I also have a lot of troubles. I should say that the most recent trouble is that a few days later, I am going to have a parent-teacher conference again. I really don't know what to do. The neighbor who helped me with the parent-teacher conference also moved out. I'm in distress. Who else can I find to help me participate in such an important event? After all, this is a mobilization event for the teacher to care about our students. Wynette smiled and slowly said while looking at the ground. Do you care? Li Yan was silent, thinking. Although he has a good impression of most teachers, no matter where they are, there will always be a minority of responsible teachers. He often suffers from social violence, and most of them have a sufficient relationship with teacher indifference. Vignette is so grateful to the teacher, it should be that he met a good teacher, and he was really envious. That, although it's a little care, if you need help, let me go to the parent meeting for you. Li Yan calmly looked at the girl who seemed annoyed and said. Hey! Winnie was taken aback for a moment, looked up at this senior, and blinked. Chapter 60. She immediately shook her hands and said with an embarrassed smile, No, Senior Yusuji, don't you obviously still have to write, don't you need to have your own review exams, time should be very tight, so don't bother you for such things. Li Yan took out the small notebook he used to take notes, tore a piece of paper, and said, This is my phone number, line account number, and email address. Send me the address of your school. I'll be there. Rush over in one day. Vinette took the note from this chapter, looked up at Li Yan blankly, and asked, Well, isn't it really troublesome? I said it's okay, anyway, I think I am quite skilled in dealing with this matter. No matter what type of your teacher is, I can improve his impression of you to the best level, so leave it to me. Li Yan looked at her confidently and said. Vinette was silent for a while, as if the other party didn't like to be circumspect, but a person with consistent words and deeds. It seemed that after a little understanding of why Gabriel's mood suddenly changed, she smiled and said, Thank you so much. That's right. She stood up and said with a smile, If this is the case, then I will treat you to a meal. I just know that there is a coffee shop. No, I will pack it back. You will wait for me here. About 15 minutes, that's it, wait a moment. She ran hurriedly, turned around and reminded and shouted again. Sitting on the wooden chair, Li Yan stared at the suddenly energetic young girl. He always felt that she was a bit too polite, and why did you think she seemed to be very happy? It really solved the big troubles in her heart. Yet? About 10 minutes later, while Li Yan was still waiting for Winnie to return, suddenly the phone in his pocket made a beep. He took out his cell phone and once again saw a message from a young lady named Yakoshita Yano. Is there any advice this time, miss? Li Yan had a slight depression in his heart, sighed, and asked to himself. The communication between him and Yang Nai has gradually become routine in the past 2 months. It should be said that each other is also more and more knowledgeable. Li Yan has already come to the conclusion that this woman is very smart, so smart that it makes people feel uncomfortable. She is good at thinking about people's minds. The relationship between the two people is no longer the ordinary relationship between the victim and the female driver. He and Yang Nai seem to be chess players, trying to get to the bottom of each other on the line, trying to take advantage of intelligence and the right to talk. Although he was guarding against her, relying on her relationship last time, he had a certain degree of initiative in dealing with Lian Hua and Wan Huajing. From a lot of Yang Na's words, he has probably understood that the Swexia family is likely to be a famous clan in a place. No matter how you think, only the children of the clan can play such social games like the scheming lost cities so tirelessly. So no matter what, Li Yan understands the rules of this society, and in any case cannot easily give up the key contact of this young lady. But this time when he clicked on the news, he was suddenly dumbfounded. Yano under the snow, please don't pester Ms. Yan under the snow anymore. The car accident has ended and the amount of compensation can be discussed, but please don't involve other aspects. This is a piece of advice. Who is sending the short message? Li Yan asked astonishedly at the line interface. However, Li Yan didn't notice that in the shadow of the trees behind, a sly smile appeared on the corner of a young girl's mouth. Chapter 44 My younger generation can never be a devil. Just as Li Yan was analyzing the possibility, suddenly, the bicycle he was parked next to him was knocked over. Then, he heard the scream of a young girl. Oh, who the is putting the bike there? A girl asked because of pain. Li Yan reacted immediately, without turning his head back, he immediately responded, sorry, it's mine, you are not injured. As a result, Li Yan saw in front of him a strange girl who fell to the ground, as if she fell to the ground in the opposite direction, as if she had been injured by a bicycle, and her expression was still full of triumphant pink hair. It seemed that both her appearance and figure possessed the outstanding qualifications unique to a certain race. The red hair seemed to be as passionate as a flame, and the smile was a bit like a cat. She stood up casually and said, "It really is your bike, I guessed it right. As a result, did you guess when you hit my car?" Li Yan narrowed his eyes and thought. I always feel a little unspeakable. Who would show his insidious smile with a gloomy smile after a fall, and inexplicably make people feel that there is a sense of contradiction with mixed flavors? When he saw an innocent angel corrupting a person, but he made his expression to the extreme level, that was the real touch porcelain. Bicycles are not allowed here, brother. This young girl patted her skirt and clothes, showing her tiger teeth, with a successful look. Beep. The editing system reacted again. Work, The Fall of Gabriel. Evaluation, A. It was strange, it turned out to be a character from Gabriel's world, but this time, this girl who seemed a little pure thinking, no matter how she looked at it, she should have never seen it once. However, his instinct told him that this girl is also a big trouble. I remember that the spreading trail by the river is not that you can't park your bicycles, but you can't ride bicycles, right? Li Yan looked at her and retorted. Ah. That's because you remembered it wrong. You know that if you hurt someone like this, you are responsible. I don't know if there is any bleeding in my sock yet. The girl immediately stood with her chest full of confidence, and said with a sneer. Li Yan's eyes widened suddenly, he suddenly bounced from his chair, and quickly looked around. Fortunately, there were no passers-by, otherwise others would hear him, and he didn't know what responsibility he had to bear. What are you panicking about? Don't panic. It's a bruise at the most. It doesn't matter. Satania noticed that Li Yan's face turned blue. She felt completely inadvertently comforting him, and patted herself somewhat plump on the chest, said with a smile. In this way, it is indeed wrong for me to put the bicycle here, but classmates, you also have certain responsibilities, so don't expect me to apologize, but I do have medicine and hemostatic stickers for your abrasions, which can be provided to you. Li Yan picked up his bicycle and directly separated the responsibilities from Satania, making this girl speechless, as if it was indeed the case. At this time, this high school girl looked at Li Yan's reaction somewhat unexpectedly. What should be said, this is a completely different direction from her judgment. It should be said that it is similar to this kind of bad guy, not just seeing others have trouble will he take the initiative to help? What's going on? The man's face was indifferent, but responsible. The girl hurriedly walked over and asked dumbly. Hemostatic patch, and disinfectant, it's okay, it's already responsible enough. Li Yan handed her these things and said. I don't care, anyway, you have to be responsible to me, be responsible. This young girl grabbed his clothes directly, with panicked tears, shouted, I don't need anything else, I can pay you money or anything. I actually lack my parents and relatives to attend the parent meeting. You didn't promise. Did you kill that woman? It's not fair. As compensation, you can help me attend the parent meeting in a few days, please. It turns out that it is a matter of the parent conference. He still doesn't understand the rules of the parent conference in Japanese high schools, but maybe it is the state regulations that organize the conferences at these times, and this red-haired girl is not sure about it. A character like an angel, when passing by chance, I heard that he had agreed to win it to attend her parent meeting. However, no matter how hard it is, he hates dishonesty and deliberately framed his people. Li Yan looked down at her indifferently, and said, No. I can't help you anyway this time. After all, I don't know you very well. I still have a lot of things to deal with. Give up. You should ask someone else. All right. As a result, this young girl walked away silently with tears in her eyes, and she was surprisingly easy to talk, but in this respect she was very sensible. Li Yan thought she was pitiful when her eyes were so teary, but she didn't have the mind to make trouble for such a trivial matter. To forget all the so-called sadness and loss in 3 seconds is the excellent genetic tradition of being the McQuill demon family. Damn, you rejected the noble demon so much. You have to remember it for me in the future. Anyone who offends my Satania will not end well. Next time you will get rid of the relationship between you and Vinette. Relationship, let her hate you, then you will know what regret is, In front of a food store that he frequented, the girl named Satania was still in tears. At this moment, she had revived her spirits and devised Li Yan's general plan. The total is 1,300 yuan, thank you for your patronage.